Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the fanfiction guy. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Dragon Transform Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku Midoriya was not a good kid. It's not that he didn't want to be, it was just hard. Since his birth, little bony protrusions poked out of his messy green hair right above his eyes. A small, green ridge grew out of the back of his neck and his canines were sharper than most kids. It wasn't until Izuku turned 4 that the power behind those mutations began to eagerly let itself be known. This wasn't surprising for the son of the number 6 hero, the bronze dragon hero, Stormclaw. Hisashi Midoriya had gone through a similar process. Hisashi lived a happy life. He had graduated from UA and quickly risen through the ranks once he went independent. He met his lovely wife, Inko, at a hero gala near Mizudafu. She was halfway through college, working part-time for the catering company at the event. The kind-hearted woman caught his eye and he was immediately intrigued, but what really made him take notice was when he dropped his wine glass. Before the glass could spill over his expensive suit, she had quickly yanked it away from him with her quirk. The wine had, of course, then spilled all over her. Feeling guilty, he helped clean up the mess. They got to talking and, as they say, the rest was history. It was only a few years later when they married, and a few more after that when they had their son, Izuku. He was a perfectly happy boy and grew up well. Inko was careful to make sure that her son was well socialized. She had attended many hero events with her husband over the years and noticed that, much to her dismay, many children of hero families were socially stunted. She made a concerted effort to organize play dates with her son and other kids his age, some from hero families, but Inko also kept in touch with her friends from high school. Thanks to her efforts, Izuku was a friendly and charming young boy, with an award-winning smile. It wasn't until a little later that Inko started noticing something was off with her son. 2 months after his 4th birthday was the first time she caught Izuku manipulating her. It wasn't anything drastic, he had just convinced her to stop for ice cream after she had firmly told him no. She didn't think much of it at the time, but looking back, it was a warning sign. Izuku had never been an argumentative child. In fact, it was the opposite. Izuku was a sweet boy, always eager to please and happy to just be alive. He was a quiet and emotional child, taking after his mother in that regard. He pouted a little when she put him to bed sometimes, as all toddlers do, but he had never won before. As time went on, it kept happening. Izuku kept getting his way. It was subtle, sinister even, but it seemed to be harmless, so Inko didn't worry too much about it. Then things got weirder. Inko watched her son play with the other children and, over time, noticed that he was acting strange. At first, it just seemed that he was a little more intelligent than the other children, but that wasn't it. The Ida boy seemed to be just as quick-witted as her child, but there was a difference. Izuku seemed to be more cunning. The child found loopholes in most of the games they played and was able to talk his way into getting what he wanted almost all the time. More than once, Inko caught Izuku outright lying to the other children. Now, most children lied, of course, but usually they were fairly innocent. White lies, like claiming they brushed their teeth even though you know better. Izuku's lies were complex. They were disturbingly well put together for a 4-year-old, having enough truth to be believable, and told with no doubt in the boy's voice. Inko listened to him tell the same lie in slightly different ways to different kids, each playing off their particular personality. Inko wasn't exactly sure how to react. Her baby was intelligent, that was clear, but it was so out of character for him. The lies seemed to come naturally to Izuku. On the ride home, Inko asked him about it. "Why did you lie to the other children, Izuku?" Izuku sat there for a moment, thinking. He always put his hand to his chin when he was deep in thought, and sometimes muttered under his breath, like he was doing now. She couldn't hear what exactly he was saying over the noise around them, but she could tell he was thinking a mile a minute. "I don't know," was the answer he settled on. That was not what Inko was expecting to hear. "What do you mean?" She wasn't letting him off the hook that easily. "I just did it. I didn't think about it, it just happened. I won in the end though, right? So, it's okay," Izuku said, not realizing the disturbing implications of his words. No, it's not okay. Izuku looked at her, confused by her statement. Are those other children your friends? Of course. Izuku said, no doubt in his voice, but confusion still on his face. They're all my friends. You shouldn't lie to your friends. Part of friendship is honesty and trust, Inko lectured him. If they found out you lied, it would hurt them. They would lose trust in you and they might not want to be your friends anymore. She didn't really believe she was having to explain this to a boy as smart as Izuku. The boy's eyes widened, and then teared up slightly. I didn't mean to. I don't want to hurt my friends. I won't do it again, Mom, I promise. Inko gave her boy a consoling hug. I'm not mad at you, Izuku. I just want you to know that lying to a friend isn't a good thing to do. It's okay to make mistakes, as long as you learn from them. The boy nodded in her arms, and the rest of the ride home was uneventful. It was Hisashi who first identified what the issue was. At first, he was overjoyed when his son had inherited his quirk. He was one of the top heroes in the country, a titan of a man who had saved thousands of people. With his transformation quirk, he was a force to be reckoned with on land, in the skies, and in the seas. There was more than one person in Japan who thanked the powers that be that Stormclaw was a hero, and not a villain. Hisashi's quirk turned him into a Western dragon, a swimming, flying, lightning-breathing lizard from the storybooks. It didn't make sense to some people that a hero could have a quirk seemingly straight out of an old book, but this was a world where people grew firearms inside their arms and hands, so nobody really worried that much about it. Of course, Hisashi's quirk extended beyond pure physical transformation. The power running through his veins influenced his emotions and thoughts. Fortunately, his instincts, as he called them, mostly affected him in a positive way. Some of the ways were subtle, such as his love for beaches and oceans. It made sense to him, he was amphibious in his dragon form, and it led him to focus on disasters and attacks in and around water. He had a strong sense of justice and a drive to personally stop any injustice he saw. From his earliest memories, he only ever wanted to be a hero. How could he not when his own quirk was driving him to pursue heroics? He sometimes mused to himself that he was fortunate to live in a hero society, or he might have wound up a vigilante. That isn't to say that every aspect of his quirk was beneficial. Unfortunately, he suffered from the same flaw that his father, grandfather, great-grandfather, and all his relatives that manifested an aspect of the dragon quirk all suffered from. Ever since the dragon quirk line began, the same issue always arose. They were greedy. This instinct wasn't just the desire to acquire wealth, but to accumulate it, to hoard it. It manifested in different ways for each of them, but it was always there. Most of them could be appeased by possessing moderate displays of physical wealth. They would buy gems and jewelry and keep them safe. For the most part, they managed to come off simply as eccentric, not greedy. His uncle had it the worst of anyone he had heard of in the family. He had manifested his quirk as a fearsome red dragon with fiery breath and ferocious arrogance. His lust for wealth was insatiable, and his hoard grew every day. As his wealth grew, he only became greedier. Eventually, his drive overcame his reason, and he resorted to villainy. The supervillain Terrorflame had wreaked havoc across Japan for months before he was finally defeated by All Might 10 years ago. Once again, Hisashi was fortunate on that front. His draconic drive to hoard wealth was less intense than many of his predecessors and relatives. He indulged it, of course. It was the only way for him to stay sane. However, his rewards from the government for being a pro-hero were usually enough to satiate him. As long as he received something for his work, he was happy. For more reason than one, hero society was perfect for him. This isn't to say that he kept strictly to his government paycheck. Often when he had time off, he would go diving deep into the ocean in search of sunken ships and forgotten treasures. He would drag back what he found and arrange them in a sort of gallery under the surface of the bay outside his home. If someone were to scuba dive down there, they would be in for quite the dazzling display. His family home was modest for someone with the resources he had. It was by no means small, but with only his wife and son living there with him, they had no need of a mansion. The house was furnished well and had all the modern conveniences and technologies they could want, but it was much smaller than the home one might expect a top 10 hero to have. Sure, he had bought a sizable chunk of land to build the house on, and beachfront property at that, but he was by no means stretching himself thin. The biggest expense he had each month was the collection of rare books and historical artifacts that he kept in his vault downstairs. His penchant for collecting irritated his wife sometimes, but she was understanding. He was stingy when it came to most things, and he was a compulsive haggler, although he spared no expense in making sure his family was cared for. The income of a top 10 hero and modest expenses led to him owning a very healthy bank account. It wasn't the traditional dragon hoard of yore, but it worked for him. It allowed him to focus on what was truly important in his life, such as taking his son outside for a day on the beach. Hisashi had taken Izuku out onto the sands behind their home one lazy summer day when he had the day off. There was a slight breeze over the sea and the sun was shining bright. Izuku had been his biggest fan since the day he could say the words hero, and the boy couldn't have been more excited to have inherited his father's quirk. The child begged his father to train him and teach him every opportunity he got. Hisashi was a busy man, being a top 10 hero, but he made a special effort to be there for his family as often as he could. Izuku was basically vibrating with excitement as Inko helped him to put on his shoes so he could go outside. Izuku ran down the path outside his back door towards the beach. Standing there, smiling and waiting for him was his father. The tan-skinned man stood around 6 feet 4 inches and was packed with dense muscle. His bronze hair, messy like Izuku's, laid on his head, disturbed further by the 2 sharp, jet-black horns that stuck out on top of his head, pointing back and a little upwards. He had a small, green crest that descended down the back of his head and neck, and a slightly wider face, indicative of his facial fins when he transformed. His slitted, draconic eyes were a deep bronze and were filled with affection as he watched Izuku ran past him giggling, hoping to beat him to the water. They spent most of the morning strolling along the beach, looking at seashells and racing across the sands. However, one of Izuku's favorite things was to go on rides around the bay. Hisashi took off his shirt and transformed into a full bronze dragon. When fully draconic, he was a bit longer than 30 feet long from nose to tail tip, and the points of his horns stood about 20 feet from the ground. He was covered, of course, in heavy bronze scales, with stripes and spots of green scales scattered intermittently. His green and bronze ridge extended from the back of his head down to the base of his neck, and then reappeared along the full length of his tail, the crest on his tail acting like a rudder while he was swimming. An armored plate with 3 small black horns flared off each side of his short snout, swept back to allow him to better glide through air and water. Izuku quickly scrambled up his father's tail, climbed between the 2 massive wings, up his ridge, and then perched himself on his head, between his 2 sets of horns. Hisashi swam around the bay, keeping his head above water as his son laughed and yelled the whole time. It was nearly lunchtime when they came back to land. Hisashi lowered his head and allowed Izuku to slide onto solid ground. The boy's grin was stretched wide across his face, but not as wide as it normally was. Hisashi could tell that he was thinking about something. He let the transformation end, quickly shrinking back to his normal size, but before he could pry, the boy spoke. "Dad, can you teach me how to make a claw?" Izuku had asked, wonder in his voice. Hisashi smiled at the boy. He pretended to think for a second before coyly responding. "You mean like this?" His fingertips morphed into jet-black claws as his hand grew dull bronze scales for a moment before he let go of his transformation. The look on the boy's face was priceless. "Yeah," Izuku yelled, jumping up and down. No matter how many times Izuku saw his dad's quirk, it was still one of the coolest things ever. Izuku got a look of determination in his big, green eyes. "I want to do that. Kaken keeps showing me new tricks with his quirk and I want to show him something that I can do too." Hisashi smiled wider. He couldn't help it. His son's passion was infectious. "All right, but you have to promise me not to use it inside. Your mother will mount my head above the fireplace if you start tearing up her house. I promise. I'll make you proud, Dad." Izuku jumped as he answered. Hisashi put one knee in the sand as he lowered himself closer to his son. "Do you feel that buzzing, electric feeling below your skin? You have to find that feeling, grab it, and pull it out." His skin grew scales once more. "Once you have it, you have to hold on to it for as long as you can." Hisashi let the scales fade away as he saw his little boy's brain start firing on all cylinders, the boy cupping his chin with his left hand. Does that make sense? I think so, Dad. I don't think it's buzzy, but I feel something, Izuku said, still thinking hard. Oh? Hisashi was intrigued. What does it feel like then? Sort of like water or something. It's all flowy and drippy, but at the same time it's all floaty and light. Is that what you meant? Izuku looked up hopefully. Really? Hisashi didn't even try to hide the curiosity in his voice. He didn't really expect Izuku to inherit a carbon copy of his quirk. His horns were different after all, but father can dream, can't he? He thought for a moment about how his son described the feeling. Izuku's vocabulary was limited, but Hisashi felt like he had a good idea of what his son meant. Drippy and flowy, eh? Perhaps he's copper like his cousin. I'll have to ask her how it feels to her sometime. He brought himself out of his thoughts. That's probably it. Can you take hold of it? Grab it in your mind and in your body. Izuku closed his eyes, straining with the concentration. His right hand was held up in front of him. I think so. It's really hard, Dad, but I think I have it. Next you need to pull it out of you. Hisashi continued his explanation. Focus on your hand and arm and pull it out, like you're flexing your big muscles for your mother. Would he truly be a father if he didn't take opportunities to embarrass his son? Izuku was too focused to react, unfortunately. His eyes had opened again, this time staring at his hand like he was trying to burn holes through it. Tears welled up in the corners of the boy's eyes as he strained. He grunted with effort, before a small patch of scales appeared on his hands. Partially in surprise and partially due to the strain, he fell back onto the sand with a gasp. I did it, Dad. Izuku stared at his hand, tears of joy welling up in his green eyes. I can be a hero like you now. The transformation was too quick for him to get a good look at it, but Hisashi saw the scales. His son inherited had his smile from his father in addition to his quirk, and that Midoriya grin beamed across Hisashi's face. I'm so proud of you, son, but we can't stop here. Izuku stopped crying and looked up with momentary confusion. You know the feeling now, let's see if you can't bring it out fully. Yes, sir. The boy sprung up off the sand with a wide grin and focused on his hand again. Hisashi was always impressed with the boundless energy kids seemed to have. This time it seemed to come easier to the boy. It took much less time for him to pull the energy out the second go-around. It happened slowly and then all at once. The scales formed on the back of his hand and spread out from there. Before long, his entire hand was covered in scales, and his fingertips had elongated into short, relatively blunt claws. Dad? Izuku was staring at his hand. The excitement had given way to pure awe. Hisashi could hear his son's voice cracking slightly. I did it, Dad. Tears were welling up again in the boy's eyes as he stared at his draconic hand. Hisashi was overjoyed at first. Seeing those scales spread out and the claws form made his heart swell proudly. Then he looked again. On his son's hand was not the yellowish scales tinged with green, but incredibly dark scales. Hisashi thought they were black at first, but the sunlight shone off them, exposing their true nature. Izuku's scales were green. At first, Hisashi tried to reason this away. He had green scales too. He was mostly bronze, but he had small stripes and markings of green across his scales. His ridge was mostly green, his eyes were green. This was nothing to worry about. The longer he stared at his son's hand, the more that flimsy reasoning fell away. There was no yellow or bronze to be seen. The scales weren't the lighter, sea green color that he had, but dark green. There was no questioning it, his son's scales were green. His son's quirk had manifested in the form of a green dragon. He hoped that he was wrong. Hisashi remembered his father's words. He was right about Hisashi, he was right about his niece, he was right about Terrorflame, but perhaps he was wrong about his son. He quickly hid the doubt and small amount of fear on his face and let himself smile at his son's accomplishment. His son stared at his hand, turning it over and flexing his clawed fingers. After just a few more seconds, he started shaking with the strain, and then the transformation snapped away, quickly melting back into his normal hand. His son turned up to look at him with a dopey, sleepy look on his face, his one eye open slightly more than the other. How long was that, Dad? Hisashi smiled widely, only having to force it a bit. About 15 seconds, Izuku. That was longer than me the first time I did it. His son's eyes widened a bit before he yawned. I'm sleepy, Dad. Izuku rubbed his eyes. Hisashi let out a small chuckle. I'm not surprised. It takes a lot of stamina to keep up a transformation like that, Hisashi said as he scooped his son up in his arms. Let's get you into bed. A nap will make it all better. Izuku was asleep before the two of them had made it back to the house. Hisashi gave Inko a small smile and carried Izuku to his room. He opened the door into a small hero shrine. Izuku had merchandise of all might, endeavor and more all over the room, but no hero was more prominently featured than Stormclaw. It always was a little weird for Hisashi to see the action figures and posters of himself, but it made his son happy, so it made him happy. Anything that wasn't hero-themed in his room was colored green. Ever since he turned 4, it unequivocally became his favorite color. The small emerald that Hisashi had given him a few weeks ago was put in a place of honor on one of his shelves. He smiled at it, a bit more sadly than he usually did. He placed the sleeping boy in the bed, underneath the All Might covers. He gave the boy a small kiss on the forehead. Izuku smiled softly in his sleep. Sleep well, my little wormling. Hisashi quietly closed Izuku's door behind him and walked slowly down the hallway to the kitchen, where Inko was beginning to prepare lunch. Seeing him enter, she put the food aside and went to greet him. Her smile quickly fell as she saw the worried look on her husband's face. What's wrong? Did Izuku hurt himself? She was a natural worrier. No, nothing like that. Our boy did great, in fact. A small smile broke through his worry as he recalled the event. He pulled out a stool and sat down at the counter. I was so proud of him, you would have been too. I'm sure once he wakes up, he'll want to show you. Then what has you so worried? She sat down next to him at the kitchen counter. His scales, Inko. They weren't bronze. They weren't gold or silver or anything metallic. He looked up at her with a strained expression. They were green. Chromatic. Inko didn't fully understand everything related to the dragon quirk, but she knew that Hisashi had told her that chromatic dragons were bad news. I've never heard of a green dragon in your family. What should we do? I don't know. Hisashi leaned back in his chair. Izuku is a good boy, we know that. He's kind and caring and the most precious thing in our lives. He looked like he was arguing in his head. I need to go talk to Dad. Inko put a hand on his shoulder. Do what you need to do. I'll start making lunch. She smiled softly. Hisashi smiled back wearily, before standing up, giving her a kiss on the forehead and leaving as quickly as he came. He walked out of the kitchen and downstairs, into the basement, towards to the large metal vault door in the wall. After he entered a code, a fingerprint scan, a retinal scan and a blood sample, the vault hissed open. He slowly walked to the back of the vault, past display cases full of gems, ancient coins and priceless artifacts. Well, not that priceless. Hisashi had bought them after all. Behind a further vault door, opened by him charging the lock with a small puff of his lightning breath, sat an ornate shrine, honoring and remembering his ancestors. He walked into the subvault and knelt in front of the shrine. There were statues and other tokens of respect, but one in particular was the subject of his visit. Sitting in a place of honor was an intricate and exquisite statue of a bronze dragon. It stood about 6 inches tall and could have been mistaken for Hisashi if the markings weren't slightly different. The base of the statue read Gaku Midoriya. Hey Dad, Hisashi said somberly to the statue of the bronze dragon hero, Thunderwing. His father had died, had been ended years ago, before he had met Inko. He'd died a hero, protecting a small country village from Terrorflame. His sacrifice had allowed the villagers to escape from the Red Dragon, and the town still honored his father on the anniversary of the attack. He remembered the heartbreak he'd felt that day. Hisashi had been back home, celebrating his brother Hatsuo's graduation from UA. His father got a call that Terrorflame had been spotted in the countryside nearby. Gaku was the only hero in the area capable of handling a threat like the Red Dragon. His father simply told his family that there was an emergency and left without saying goodbye. He was a severe man. He cared, but was never much one for sentimentality. Hisashi didn't think his brother ever forgave him for never coming back. They hadn't heard from their father for a couple hours, but the news was reporting that Terrorflame had been turned back. They both flew off towards the village and found it a smoldering wreck. Hisashi checked to make sure that there were no victims still in danger, while Hatsuo had made a beeline straight for the ravaged battlefield that used to be the rice paddies in front of the village. Minutes later, Hisashi had found Hatsuo crying next to the lifeless body of their father. Hisashi had learned basic forensics and crime scene procedure, but never thought that he would have to use them like this. It appeared that he had lived for a while after the battle ended. Judging from the marks in the ground and the pooled blood, his father had dragged himself along the ground and propped himself up, leaning on a rock. He'd bled out there, but not before pulling out a picture of his family, which was clutched in his cold hand, covered in burns and blood, and the wetness of tears. Hisashi had visited the town again, a few months before Izuku was born. He wanted to make peace with what had happened before his son came into the world. The people there still honored his father, and they were more than kind to him. They had even erected a small statue in his honor. Once they found out who he was, they threw him a spontaneous feast. He talked and laughed with the people, forgetting his sorrow thanks to their generosity. Getting to know the people who would not be alive if not for his father had helped him gain closure. Hatsuo, however, was never the same after that day. It was only a few days after the funeral when he left to take a sidekick offer on the other side of Japan. He had mostly disconnected from Hisashi. They only spoke once or twice a year. Hisashi had tried many a time to reach out and connect more with his brother, but he was always rebuffed. Excuses of work and obligations always kept him at an arm's length. Hisashi knew how Inko felt when he gave her excuses about why he couldn't come home more. "Dad, I'm worried about what you told me all those years ago. I'm worried about what it means for my son." Hisashi thought back to a summer day 20 years ago, not too different than the current day, when he was 11 years old. His father had been sitting next to Hisashi, the two of them resting after a training session on the beach near their home. Thunderwing was never as well known as Stormclaw was, but he was still a great hero and Hisashi's idol. "I always thought that Izuku would follow in my footsteps, and I could follow in yours. I would teach him as you taught me. I know he idolizes me like I idolized you, but he isn't like me. He isn't like you." Hisashi, his father had said to him, seriousness in his tone. "I'm going to be going on a mission tomorrow. It's dangerous, but nobody is better equipped to handle it than me." The boy looked up at his father. "I'll be going after one of my cousins. She's embraced her destiny and started using our family's quirk for villainy." "Her destiny?" Hisashi asked quietly. "She's named herself Fulgurite. She was gifted with the full manifestation of the dragon quirk, in her case, as a blue dragon. She wields lightning, same as us. What makes a blue dragon different than us?" Hisashi thought that only bronze dragons could breathe lightning. Blue dragons are chromatic? Hisashi didn't know what that word meant. Seeing his confusion, Gaku explained. "There are 10 types of dragons we have seen since the family quirk manifested with my grandfather. My father identified and separated them into 2 categories, chromatic and metallic. You and I manifested the dragon quirk as metallic dragons. Amongst the metallic subtypes we have seen, there is brass, bronze, copper, gold, and silver. The chromatic subtype manifests as black, blue, green, red, and white. In simpler terms, we are named for metals, them for colors. At first it might seem arbitrary, but there is a very good reason for it." Hisashi didn't dare to interrupt his father when he was talking. "Every type of dragon type is different, of course, but my father saw the primary difference between metallics and chromatics. During his lifetime, his theory was just that, a theory. But in my life, in my time being a hero, I've confirmed it. Metallic dragons are naturally disposed towards what society considers justice and goodness. Chromatic dragons are evil. Their quirks twist their minds and emotions, taking them down a dark path. Some resist their destiny, but it's inevitable. All chromatic dragons are villains in the making. Remember that, Hisashi. I know what you said, and I will never forget how you died, father." Hisashi's shoulders dropped. "But I cannot believe that it's my son's destiny to be a villain. He placed his forehead on the ground, prostrating himself before his father's statue, small tears falling from his eyes. I've come here to ask for your forgiveness. I'm going to teach my son. He will be a great hero and defy the destiny you placed on his shoulders. I swear this. About 45 minutes later, Inko heard the vault door closing downstairs, signaling that her husband had finished his talk with his father. She kept preparing the katsudon, a special surprise for Izuku when he woke up, to celebrate his success. Hisashi came back into the kitchen and slumped down in the same chair as earlier. He still looked stressed, but there was no longer an air of defeat about him. Feeling better? Inko asked gently. I am. I've decided that nothing will prevent Izuku from becoming a hero, especially not me. Hisashi had the same determined look on his face that Izuku often did. I will train our son and continue teaching him how to be a good person and a great hero. Inko chuckled slightly. You must have had a good talk. It's been years since I've seen you fired up like this. It's been a stressful day. He chuckled a bit too. And it's barely even noon. What I'm most worried about now is how the others might react. Especially Hatsuo. He's barely spoken to you in years. If he wants to sever all ties with you because of Izuku, then I say let him go. Inko said sternly. Our son is more important than that and deserves to have people around him who will support him. He's not your brother, Inko, Hisashi said, a little incensed. Saori and I are determined to patch our relationship with him. We can't give up, it would disgrace our father. You're right. Sorry, dear. Inko quickly apologized. No, it's fine. I understand. I agree with you. Izuku is our top priority. Hisashi assured his wife. We should discuss how we want to move forward. Izuku will find out soon enough that he's chromatic. We can't exactly hide it from him. Inko stepped through the door as it closed behind her. He might not understand what it means. There haven't been any high-profile green dragons in your family, at least as far as I know. We should encourage him to talk to us about it, to ask us questions. Agreed. Hisashi was too focused to even appreciate the heavenly smell coming from Inko's cooking. There haven't been any green dragons around recently that I know of, which is ironic, considering our name. He let out a single, airy laugh. It's important to keep him socialized. You've been doing a wonderful job organizing those playdates, although with him entering preschool, there won't be as much time for that. Oh, Inko just remembered. Speaking of playdates, Katsuki is coming over at 1. Hisashi smiled and hummed in approval, absent-mindedly staring at a spot on the counter as he kept thinking. A silence hung over the kitchen for a minute or two, but he could feel a tension in the air that was growing steadily. The source became clear as his wife broke the silence. If we want to raise him as best we can, his father needs to be home more often. Inko said, a degree of bitterness in her voice as she continued to prepare lunch, not looking up. He needs you to train his quirk and to be a positive role model in his life. You're his father and his favorite hero. His shoulders slumped a bit. You're right. Especially now. I've considered moving my agency here so many times since Izuku was born, but I never made the leap. I'll start the paperwork as soon as possible. She looked up stunned, and briefly entertained the possibility that she was dreaming. After all these years? Yes. He sounded regretful. I should have moved the agency when Izuku was born, but I felt too useful where I am now. I'm out of excuses, and my son needs me more than ever. I'll have less work, but we have enough in reserve that I could retire tomorrow and we would be comfortable for several lifetimes. Oh, Hisashi, that's great news. The shorter woman ran around the counter and quickly threw her arms around his waist. Izuku will be so happy. She gave him a great squeeze before letting go and ran back to the food she was preparing. Lunch is almost ready. You should go wake him up. Hisashi peeked into his son's room and saw the boy stirring slightly. He pushed the door open and walked over to the bed. He got down on one knee and rubbed his son's mop of messy hair. Slowly, Izuku's eyes opened a tiny amount. He took a deep breath and stretched his arms and legs out. He said sleepily. Katsudon? That's right, your mom made you your favorite meal to celebrate your first transformation. Hisashi said softly, coaxing the boy out of his sleep. Don't you want to show her? Izuku's eyes snapped open immediately. He threw his covers off and jumped out of bed. He ran out of his room and down the hallway, yelling Mom, Mom, leaving his chuckling father in his dust. Hisashi made his way back to the kitchen as Izuku was telling his mother all about their time on the beach. He was talking so fast that he was worried his son was going to pass out from a lack of oxygen. He managed to get him to take a breath by interrupting him. Aren't you gonna show your mom what you learned today? I was getting to that, Dad. Izuku huffed. You have to set up a story to make it good. You can't just skip straight to the end. Both of his parents laughed out loud. I apologize, storyteller, Hisashi said through his big grin. Don't let me stop you then. And then when we got back to land, I asked Dad to teach me how to make a claw. He told me to reach inside and grab the weird feeling in me and pull it out, so I tried but it was really hard, but then I got it. Inko was half worried her son was going to actually start bouncing off the walls. Only a little bit at first, but then Dad told me to try it again. It was easier that time, and I made my hand into a claw. Izuku raised his hand up. Like this. His hand grew a patch of scales, quickly growing until his entire hand was covered. It was slightly elongated and enlarged, with dark claws on his fingertips. He held up his claw proudly. Inko saw the dark green scales, but she didn't react like Hisashi had. His mother just kept smiling at him, pride and joy swelling in her heart. He quickly let the transformation end, not wanting to tire himself out again. I'm so proud of you, Izuku. You're going to be a great hero, just like your father. Inko smiled warmly. No, he'll be even better. Hisashi ruffled his son's hair again, causing the boy's smile to widen further. I actually have another surprise for you, son. He looked down at the big, green eyes staring at him in wonder. Your mom and I have been talking, and I'll be moving my agency nearby. I'll be home almost every day once it gets finalized. If any more excitement was dumped on Izuku that day, he might have actually exploded. The boy let out a loud whoa. Really? And threw his arms around his dad's legs. The boy barely came up to his father's waist. Tears of happiness were pouring from his eyes. Yes, really? Hisashi clamped his hand on his son's back, returning the hug. Now eat up, son. You don't want your mother's hard work to get cold. After inhaling his food in a way that Inko usually only saw Hisashi do after a particularly tough day of work, her son was asking for seconds, and then thirds. The woman wasn't exactly sure where he was keeping all that food, but she figured it had to do with how exhausted the boy was. Before Izuku could ask for a fourth serving, the door rang. I'll get it. The boy was streaking across the kitchen towards the front door before his parents could react. He skidded to a stop in front of the door and flung it open. Auntie! Izuku beamed up as Mitsuki Bakugo looked down at him. Hey, kiddo. She ruffled his hair. Why did people like doing that so much? Katsuki stepped out from behind her, his confident smile on his face. Red eyes met green as Izuku smiled. Kaken. Mitsuki smiled at the excitable boy. He had been calling her son that since he could talk. His quirk caused some unusual tooth growth, and he had kept biting his tongue whenever he tried to say Katsuki. She figured he would have figured out the teething situation by now, but maybe Izuku just liked the nickname. Hey, Izuku. Katsuki responded. Ready to go? Yeah, come on. He gestured to the boy to come inside. He ran through the house to the back door, Katsuki on his heels. I got something I want to show you. No running in the house. Inko called after the boys, but they were too far gone to listen. She had come to the door to properly greet her high school friend. Come on in, Mitsuki. I'll put some tea on. The two boys ran outside to play on the beach. They ran around and climbed up the rocks around the beach, laughing and competing to see who could run the fastest and jump the farthest. Katsuki was naturally competitive and his drive was contagious, stoking that same drive in Izuku. Come on, Izuku. Katsuki yelled behind him. How are you going to be a hero if you can't keep up? Izuku put a determined look on his face and started to catch up, causing Katsuki to try harder too. Eventually the two boys collapsed into the sand right in view of the house, panting. You're slower than usual. What's up? Katsuki was an observant one, just as quick-witted as Izuku. I've actually already ran around a lot today. Izuku paused for dramatic effect. And I learned how to do something new with my quirk. Katsuki's eyes got an excited glint in them upon hearing those words. Oh yeah, you said you had something to show me, right? Don't keep me waiting. Izuku concentrated on his hand and held it up so Kaken could see him. The scales were easier to pull on every time he tried, and they quickly formed along his hand. The blonde stared at the claw in moderate amazement. He reached out and grabbed his friend's hand, examining the claw. Whoa, green scales? Katsuki kept turning the hand over. Those look cool. What's with these claws, though? They're not very pointy. He poked the claws with his finger to confirm. I don't know, I've only done this a couple times. Izuku responded. It's your quirk, try to sharpen them. Katsuki encouraged him. I'll try. Izuku always worked better with friends than by himself. He focused on maintaining the transformation, but also on trying to sharpen the claws. Slowly, they started to elongate slightly, sharpening. With a gasp, he released both the breath he was holding and his transformation. You got closer? Katsuki observed. You'll get it. Then we gotta see what you can cut with it. Izuku caught his breath. Yeah, that sounds cool. But there's one other thing I wanted to check out. He looked into his friend's red eyes. Do you trust me? What are you thinking? Katsuki responded, intrigued. Hit me in the arm with an explosion. Izuku saw the blonde begin to hesitate. Come on, you won't hurt me. I promise. It's for science. Fine, but if I get in trouble for this, you're giving me the candy in your lunchbox for a week? He held up his hand a few inches away from Izuku and let out a small blast. Izuku recoiled slightly in pain, a red mark showing up on his arm. Ouch, Izuku said, waving his arm around, but quickly regaining his composure. Yeah, that hurt. He held his other arm up to the boy before focusing on his quirk. He focused the pull down further from his hand. His forearm was quickly covered in his dark green scales. Now hit me again. Katsuki saw what Izuku was getting at and quickly obliged. He let out another explosion on the boy's arm, trying to keep the blast the same strength. Izuku recoiled instinctually from the loud noise, but then quickly began smiling. He held up the hand, letting the transformation end. There was no mark on his arm at all. I barely felt that. The boys began to excitedly chat about the possibilities of both of their quirks. They fantasized about being heroes and all the cool things they would do once they were the best heroes in the world. They ran around for a couple more hours, laughing and generally enjoying life. Neither of the boys noticed the worried look that Mitsuki was giving them out the porch window as she conversed with Hisashi and Inko. The next 2 years passed and the boys grew up, but never grew apart. If anything, they grew closer. Hisashi smiled out his front door as his son ran to jump into the car in their driveway. Since they started elementary school a few months ago, Inko and Mitsuki had alternated taking the boys to and from their school each day. The boys, now 6, were basically inseparable. Hisashi took a sip of his coffee and looked out at the sun shining on the waves lapping at the sands. He smiled to himself, feeling honestly glad that Katsuki was his son's best friend. Most kids treated him differently when they found out he was the son of the number 8 hero, but Katsuki didn't. He reminded Izuku to keep his eyes forward, to focus on their goal of getting into UA and becoming the best heroes in the world. Everything the two boys did together was towards that end. Sure, the blonde was a little gruff sometimes, but even he was worn down by the relentless tide of happiness that was Izuku. They gradually pushed each other closer to a happy medium, Izuku becoming more confident, while Katsuki mellowed out. Later that day, Katsuki was sitting on that same beach behind the Midoriya household. He was also happy he was friends with Izuku, although he didn't say it often. He was never good at that sort of thing, preferring to speak with his actions, rather than his words. They would usually see each other at least 6 days a week, barring when Izuku would go on trips with his father, and he couldn't have been happier about it. Katsuki knew that to be the best, you had to have a rival. Anybody who had ever watched a show or read a book knew that. There were lots of stories where the characters had to search long and hard for their rival, but Katsuki was lucky. He didn't even have to look for his rival. He was basically born into having one. It was an added bonus that his perfect rival was also his best friend. However, it wasn't always like that. There was a time when the boys were playing at a park that it almost all came crashing down. A couple days after Izuku's 4th birthday, the two boys were playing together with a couple other kids in the woods, when they had tried crossing a log that was suspended over a small stream. Katsuki had lost his footing and had fallen into the water below. The other kids looked over the log, waiting for him to come back up, but Izuku did something else. So quickly that he had no idea how he did it, Izuku was down in the water with him, hand outstretched to help pull him up with a look of genuine concern in his eyes. "Are you all right? Are you hurt?" Izuku asked, concern in his voice as well. "I was afraid you might have hit your head or something." Katsuki's vision went red. He didn't need help, he didn't ask for help, so that meant that Izuku was looking down on him by assuming he needed or wanted his help. With a roar of anger, he tried to push the offending child back into the water himself for daring to patronize him. Halfway through the motion, he caught a change in Izuku's eyes. His eyes flashed a bright green for a moment and were filled with a look of anger. Instead of falling backwards, Izuku had caught his hand by the wrist. Izuku stared at the boy with fury in his face. "What was that?" Izuku asked, glaring at him. Katsuki was stunned. After a few seconds, he half-heartedly tried to wrest his hand free, but his attention was still on Izuku. "Let me go. You don't get to look down on me," he growled in response. "Look down?" Izuku's voice seethed with anger, much deeper than normal. Katsuki noticed that some dark green scales had appeared on his neck. "I wanted to make sure that my friend was okay. How is that looking down on you? I want to be the strongest hero." "Being the strongest means never needing help," Katsuki spat back at him. "Are you stupid?" If he wasn't so furious, Izuku might have started laughing. "I thought you were smart? My mom says you're smart. Is she lying to me?" "I am smart dash," Katsuki tried to continue but was cut off. "I thought you were strong." "I am dash," Katsuki was cut off again. "Then why did you do that?" "I told you that I don't want anyone's help." Izuku's grip on his arm was only tightening, scales slowly spreading over his hand. It was starting to get a little painful. "Is that what you think strength is? I thought you told me that you were smart. To think heroes don't need help sometimes?" Izuku didn't give him a chance to respond as he continued to yell. "Heroes need help all the time. You watch the hero news as much as I do. I can't believe you think that. My dad needs help all the time. Even All Might has a sidekick." Katsuki tried to speak, but words didn't come out of his mouth. Instead, it just hung open slightly. The anger in his eyes was fading into something more akin to shock. Asking for help isn't weakness. It takes someone who is strong, not simply physically strong, but someone truly strong to ask for help. We're only human, and it's the weak and foolish ones who can't admit that. Izuku threw Katsuki's arm back, knocking the blonde down into the water again. "My dad told me that. Are you calling both my mom and my dad liars?" Katsuki could only stare up at him in shock and a little fear. The deeper voice coming out of Izuku's throat was causing his fight-or-flight instincts to start flaring in the back of his mind. "People need people. It's others that make us stronger." He said that too. Izuku threw his arm forward once again, extending his open hand to help the boy up. "So, let's try this again. Let me help you up, so we can keep going. I pull you up, you'll pull me up some other time. We'll both become strong that way." Izuku's voice raised back up to his normal, high-pitched tone during the last few sentences. His eyes lost that strange glow and his furious expression had vanished, replaced by his normal wide smile. Katsuki could only stare for a few moments, as he tried to deal with what had just happened. He eventually raised his arm shakily and grasped the outstretched hand. Izuku seemed to have almost forgotten the interaction had even happened, simply pulling the blonde up and running off with a smile, but Katsuki couldn't stop thinking about what he had said. That was the day that Katsuki understood that Izuku was something else. There was something instinctually unsettling with the way he talked and the way his eyes moved during that conversation, and what he had said didn't sound like it came out of the mind of a 4-year-old. Katsuki knew that he had found his rival. It was right in front of his face the entire time. The other kids kept telling him how great his quirk was and how he was going to be the greatest hero, but Izuku didn't talk like that. He called him out when he did something dumb, and he wasn't afraid to let his displeasure be known. Katsuki was always pushing, be it himself or others, and he had found the right person to push back. He never thanked Izuku for pulling him up. He wasn't great at talking about his feelings. So he expressed his gratitude in the best way he knew, pushing Izuku harder. In response, Izuku returned the favor. The two of them would train nearly every day. They weren't old enough to lift real weights or anything, but they did what they could. Izuku was nearly as competitive as him, and every playground game of tag or hide-and-seek would cause both boys to give it their all, much to the dismay of many of the other kids. That wasn't to say their relationship was suddenly perfect, or that they always got along. Izuku was almost too friendly for his own good, in his opinion. He was friends with almost every single kid in their grade, not just their own class. It annoyed him a little, but he knew that getting angry about it was dumb. He used to get frustrated when his friend would get distracted, but that didn't help. He learned to just smirk and let it happen. There was no use in trying to stop Izuku when he had his mind set on something, and he was determined to be friends with everyone. That wasn't what really got to him, no, it was the unsettling way he went about it. It seemed like it was a game to him. Just about every day, he would go up to someone he didn't really know or wasn't really friends with and just start talking to them. He would start asking them questions or talking to them about seemingly random stuff, but as Katsuki listened, he quickly realized that Izuku's words were anything but random. Every topic he talked to them about was carefully selected to make them the most comfortable and open. With some kids he talked about heroes, others he asked them about their families, others he talked about homework or their hobbies. With one kid he had just talked about flowers. This convinced Katsuki, this absolutely was a game for Izuku. One he was very invested in winning, as the prize was friends. By the end of the second month of their first year of elementary, everyone in their class was his friend. They weren't really friends, in the sense that Katsuki was his friend, but they were people who seemed to be open to talking with him and maybe playing games on the playground with him. Katsuki kept it to himself that he thought most of these kids only liked him because of his dad. Which, to be fair, while Izuku was great at talking to people about what they liked, it was basically impossible to get him to talk about himself. So, for the other kids in the class, there was nothing else to like him for, because they didn't really know him. Tough luck for those kids, since Izuku was a fantastic person to have as your friend. Katsuki knew he irritated his friend too. "Kaken, be nice," was uttered at least once a day. He said it a lot less than he used to, so that was progress. He couldn't help it, he just wasn't as outgoing as Izuku. He spoke to a few people in class, but he couldn't keep up with his friend when it came to talking. That was another part of their friendship that worked so well. When they hung out to train or talk heroes, Izuku loved to talk, and would do so nearly the entire time, and Katsuki would speak when he had something to say. He wasn't introverted per se, but he was more than willing to keep his thoughts to himself. Nearly everyone except Izuku wasn't really worth his time. He tried to catch himself whenever a thought like that crossed his mind. Thinking like that was arrogant, and Uncle Hisashi said that arrogance wasn't an attribute a hero should have. Katsuki always listened to him, especially when he talked about being a hero. He would have had to truly been an idiot to ignore hero advice from someone in the top 10. Uncle Hisashi was a great hero, and his second favorite, after All Might of course, but he was also just a good guy. He was smart enough to know that some heroes put on a friendly charade when dealing with the press or fans, but Stormclaw was the real thing. It made sense, Izuku had to have learned that smile from someone. Auntie Inko was no slouch either. She was shrewd and perceptive and a lot brighter than most adults he knew. His father often told him that Izuku had gotten his brains from his mother. She also had a natural talent for empathy and a drive to help people that rivaled any hero. She was the one who got him to finally stop crying when Izuku had accidentally broken his finger when they got a little too into their training. He didn't cry much, but he felt like his first broken bone was a good excuse. He was panicking not only from the pain, but from the way his finger was bending in a way it shouldn't. Izuku did his best to help him, of course, but the dragon boy was almost freaking out more than he was. She had swept him up in her arms as soon as she could reach them and managed to calm him down nearly instantly with her kind words and reassuring hug. Auntie Inko's ability to tell what people were feeling and how to help them was something he didn't think he would ever understand, but he was even more grateful because of that. Maybe if she was born with a more powerful quirk or a more adventurous personality, both of Izuku's parents would have been pro-heroes. He smirked to himself. He was really glad that he had all three of the Midoriyas looking out for him. Who knows what kind of person he would be if Auntie and Uncle weren't there to help him, and Izuku wasn't there to keep him honest. Kaken? Izuku's voice pulled him out of his reverie. It's not like you to be caught up in your thoughts like that. Am I rubbing off on you? Yeah, whatever. His response to the teasing was half-hearted at best. His competitive smirk grew across his face. You ready to show your dad how far we've come? You better be. Hisashi was walking down the path behind his house towards the two 6-year-olds on the beach. Hisashi knew how to nurture their competitive nature without inflating their egos, something that could have been quite dangerous if left unchecked. About once a month he got the boys together on a Sunday afternoon to benchmark their progress. The boys loved it. It meant they got to hang out and see how much they improved all at once. Which one of you is going first this time? Katsuki threw his hand up. Izuku went first last month. It's my turn. Alright, let's see here. Hisashi was flipping through the notebook in his hand. You've both done your warm-ups, right? Seeing both boys nod, he continued. Let's start with the basics then. Katsuki, let off the biggest one-handed explosion you can do safely. You know the drill, no hurting yourself. A hero who hurts himself has no place on the battlefield. He pulled out a small device as he lectured. Yes, Uncle, Katsuki droned before jogging several meters away from his friend. He planted his feet and let out a long breath, centering himself. He raised his hand up to the sky and let his quirk go. With a grunt, an explosion ripped from his palm, kicking up the sand around him and scaring the gulls further down the beach. The device beeped a couple times in Hisashi's hand. That was an 8% improvement in raw force produced, and a 5% increase in explosion size. Good results? He wrote down the data from the device. Alright Izuku, same thing. Remember how I taught you to use your diaphragm? Yes, sir. Izuku traded places with his friend, both exchanging playful jabs at each other as they passed. He planted his feet like Katsuki had and took a deep breath. He focused on pulling out his power like he had learned to on this very beach 2 years prior, centering it in the center of his chest. He leaned forward into his breath as he opened his mouth and let his attack flow forward. Green smoke poured from the boy's mouth, shooting forward several meters before billowing outward and dispersing in the air. Hisashi smiled proudly, recalling with a chuckle the first time they had found out exactly what Izuku's breath was. It was only a few weeks after the first time he had shown him how to create his claw that he had taught his son how to use the signature attack of the dragon quirk. Focus your power in the center of your chest, as the base of your lungs. You should feel it pooling, coalescing. He shot a glance at his son. Do you know what that word means? Izuku nodded quickly, prompting him to continue with a small chuckle. Of course you do. Where was I? Right, feel the sensation in your chest, but don't pull it out like you do for your scales. Instead, breathe deep and fill your lungs. You should be able to breathe much deeper than normal. He demonstrated by taking a great breath of air himself. Once you are ready, release it. Remember what I said, don't try to pull it out. Let your breath push it out. He showed by letting a great storm of lighting erupt from his throat and into the sky, crackling with power. Izuku's eyes sparkled in awe at the display before he caught himself staring. He widened his feet slightly, ready to try. Hisashi saw his son begin to strain, attempting to pool his quirk in his chest. The boy took a deep breath after a few seconds, gulping down air. Okay, here I go. He opened his mouth and pushed with all his might. What came out wasn't what Hisashi had expected. He truthfully didn't know what to expect, but it certainly wasn't this. A pathetic puff of dark green gas escaped from the boy's mouth, dissipating quickly in the sea breeze. Hisashi stared, marveling at what he had seen. He had seen lightning, fire, frost and even acid breath, but never gas? What exactly was it? How was that, Dad? Izuku asked hopefully, panting slightly. Hisashi smelled a faint acrid scent on the breeze, crinkling his nose slightly. Good, son. That wasn't much, but that's to be expected of your first time. Let's continue other training for now, we can come back to the breath weapon later. His son nodded, ready to keep pushing himself. A few weeks later, Hisashi had organized a doctor's appointment for his son to find out exactly what his breath was. After several tests, it became clear that Izuku breath was a poisonous one. Functionally useless against non-living targets, but potentially deadly against living ones. That wasn't a damning statement. All the breath attacks of the dragon quirk were deadly when used recklessly. Izuku was worried about the results. Poison doesn't sound very heroic, he had lamented on the ride home. It's just good for hurting people? Izuku, I don't know what kind of humanitarian applications for fire or acid that you're thinking about, but I assure you that those situations don't come up very often. Hisashi had laughed a little at his boy's whining. Part of being a hero is stopping bad people. Do you want to know what I think? I think you're pretty lucky. His son has looked up at him when he said that, silently asking him to elaborate. Well, you see, there are a lot of quirks out there that make their owner tougher, and a lot of people who are just plain tough. Some bigger villains don't go down even after a blast of my lightning. There's not a whole lot of gas-based quirks out there in my experience. Being able to assault people's breathing can be very useful. He put his finger up to emphasize his point. No matter how tough someone's skin is or how dense their musculature, they still have to breathe. Hisashi knew the look on his son's face well. He had placed his hand on his chin and was staring intently at the ground. The muttering that soon began only confirmed that Izuku had entered deep thought. It broke quicker than he expected it to, and Izuku looked straight at him again. Dad, you can control the output of your breath, right? Well, sure, not every attack is my strongest. He was pleased that his son had figured out where he was trying to lead him. Once you get a handle on it, you'll be able to adjust the potency to what you need. This led to Izuku resuming his muttering with an intensity usually only reserved for when he was analyzing heroes. Hisashi chuckled a bit to himself. He supposed that's what he was doing. Dad. Izuku was raising his voice slightly to get his attention, pulling his father out of his memories. First Kakin and now you, what is going on today? Why is everybody spacing out? Oh, sorry boys, I was just reminiscing. Hisashi said sheepishly, rubbing the back of his head. He looked at the device in his hand, never losing his proud smile. Great job, son. That was about 9% more volume than last month. Let's keep going with the other tests. At the end of the day, the boys were exhausted but proud. They were moving forward like always. To them, their futures were bright and there was nothing that could stop them. Izuku was 8 when everything changed. His cousin Ryuko was a great person and loved it whenever she came over with his aunt and uncle for family dinners. She wasn't his only cousin, but she was the only one he knew personally. Izuku knew that Ryuko had an older brother, but he didn't know anything about him other than his name, Reizu. He had never met the man, and he always wondered why nobody ever talked about him, but he never got anywhere when he tried to ask about him. On one fateful spring day, Izuku found out why. He was woken up early on a Saturday morning by his father's shout of "Love you, son," followed by the sound of the door slamming. Izuku had raced out of bed and to one of the front windows in time to see great, bronze wings sprout from his father's back as he raced in the direction of downtown. Izuku knew what that meant. A villain, and judging by how fast his father had ran out of the house, it was a particularly dangerous one. Izuku was always worried, of course, but he trusted his dad. Sure, he was a number 1 in the charts, but anyone in the top 10 was a massive powerhouse. He quickly ran back to his room and turned his computer on, scanning the internet for news on the attack. He found a news site that had a live stream of the scene, and with a gasp he realized why his father had been called. A dragon stood in the middle of downtown, fires and street lights illuminating the black scales of the beast. The flashes of its face that Izuku could see created a terrifying image. The dragon's eyes glowed with an eerie yellow, sunk deep into its sockets, its face was gaunt, and its nostrils were wide, creating a visage of a skull filled with sharp teeth. Green liquid dripped from its mouth as it made threatening motions with its 2 bone-white horns which curved forward, ready to gore anyone who came within its reach. It roared, causing the nearby ground to tremble and windows to crack. All things considered, to Izuku, it didn't look fully grown. It was clearly smaller than his father, but it was still a fearsome creature. The dragon reared back and opened its mouth, A powerful torrent of viscous green liquid shot straight towards one of the other heroes already on site. The hero dodged, but the car behind him caught the brunt of the attack. The car was quickly dissolved to scrap as the potent acid went to work. Anyone hit by that attack would certainly have been ended, or at least maimed. The heroes there had no chance of even approaching the Black Dragon, but there was someone coming that did. Stormclaw smashed down onto the street in front of the other dragon in his fully draconic form. Everyone could immediately see the difference in size between the two. However, even a smaller dragon was still a dragon. Stormclaw roared at the Black Dragon, lightning crackling from his mouth. The entire street shook and some nearby windows shattered, showing just how much more powerful he was than the villain. An intimidation effort, Izuku noted, an attempt to end the conflict without any more combat. The other dragon recoiled slightly before lowering its head. Izuku recalled his father's lessons on fighting other dragons. The height and length of dragons was an advantage in most situations, but against other dragons, it was best to keep low, to avoid exposing the underbelly. While still armored, the underbelly was much more vulnerable to other dragons, for it lacked scales. His father had told him that their scales, in addition to being incredibly tough, provide natural protection against other dragons, as they are resistant to breath attacks from other dragon quirk users. It made sense, everyone in his family did possess a vastly similar quirk, after all, and a dragon was immune to its own breath. Dragons of the same type, or those that possessed the same type of breath, like red and gold dragons, were borderline immune to each other as well. The dragon dropped into an aggressive stance, clearly wanting to fight. Stormclaw lowered himself as well, before letting a concentrated blast of lightning shoot towards the other dragon. The Black Dragon tried to dodge, but the lightning blast was too fast. The beast was sent skidding backwards as electricity crackled and danced over its body. The Black Dragon regained its footing and turned back to face Stormclaw. Not to be outdone, the beast roared and let out another torrent of acid towards the hero. Instead of dodging, Stormclaw simply turned into the blast, letting the tough scales of his shoulder and back take the attack. The acid dripped harmlessly off him, burning the pavement below. Izuku noted that this was a second intimidation attempt. Stormclaw was sending the message that the dragon was severely outclassed and had no hope of victory. This, once again, did not deter the villain. It roared in anger before flapping its wings, kicking up dust and debris. With its powerful legs, it surged towards Stormclaw, head low to the ground, attempting to get a hit on the larger dragon's underbelly. His father was much too experienced to let a simple attack like that work, and struck the dragon in the head with a mighty swipe of his claw, knocking it off its feet and crashing into the ground. The dragon quickly recovered, black blood dripping from its head and melting the road where it dripped. It bared its teeth and came at Stormclaw from the side. The bronze dragon turned harshly, whipping his powerful tail into the villain. The Black Dragon was thrown back, smashing limply into one of the cars along the street. Stormclaw was on him in an instant, moving with speed that no creature that large had any right to possess. Before the Black Dragon could recover, the hero had his jaw wrapped around its neck. Lightning crackled menacingly off his fangs, causing the other dragon to flinch in pain. A third and final intimidation effort. The dragon's wings slumped in submission, and it began to release their quirk's transformation. Stormclaw let the rapidly shrinking villain out of his deadly jaws, but placed a strong claw on top of them, pinning them to the ground, and they reverted. As the dust settled, something had been made very clear once again. The best way to combat a dragon is with another dragon. With a nod of affirmation, the hero let the police and the other heroes know that it was safe to approach. The gathered crowd began to cheer, and it was only a few minutes later that the villain, a black-haired man in his early 20s, was packed up into a police van and taken away. Izuku caught the man's face, and felt like he recognized him, but couldn't place it. It wasn't until a few hours later, once his father had come home and endured the deluge of questions that his son had prepared for him, that the mystery was solved. Izuku was eating breakfast, watching the news on his phone. The villain's name was released, and Izuku dropped his spoon. The black-haired man's picture stared at him through the screen, with the words Reizu Tatsuman underneath. This man was his cousin. Izuku knew that he was obviously related to him, but to find out that he was someone so closely related was a little unsettling. His father looked at him solemnly, wordlessly communicating with his son. The news report continued. Apparently, Reizu was a lowlife with a large criminal record. The reporter on site said that, according to their sources, the rampage started when a back-alley deal went. Reizu was angered and lashed out. The bodies of 7 other criminals were found in a nearby alleyway, but thanks to the quick actions of the other nearby heroes, there were no other deaths. Many civilians were harmed, and the property damage was immense, but it was much better than it could have been if Stormclaw hadn't shown up. Reizu had turned out so differently than his sister, they could hardly have been more different. Was it all due to the influence of their quirks? Regardless, Izuku put the thoughts away for now. He had a busy day ahead of him and he couldn't afford to be distracted thinking about his estranged cousin. On Monday, Izuku went to school as normal. He walked into class, was greeted by most of the other students, asked a few questions about people's weekends, then sat down in his seat. The school day continued without interruption. He took diligent notes, although he didn't really need to. He already knew the material after all. Ever since he started elementary school, Izuku and Katsuki had been receiving private tutoring. Obviously, his father wanted to send him to a prestigious private academy, a place where Izuku could receive the best education available to him. However, Izuku didn't want to be separated from Kaken. While his father had no problem paying for him to attend with Izuku, the blonde's parents refused to accept that kind of charity. Izuku thought that they were being foolish, but he knew that people's pride was important. Faced with the threat of not being able to see Kaken nearly as often, Izuku came up with a solution. Izuku proposed that Kaken and he attend their local public school. This would allow Izuku to maintain normal social interactions, which he knew his parents were interested in him doing, and keep in contact with his best friend. So that he would not suffer from a potentially lower quality education, his parents would hire a private tutor to give him lessons, and Kaken could join him. This would appease Kaken's parents, his parents, and would teach him better study habits and discipline. His sales pitch was a success. For the past 2 years, the two boys had spent nearly every Saturday with their private tutor, alternating sessions between their houses. She ran them through all the subjects at an intense pace, cramming what seemed like entire weeks of schooling into a single day. She assigned them homework for every other day of the week, more than doubling their homework load. She was a ruthless taskmaster, but the boys were always up for a challenge. The end result was that they received an education that might have even been superior to the private academy that his father had in mind. This helped Izuku make more of his friends as well. He was always willing to help give advice or tutor the other kids. He never did so at lunch, however. Lunch was his personal time, just for him and his best friend. Later that same day at lunch, Katsuki looked over at his friend at their table, spotting the notebook in his hand. Izuku was always writing in one of those during his free time. The cover of this one read Hero Analysis for the Future number 4, causing him to raise his eyebrows. New notebook already? Yep. Izuku responded happily, taking a deep breath. I always love the smell of a brand new notebook. Number 3 lasted me a while, but with that villain attack over the weekend, I filled up the last pages pretty quick. He didn't sage my cousin because he wanted to distance himself from the event. Katsuki understood. Yeah, I'm not surprised, he responded after swallowing his food. It's not often we get to see your dad in action like that. Uncle Sashi is a force of nature when he wants to be. Katsuki returned to his meal, thinking quietly as he ate. Izuku kept writing hurriedly in his notebook, muttering under his breath. Katsuki smirked as he caught the sketch of Stormclaw on the first page. Izuku always made his dad the first entry of every notebook. The rest of their lunchtime continued as it often did, uneventful and relaxing. It was the walk back to class that was eventful. Lunch had ended, and the two boys were walking side by side when they heard a voice behind them. Are you Midoriya? Both boys looked back to see 2 taller kids approaching them. They were at least 2 or 3 grades older than them. Yes, that's me, Izuku responded with a smile, turning to face them. Can I help you? Yeah, you can tell me when you're going to go nuts and start attacking us, the taller of the 2 older students said, a distinct note of frustration in his voice. Izuku and Katsuki both froze. What? It wasn't often that Izuku was left speechless, but he certainly wasn't expecting to be asked a question like that. He asked when you're going to stop pretending that you're a normal kid and start trying to end us all. The other boy took an aggressive step forward. I wouldn't. Izuku had taken a step back. Several students had stopped to watch the conflict. 'Cause that's what your family does, right? Or do you think that everyone has forgotten about Terrorflame? The shorter one continued his accusations. Katsuki knew that none of these kids had memories of Terrorflame. Izuku could give you the date, time and location that he was finally brought to justice, and it was years before any of the students at this school were born. These kids were mad about something and were taking it out on Izuku. Sure, he was related to Terrorflame, but he was also related to Stormclaw and Thunderwing and Gallant. Izuku could claim just as many heroes as his ancestors as he could villains. He wasn't really listening to what the kids were saying at this point. He was more concerned with how his friend was reacting. The boy was trying to shrink down, trying not to further anger the larger, already angry students. He had taken a step back, let his head drop, and otherwise looking like he was submitting. Or at least that's what he appeared to be doing, but Katsuki knew better. Izuku did this whenever he was put into a corner. He pretended to back down, pretended to submit, but it was all a ploy. Katsuki looked at his green eyes, looking past the fake fear inside of them and saw them analyzing and calculating. He needed to defuse this situation before it escalated, for the sake of both parties. That's what a hero would do. He knew Izuku didn't need to be protected, but just because someone doesn't need something doesn't mean they don't deserve something. Leave him alone. Katsuki took a step forward, putting himself between the wolf-playing sheep and the older boys. Why are you protecting him? You know he's just gonna end you first when he finally snaps, the taller boy sneered. Katsuki didn't acknowledge the boy's words. I said, leave him alone. Go to class. Let's not get in trouble. Come on, Izuku, we don't want to be late. He half-turned, trying to get his friend to move. The older students apparently had a lot of pent-up emotions. Frustration, anger, indignation, just to name a few. The spiky-haired blonde boy tried to defuse the situation, but instead, his cold dismissal just set the boys off. The smaller one took a swing at Katsuki. The punch may have actually hit him if he hadn't been sparring with Izuku under the supervision of a top 10 hero for half of his life. Katsuki had great reflexes and easily dodged the punch. He stared back at the boy, his anger overruling his judgment. He was getting heated now, and squared up to the two of them, putting Izuku behind him. The shorter boy took another swing, then another. Katsuki dodged them both easily, but then the taller boy joined in. The students surrounding the spectacle started cheering as the blonde avoided the punches from the taller students. However, in the end, they were bigger, and he was outnumbered. A punch from the taller boy hit Katsuki straight in the jaw. He'd been hit harder, a lot harder, but it was still a solid hit. His vision went blurry for a second and he stumbled back. Before he could regain his footing, he felt something shoot past him at dizzying speed. He got his bearings back as a crash echoed through the hallway. He looked through the stars in his vision to see that Izuku had flown past him and tackled the boy who had punched him. Izuku was sitting on the larger boy's chest, pinning him to the ground. Katsuki could only see the back of his friend's head, but he could imagine the expression on his face. You do not hit Kaken. Izuku screamed at the top of his lungs, voice deepened with the unconscious activation of his quirk. Izuku reared his right arm back, clenched in a fist, and brought it down on the boy's face with furious, burning anger. With a loud, dull noise, the boy was knocked out. The punch was solid, but judging from the sound, Katsuki doubted any bones were broken. Izuku whipped his head towards the other aggressor, allowing Katsuki to see his eyes. They were glowing with the telltale energy of his quirk. They moved unnaturally, turning and focusing on the older student in a distinctly reptilian fashion. The other boy took a terrified step backwards, before turning and running down the hallway. The rest of the students followed suit, leaving the two friends with the unconscious student. The older students were suspended for 3 days for the fight, while Izuku was suspended for a week. Due to the testimonies of other students that he only dodged and tried to help, Katsuki was spared any formal punishment. His parents had come rushing to the school when they received the call. They met with the principal and after a brief meeting, they were on their way home. Izuku had barely spoken a word since the event, and he was still clearly fuming. Inko, in her wisdom, knew that Izuku needed to confront what he was feeling. She started gently. "Izuku, honey? Why did you hit that boy?" Izuku thought for a moment. He was still angry, furious even, but not at her. He continued to glare out the window while he finally spoke. "He hurt Kaken. You hit Katsuki all the time, and so does your father." She was playing devil's advocate to help encourage her son to think. "That's different. We are training, helping each other," Izuku huffed. "That's why you're not angry at your father when he hits Katsuki, but what about them hitting him made you so angry? You know he's tough enough to handle himself. Defending your friend is fine, but your anger went past that." Why? She was moving in for the metaphorical end. That may have seemed like a harsh line of questioning for an 8-year-old, but Inko knew what she had to do to push her son to think. Because they were trying to hurt Kaken. They hit him. He trailed off for a moment as he considered what he wanted to say, thinking like his mother wanted him to. They hurt what's mine. Hisashi took the week of Izuku's suspension as vacation. Inko believed that he should be the one to oversee his punishment, as the incident was clearly Quirk-related. Early on Wednesday, the second full day of Izuku's suspension, he got a notification from his home security system that there was a car approaching down the driveway. Hisashi raised an eyebrow, moving over to the screen on the wall to view the security camera feed. He hadn't expected anybody that day until much later, after all. He flipped the screen on, watching the car come to a stop. He saw the man that stepped out of the car and his eyes widened. Then his brow furrowed. He made his way to the door, opening it as the man approached. "To what do I owe the pleasure?" Hisashi asked, a forced politeness in his voice. "I was in the neighborhood and decided to drop by," the man responded in kind. "I don't believe that for a second." "Fine. I came to talk about your son, in light of Reizu." Hisashi sighed. He had expected as much. "All right, come on in then." Izuku had woken up early that morning to finish his homework. Kaken had been coming over after school to bring it to him, which he was grateful for. It was mostly just busy work for him, of course, but he didn't want his grades to slip. He was already missing a week of school, falling further behind was unacceptable. He sighed. He felt bad for hitting that boy, especially as hard as he did. He really didn't know what had come over him. Izuku remembered doing it, but his memory felt like he was watching someone else do that, not himself. It was honestly mostly a blur. One moment he was pretending to be scared, letting those bullies think they had him where they wanted him, and the next he felt something snap. Seeing those jerks hit Kaken had made him so unreasonably angry. Kaken was tough, he didn't need to be protected. But Izuku didn't need to be protected either, but Kaken stepped out anyway. He was just returning the favor to his friend. They protected each other like friends are supposed to do, right? That wasn't what it felt like, though. It felt natural to lash out at them. The moment that they hit his friend, they had made a mistake. They dared to hurt something of his, to disrespect him like that. It was an insult he could not stomach. But as soon as his rage had left him, he had felt disgusted. His anger on that ride home with his parents had been directed at himself, not the bullies. Those thoughts weren't heroic, his actions weren't heroic. His actions were past merely protective, they were possessive. He became angry at himself again, frustrated with his thoughts. He needed to talk to his dad about these feelings. His dad wouldn't judge him, and nobody could be better suited to help him. Izuku left his room and went to find his dad, but to his surprise, he heard his father talking to someone. His tone was a little heated, and the man he was talking to didn't sound much happier. He debated just going back to his room, but his curiosity got the better of him. He walked towards the back porch, pretending he didn't hear the voice and just walked right in. He planned on acting surprised as an excuse, but it turned out he didn't need to act. Sitting there next to his father was another man who looked quite similar to him, although a few years younger. His hair was pulled back in a small bun and was a golden blonde instead of his father's bronze. 2 golden horns swept back across his head, starting right above his eyes, and 2 smaller horns stuck out on each side of his head. He had a long, wispy mustache and beard, and a shrewd look in his eyes. Izuku knew this man. This was the Gold Dragon hero, Purifier. He stared at the man stared back. They both blinked. Uncle Hatsuo? Why is he home? Isn't it a school day? Hatsuo asked his brother after Izuku had been sent away to go play downstairs. Hisashi sighed. He got suspended. For what? Eyebrow raised in vindication. He got in a fight. He wasn't the instigator. Hisashi defended his son. This is what I'm talking about, Hisashi. He pointed his finger at the table in emphasis. He's dangerous, it's not his fault, but it is his fate. You know, he isn't an actual dragon. Hisashi said firmly. He's a boy with a quirk. We're just a family with a quirk. You know he has dangerous instincts. I can't believe you're still training him. Hatsuo folded his arms. You're training a future villain. You know that. You know how strong our instincts become. You don't know my son. Hisashi was officially angry. There has never been a chromatic hero. The closest a chromatic can get to being a hero is not being a villain. Hatsuo was heating up too. Hisashi internally rolled his eyes. His brother had probably been sitting on that line for a while. Hisashi had lost enough of his temper to go for the throat. What would Dad say if he saw you now, wanting to throw your own nephew to the wolves? At least you might know. Hatsuo was reacting as he expected, violently. I never got to know the man. It was alt Hisashi this, Hisashi that. I was finally successful. I was finally worthy of his attention. And then on the day of my success, he was cut down. His voice lowered as he hissed through his clenched teeth. By his brother. Blood doesn't mean a damn thing to these monsters. What, are you suggesting that I let you detain my son right now? To toss him in prison like the criminal he is? He asked sarcastically. Of course not. Just because Purifier isn't as high in the rankings as Stormclaw doesn't mean that I've suddenly forgotten how the law works. Hatsuo had stood up, his visit clearly coming to an end. I've come here to ask, no, beg you to stop training a chromatic dragon. You can't think that it's a good idea. No, I think it's a fantastic idea. Hisashi stood up as well. Izuku is a strong boy in more way than one. No amount of instinct is going to change his desire to be a hero. He wants nothing more than to protect, help, and befriend people. You say that after he got suspended for fighting? Hatsuo retorted. He was accosted, bullied by other students who just saw his family and not him. He didn't react until they hit his friend. They attacked him and his friend because of who he was related to, and who they feared he would become, and not for who he is. Hisashi pointed an accusing finger. Exactly like what is happening right now. Hatsuo had made his way to the door. Fine. Disgrace our father's memory and train a chromatic. Just know that I'll always be looking out for you, brother. He said the words sardonically. When your son finally embraces his destiny and turns on you, I just hope I'll make it in time to stop him before he ends you. He slammed the door on his way out, leaving an angry and exasperated Hisashi behind him. Hisashi sighed and rubbed his forehead before letting out a small, tired chuckle. Well, that was melodramatic. Izuku was 12 when his father didn't come home from work one night. Sure, his father came home a little late sometimes, but Izuku was getting worried. His mother had started helping behind the scenes at the agency once it moved nearby, so she wasn't home either. He would have been home alone, but Uncle Masaru was over to babysit. His father told him that they were going to be home late tonight, but it was nearly midnight and they still hadn't even heard from them. Katsuki and he were both trying not to fall asleep. Izuku didn't want to sleep while his parents were still gone, and Katsuki wasn't going to fall asleep while his friend stayed up, while Masaru tried to hide his own worry, reading a book to calm his nerves. All three of them nearly jumped out of their skin when Masaru's phone rang. Inko? Where are you? Masaru hastily asked when he finally answered. The two boys noticed the color quickly drain from his face, causing them to shoot a concerned glance at each other. All right. We'll be there as soon as we can. This definitely had the boys worried. He stood up looking grim. Izuku, your father is in the hospital. Your mother didn't tell me how he's doing, but he's going into emergency surgery soon. Now, I'm sure he'll be fine, but you boys need to get ready, we're leaving right now. The boys sprang into action, not speaking a word. Truth be told, Izuku had expected something like this. His father was a top 10 hero, and the slight nervousness he detected when they left that morning let him know that something was happening. He knew how dangerous being a hero could be, but no child is ever truly ready for their parent to be hurt. The car ride over to the hospital was silent. Izuku doubted he would have heard them if either Bakugo said anything, anyway. He was too deep in thought and worry. He was scanning through every news app he had on his phone, looking for any report of Stormclaw, but he found nothing, not even a sighting. That was his second clue. They arrived at the emergency department entrance and Masaru couldn't stop the boys before they jumped out of the car and dashed inside. They skidded to a stop once they got inside, looking frantically around for anyone they knew or any way to find Izuku's father. Boys. The boys whipped around just in time to get crushed in a great hug from Inko. After a few seconds she let them go, before looking around. Did you run off without Masaru? We were worried. Izuku responded. He looked at his mother. The traces of dried tears were still present on her face, although it looked like she had tried to clean them off. He knew his mother was just as emotional as he was, if not more so. He guessed that she wasn't crying now simply because she was out of tears for the moment. They waited a few seconds for an out-of-breath Masaru to jog into the building. He looked around quickly for the boys, calming down when he spotted them standing next to Inko. Masaru, Inko stood up to greet him properly. Thank you for bringing them so quickly. Let's head up. A smile attempted to make its way across her face, but failed. He's doing okay. He'll be okay. She sounded like she was reassuring herself just as much as them. They stepped inside and let the doors close as Inko selected the 4th floor button. The elevator ride was silent other than the odd sniffle from Inko. They stepped out of the elevator and began walking down a hallway. The hospital was eerily quiet and had a faint chemical smell that permeated everything. One more thing before we go in. She seemed to be uncomfortable with her words, as if she was coming to terms with them herself. She turned to face the 3 boys, stopping them in their tracks. They did what they could, and he's doing great, all things considered, but she took a deep breath, preparing herself. They couldn't save his left arm. The 3 gasped. Katsuki recovered first and turned to look at his friend, who was still stunned, eyes wide and staring into space. After a few more seconds he jostled the boy, bringing him back to earth. Hey! Nothing like that is gonna keep him down. Uncle Sashi is tough as hell. Izuku slowly nodded his head and the 4 of them continued walking. The only reason he wasn't crying is that he was still too shocked to properly process what was going on. So, we're clear on the story? The man wearing a light suit asked, peering through his spectacles. We are. But I'm telling you he won't buy it. Hisashi laughed, which hurt. He was laying in a hospital bed, his chest covered in bandages. He was trying not to think about the limb he was now missing. Just let me do the talking then. I'm sure you understand why we were told to keep this secret. I understand completely, but I'm telling you that it's gonna be hard to try and trick him like this. The thin man sighed, pushing his glasses up his nose. And what? Do you suggest instead? He'll understand if we tell him it's a secret. Give him a little bite, something that will satisfy his worry, but not endanger what we did today. Hisashi coughed a bit. He was exhausted. I'll take it under consideration. Forgive me if I doubt the intuition of a 12-year-old. Hisashi laughed once, then hissed from the pain. Just remember, I warned you. Inko knocked on the door and led her son into the room. He waved a short goodbye to Katsuki and his father as he left them to wait outside. Izuku immediately noted the tall, thin man sitting in the corner of the room, but ran over to his father first. Dad. Izuku was crying, finally. Seeing his father in person brought him back to reality, and it brought his emotions back with him. He flew forward into his father's arm, careful not to touch his chest. Hey, kiddo. His father's voice was a little raspy and a lot exhausted. Are you going to be okay? Mom told me you were fine, but I want to hear it from you. I was so worried and there was nothing on the news. Please tell me you're okay. Hisashi tried not to laugh a bit as his son's worried words flew from his mouth. If he hadn't gotten used to it over the years, he probably wouldn't have been able to understand him. I'll be okay after a few days' rest, I'd imagine. Hisashi caught his son stealing a glance at his left side and knew what question Izuku wanted to ask. Your old man isn't done yet? Izuku had wanted to ask, but he thought it wasn't the time. I'm not retiring, no. I'll have to take it easier, but Stormclaw isn't finished. He smiled as much as he could, causing his son to bury his face in his remaining arm and really begin to cry. His tears and shaking shoulders gradually slowed over the next few minutes as Izuku cried himself out and calmed down. He finally pulled his head back, wiping tears from his face. Okay, he said shakily. He glanced at the man with the spotted tie in the corner and then at the missing arm. He took a deep breath and took a few seconds to collect his thoughts. What happened? Before anyone else could speak up, Izuku began to speak with a speed that was only rivaled by his deepest muttering sprees. And don't tell me that it was an accident or anything like that. I know that Sir Knight. Hello sir, by the way. He bowed politely. I would love to have your autograph if you can find the time. I know that Sir Knight, I wouldn't be here if it wasn't something big. Sir, being here means All Might was probably involved, and if All Might was involved and you were involved, then that means that it was something really big. Sir Knight I raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised that this child knew who he was. Izuku kept his satisfaction at that reaction to himself. And if it was something big enough for both Stormclaw and All Might to be involved, and I assume other top heroes as well, and if Sir Knight I is here to, I assume, lie to me to help cover it up, then I know it's probably bigger than anything else that I've ever heard of, bigger than Terrorflame or anything else. Inko was half mortified and half proud with her son. She put a hand to her face, trying to contain her nervous laughter. And if it's that big and that important to have all those heroes involved and to keep it so secret that there's not even a mention of it on any of the news outlets, then it's obviously too important to let me know about it. Izuku finally took a breath. So, I guess I answered my own question unless I'm wrong? He turned to Sir Knight Eye as he finished his rapid speech. Sir stared at him for a few seconds and blinked once. The boy hadn't even given him a chance to speak yet. Very astute, young man. He put his hand to his chin as he made a sound that sounded a little like a chuckle. He turned and looked at Hisashi, who was just grinning. Hey, I didn't say anything. Indeed. Hisashi turned back to his son, placing his hand on his head. Son, you know there are things we can't tell you. It's for your own safety. I knowed it. He nodded softly. I'm just glad you're okay. I won't say anything. What I can tell you, Izuku noticed Sir Knight Eye tense up slightly, is that I know you would be proud of what I did. And for what it's worth, I would do it again. Izuku's eyes shook with emotion as he buried his head into his father's arm again. Sir Knight Eye relaxed, then stood up, causing Izuku to look at him. As long as you understand that we cannot speak at all about the matter, then I am no longer needed here. He shot a glance at the boy as he walked towards the door. Izuku understood the glance and backed out of his father's arm. He pulled out a notebook from, well, none of the adults in the room were quite sure from where, holding a blank page up to Sir Knight Eye. The stoic man quickly penned his signature and left, giving a small bow to Inko as he did so. The boy ran outside to let the other visitors into the room. As he waved them in, Katsuki noticed a much happier look on his friend's face. Was that Sir Knight Eye? He asked, curious and hoping to raise Izuku's mood. Yeah. Izuku held up the signature. I got his autograph too. Oh? That's like, super rare. Katsuki was in awe. It helped that his enthusiasm cheered up his friend as well. After Masaru spoke to Hisashi for a while, sorry, Masaru, I guess I'll have to cancel next week's round of golf. And Katsuki was also assured that he was okay and that Stormclaw was not going to be retiring. The boys and Inko went home. As soon as their adrenaline died down, the boys' bodies abruptly reminded them that it was nearly 2 in the morning. They had barely started the drive home before they both fell asleep. Once home, Inko carried her sleeping boy inside, silently waving as Masaru drove away. She took him to his bedroom and laid him down, running her hand through his messy hair and giving him a loving kiss on the forehead before leaving him to sleep. She looked back at him as she left the room, worrying about the future like she often did. She took a deep breath and closed the door quietly behind her. No matter how big you get, you'll always be my baby boy, Izuku. Hisashi stared out the window of the porch, thinking about the past few days and what the future held. He wound up taking a couple months off to recuperate. The damage he received to his chest was bad enough without him also losing an arm, so Inko forced him to rest for longer than he hoped. He knew that when he finally did go back to work, he was going to have to take it easier. He was only 40, he thought. It's a shame that he was on the decline already. On the other hand, he figured his injury was a blessing in disguise in some ways. It would allow him to spend more time with his son, for starters. He still had 7 good years to train and teach his son before he got shipped off to UA, after all, and he was going to use them. Izuku had made great strides in the recent years with his quirk physically, and he hadn't had another incident since he knocked that kid out 4 years ago. However, Hisashi knew that things were about to start changing. Izuku was starting puberty, which meant that his instincts were going to get stronger. He was hoping to put this off for a little bit longer, to let Izuku keep his innocence as long as he could, but especially with him having a brush with death, he couldn't justify that any longer. It was time for the talk. Hisashi guessed that most fathers didn't have to have this kind of talk. Instead of waiting any longer, Hisashi decided to tear the bandage off right that moment. He called for Izuku, who came quickly. "Yeah, Dad?" Izuku was attentive, but cautious. He was expecting to be asked for help from his newly handicapped father but didn't want to assume his father needed more assistance than what he asked for. He didn't want to insult him, after all. "We're going out to the beach. It's time we have a talk about our quirks," Hisashi said. His nerves made him sound grimmer than he had intended. Izuku looked understandably worried, but quickly followed his father outside. They walked along the beach in silence for a few minutes until they arrived at a rocky outcropping that they had often used as natural chairs. They sat down and listened to the waves lapping at the beach for a while, breathing in the fresh sea air. Finally, after Izuku looked like he was about to fidget out of his skin, Hisashi spoke. "Do you remember the talk we had 4 years ago? Right after you got suspended?" Izuku cringed slightly at the memory, but then nodded. "You told me that it was my quirk that gives me those weird impulses, like the one that made me lash out when those students hit Kaken?" "Exactly. And I can't tell you enough how proud I am that you've been able to keep in control since then." His son smiled at the praise. "But I'm afraid there is a change going on in your life right now." Izuku blanched and his eyes went wide. "Ugh, Dad, if this is about the birds and the bees then it's okay, you don't have to dash." No. It's about your quirk." Hisashi interrupted his son before he melted down. "Oh." He sighed, relieved. "Well, you were partially right." He held up a hand to stop Izuku from sputtering more. "Our quirks become more assertive during puberty." Izuku quieted down and thought for a moment before speaking. "So, what does that mean for me?" "I'm not sure, honestly. My father was the same type of dragon as me, so he could help me quite a bit, but there hasn't been a green dragon in our family for a long time." Hisashi cleared his throat. "But I have some idea. Izuku, we've talked about this before, about the difference between chromatic and metallic dragons, right?" Izuku nodded, fear in his eyes. "I suspect it will be something like that. Look at Terrorflame, or Fulgurite, or even Frostheart. You're a smart kid, extrapolate." Hisashi saw his son's brain go to work. He began to mutter, eyes darting along the ground as he considered what his father said. Then Izuku's face fell and Hisashi realized that he had messed up. Izuku started to tear up, a note of betrayal in his voice. "Are you saying you think I'm gonna be a VV villain?" Hisashi's eyes went wide, mentally slapping himself for being an idiot. No, nothing like that." Izuku sniffled. "Izuku, son, I don't think I could stop you from being a hero if I tried." He reached out with his remaining arm and placed it on his son's shaking shoulder. "I would never say that. I'm sorry that I let you even think that for a moment." His son breathed deep, trying to calm himself. So, what are you saying?" "I'm saying that it's not going to be easy." He gave him a kind, reassuring smirk. "Think of it as a challenge. Nobody is going to have to try harder than you, which means when you finally succeed, you're going to be better than everyone else." Izuku laughed a bit, a victory for his father. "Kaken isn't going to take that lying down. I'm counting on it." Hisashi gave his son a reassuring jostle before releasing his shoulder. "But I didn't just bring you out here to accidentally devastate and then encourage you." Another small laugh from Izuku. We are here to talk about your plan to deal with these things. We call them instincts, if you remember. I just have to ignore them, right? That's what I've been doing. Izuku began counting something on his fingers. His father didn't know what. Whenever I felt something weird like that time I knocked that kid out, I reason it away or remove myself from the situation. You want me to keep doing that? Well, that might work for a while, but now that you're getting older, it's going to be much harder. Izuku looked fearful again, so Hisashi quickly continued. We have a little trick that we've picked up to help us out whenever our quirk acts up like that. You have to give it what it wants, but in a way that works for you. Izuku was a little upset. He'd never thought of that before. He just stared back at his father. Let me give you an example. Your old man isn't as much of a saint as you might think. Whenever I do a job, such as saving someone or defeating a villain, my instincts demand that I be compensated for it. Izuku kept thinking, not reacting in horror as his father feared. So, instead of demanding or taking payment from the people I save, what do? You take a paycheck from the government? Izuku was catching on. So, instead of letting your desire make you a villain, you use it to keep yourself in line and be the best hero you can be, to keep from losing that paycheck and to try and get a bigger one. Exactly, he said proudly. Even after all these years, Izuku often impressed him. So, whenever you feel something start to pull at you, think about how you can make it work for you, rather than against you. Hisashi was a little proud of his ad-lib adage. What's something you feel sometimes? Let's work on what you can do. Izuku thought for only a moment, rubbing his chin once. How about the basic one? The first one I remember. I really like to manipulate people. It feels really satisfying when I get someone to change their mind or actions. So, as I said earlier, ignoring that desire will only cause you suffering once you can't contain it any longer. Hisashi pointed at him. So how can you make that work for you? Well, what if I convince them of something good? Like I can talk down criminals or calm victims? Izuku postulated. That's it. Find positive outlets. He tried to slam his fist into the open palm of his left hand but found it impossible. There's nothing that's inherently evil. Everything is about intent. The difference between a hero and a villain is a matter of perspective. Izuku nodded along to his father's words. I'm sure that I'm the villain in the stories of the people I defeat. If you play your cards right and use that big brain of yours, Hisashi poked his son in the forehead, you can be the hero in a lot of stories. He moved his hand down to hold the boy's shoulder again. You're the smartest boy I know, and I know that you can and will figure this out. Nothing's gonna stop you unless you let it. Remember that? Izuku smiled wide. I will. Thanks, Dad. He paused, before throwing his arms around his father's chest. I love you. I love you too, son. You make me so damn proud every day. Hisashi said softly into his son's hair, smile growing on his face. Hey, how about I teach you something new today? I think you're ready for it. Izuku's happy tears dried instantly as they were replaced with a look of excitement. He jumped off the rock and into a wide, ready stance. Yes, sir. Izuku was 17 when he almost died. In the past 5 years, Katsuki and Izuku had both grown up to be strong, fine young men. While Katsuki had been taller for all of their lives in the past 2 years, Izuku caught up and then passed him. It wasn't that surprising. His father was huge, while Katsuki's parents were pretty average height. More importantly for the two, they had both filled out with muscle. Especially since Stormclaw started taking it easier, the man was using his newfound free time to push his 2 charges even harder. It wasn't a strange thing for them to show up to school in the morning already exhausted physically. Not that Izuku minded being worn out at school. They were still being tutored privately, so he didn't worry about falling behind. No, he enjoyed being exhausted because it made it easier to get through the day. Ever since the incident 9 years ago, the other students had been much more wary of him. As he grew older, they only became more cautious around him. No longer was he greeted by every student when he entered a room, nor did he go out of his ways to befriend everyone. The other students knew that he was the son of a former top 10 hero, owned a powerful quirk, and didn't take crap from anybody. But he was nice enough, and would help people with their homework if they asked him, and always did his part on group assignments. Perhaps they were intimidated. He was one of the taller kids in the class, And certainly the most well-built, along with Katsuki. It didn't help that Izuku had green horns poking out of his hair above his eyes and that green ridge with black spikes that came down his neck. In addition, Izuku's demeanor was much more downcast than it used to be. He wouldn't talk much at school and would be content going through the day speaking to nobody but his best friend. He was almost a completely different person compared to his normal, outgoing self that Katsuki knew so well. All those years ago, right when Izuku came back from suspension, Katsuki was worried about his friend. He didn't know how the other students would treat him. He was right to be worried, because as it turned out, they all gave him a wide berth. He couldn't blame them too much. It made sense to give space to the guy who knocked out a kid half again his size with a single rage-fueled punch. Katsuki was worried, but he wasn't good at expressing it. He hid it pretty well, or at least he thought he did. That day at lunch, when the two had been sitting on their own, Izuku spoke up. "You're worried about me now that I've lost all my friends?" It was less of a question and more of a statement. Katsuki just looked over. Izuku was quietly writing in his notebook about a fight he saw on the way to school. "Don't be. I didn't lose anything of value. They weren't real friends. Not like you." So Katsuki didn't worry. Who could he trust if he couldn't trust his best friend? He let it go, and they continued in their school careers, through elementary, middle, and junior high. They came to high school and nothing changed. Kids who didn't know just thought that Izuku was the quiet, smart kid with the muscular body and intimidating quirk. Kids who did know just didn't want to deal with it. Like he said, Izuku was content with Katsuki, at least for now. He felt that desire, his instinct to socialize with more people, but it just wasn't worth it to try at school. So he found other outlets. He would spend time at his father's agency, and he would try to get over to his cousin's agency once a month as well. He would talk with the interns and sidekicks there, and the occasional pro hero that had stopped by. Otherwise, he spent nearly all of his time with his parents, Katsuki, and Katsuki's parents. It was a small group, but it was enough for now. Sometimes, especially when he was busy with homework, he couldn't find a good outlet for his instincts. He would try anything to get them to quiet down for a bit, including socializing with random people he met on the street or in stores. Izuku didn't make any new friends that way, but just the act of socializing helped him to think straight. His father wasn't joking when he said that his family's instincts were powerful. He found new respect for his father, which was an impressive feat all on its own. When it got too bad, Izuku couldn't resist indulging himself. He would try to hold himself back as much as he could, but he remembered his father's words, that keeping this inside would only hurt him worse. So he let them out in amusing ways when he could. Well, amusing to himself, anyway. He had a game he would play where he would place anonymous notes around the room to cause chaos, with each note having different handwriting on it so nobody could trace it back to him. Once he got the class to believe that two of the students were secretly twins. Another time he got the entire class to plan a surprise birthday party for their homeroom teacher, when it was certainly not their birthday. Then there was the one time he got two of the students who had been rude to him to get into a fight. He felt a little guilty for that one. Which is why Izuku was so grateful that his father ran him ragged. When he was exhausted, he didn't have the energy to have his instincts bother him. Quirks are physical abilities, after all, and being tired caused them to quiet down for a while. Sometimes, though, even his father's persistent boot camp wasn't enough, so he and his best friend came up with a new plan. There was a beach in town that they decided to adopt. Dagoba Beach used to be beautiful, but was now covered in mountains of garbage and scrap piled dozens of feet high. The plan they hatched was a solid one, and it kept them busy when Stormclaw was working and had the afternoons off. Dagoba is such an eyesore, Katsuki had said as they were driving past the beach on their way to his house from school. Yeah, Izuku sighed. It's a shame that the city seems to have just forgotten about it. Nobody even attempts to clean it up. We could. Izuku stared at him for a second. He was so tired that he needed to make sure that he heard correctly. Us? A whole beach? Sure, Katsuki shrugged. All Might is always going on about being a hero to your community by doing service like that. He said it in an interview last night. Did you not watch it? I fell asleep as soon as we got done training. I was gonna watch it when I got home. Well, what do you think? Izuku thought for a moment. I bet I can clear more trash than you can, Kaken. Katsuki put his competitive smirk on. Oh, you're on. We'll have that beach clean in no time. Besides, carrying all that junk will be good training. I'm glad I thought of it. You thought of it, huh? Izuku smirked. Yeah. See, I was watching this All Might interview yesterday. Izuku was interrupted by a backpack flying at his head, and then Auntie Mitsuki yelling at them to calm down. In the end, they decided to go to Dagoba after school when they could and clean it up. They couldn't go every day, but a couple times a week let them make swift progress, especially with two of them working. Izuku's father proudly supported their initiative and contracted a local company to take the trash off once the boys loaded it onto trucks. Today was one of the days that they had free to go to Dagoba, as it turned out. The final bell rang and the two boys walked out a bit behind the rest of their classmates, as Izuku was finishing up some notes in his notebook. Katsuki stretched his arms as they walked, still sore from their morning training. The boys left the school grounds and suddenly were walking in different directions. They both stopped. Kaken, this way is faster. Izuku sighed. He couldn't believe they were having this conversation again. Your shortcuts are dumb, this way is way more direct. But that way is dash, he sighed. How about we settle this? We race. Whoever loses has to admit defeat and go the other way until we've cleared the beach. Deal? Katsuki immediately took off running. I didn't say go yet. Izuku's words fell on deaf ears. He grumbled as he bolted off in his chosen direction. Izuku's path was more winding than Katsuki's, that's for sure, but it avoided the high-traffic areas and major villain hotspots. On a perfect day, Katsuki's was faster, but Izuku's was more consistent. He would just have to run fast and hope that Katsuki got caught in a crowd. He was so focused on keeping up his speed that he didn't notice the manhole cover in front of him oozing slowly with slime. He ran right over it, accidentally stomping into the sludge. His foot was immediately snagged, tripping him and slamming him face down onto the concrete path. His backpack flung off of him and scattered everywhere, and the sludge started oozing up his leg, engulfing him. Izuku began freaking out, which wasn't unexpected. He looked down in horror as the sludge covered his other leg and creeped up toward his waist. Struggle as he might, he couldn't break free. He quickly turned his hand into a green claw with deadly sharp points, and slashed at the sludge. It cut through, but the sludge just reformed and kept moving, unabated. Just when he thought he couldn't get any more horrified, an eyeball popped out of the manhole, followed by another, and then a sinister-looking, tooth-filled grin as well. The twisted face of the villain came into view, grinning wide with malice. Izuku reached up and tore his shirt off, then managed to lift himself upright. He strained as two dappled green wings sprouted from his exposed back. He tried with all his might, but even with his wings, he couldn't pull himself free. I like it when my invisibility cloaks have a lot of fight in them, the villain sneered as he engulfed the rest of his body, beginning to suffocate the teen, and it looks like you've got a hell of a quirk, kid. Thanks. Izuku let his wings fade back into his body, wanting to conserve energy. The sludge was forcing its way down his throat, but he was fighting back. His body strained and struggled the entire time, never submitting. Izuku let his power well in his chest, and exhaled mightily, forcing the sludge out of his throat as a roar of thick, green gas poured from his mouth. He took a great gasp of air, coughing and hacking. The poison flew into the sky, away from the villain and dispersed. The villain seemed angered, but amused. Just stop fighting. It'll make it easier for the both of us. Izuku glared into the villain's sadistic eyes with defiance. His own eyes were glowing a bright shade of green, irises entirely invisible. Scales were forming and vanishing all along his body as he struggled and fought. Rending claws split the villain open but proved futile in the end as the sludge just flowed back together. Funny how things work, Izuku thought as his vision blurred. The first villain I encounter and he's basically immune to my quirk. I don't know how much longer I can keep this up. He tried to use his breath attack again, but the villain was ready for it this time and didn't give him the opportunity. It feels like I've been struggling for a while. It must have at least been several minutes. He was struggling to stay conscious. Why isn't anybody helping me? Suddenly, Izuku found himself flying into the air. His blurred vision could make out the roofs of the surrounding buildings shrinking below him. I'm dead. I guess I'm going to heaven then. That's good. He was too delirious to think clearly. A large hand grabbed him by the arm and wrenched him free from the sludge. He vaguely comprehended that none of his other senses were working, as even his vision had stopped responding. He only remembered the faint sensation of being held when consciousness left him. Izuku slowly awoke, his head pounding. This doesn't feel like heaven. This hurts. Oh, I must have gone to hell instead. Mom's gonna be so mad. A faint noise entering his barely functional ears made him open his eyes groggily. Above him, a little close for comfort, was the wide, confident grin of All Might. Izuku shot up and began to hack violently, coughing up pieces of sludge as his brain and senses roared back to full capacity. Young man, I'm glad you're okay. I thought I lost you there for a bit. All Might spoke loudly. What's your name? Do you know who you are? All Might was checking for signs of concussion. Izuku hacked up a few more pieces of sludge. Dash. Another cough. Can I have your autograph? That's a strange Naha? All Might's smile fell slightly for only a moment, before returning, brighter than ever as he began laughing uproariously. Izuku took several deep breaths, making sure his lungs were fully clear. He stumbled to his feet shakily. I'm serious. Why, you're my second favorite hero of all time. Right after my dad, sorry. This caused All Might to laugh again. And who is your father, young man? He raised a strong kid. Stormclaw All Might, sir. You're Hisashi's boy? The surprise was evident on the hero's face. I know him well. Izuku threw his arms wide in frustration. I know you do. I keep trying to get him to get your autograph, but he always forgot to do it. All Might's voice faltered as he rubbed the back of his head. Well, we are busy men. Sometimes you, forget things. Izuku took a centering breath and then bowed deeply. Thank you for saving me, All Might. Can I ask you what happened? You are welcome, young Midoriya. All Might gave a big thumbs up, and certainly. Let me regale you with the tale. All Might stood tall and gestured as he recounted the events. I encountered this villain earlier, but he slipped into the sewers. It turns out that this city's sewer system is rather confusing to navigate, he laughed once. It seems that in his effort to escape me, he attacked you. So, you have my apologies, young Midoriya. I am thankful that you are all right. Thank you for your concern, All Might. Midoriya bowed politely again, not believing that All Might was apologizing to him. But what happened next? I kinda blacked out. Where's the villain that attacked me? Well, you were engaged with the villain on top of the manhole. Once I located the villain, I jumped into action. You two were blown into the sky, along with the manhole cover. He pointed over his shoulder to where Izuku saw the cover embedded halfway in the side of a building. Once airborne, I pulled you free and blew the villain away. He flexed impressively and threw a punch to illustrate his point. After I got you safely to the ground, I collected the villain in these handy bottles. He proudly held 2 soda bottles aloft, both filled with green sludge. Whoa, that's so cool. Midoriya's eyes were wide in admiration and awe. He came back to Earth as he remembered his earlier question. About that autograph? All Might smiled and tossed him his notebook labeled Hero Analysis for the Future number 15. Izuku quickly opened it, flipping through to find a blank page. Once he was about halfway through, he was stunned to see a giant All Might signature covering 2 pages. Finally! He literally jumped for joy. Thank you, All Might. Not a problem, young Midoriya, All Might said with his smile shining in the sunlight. Always happy to meet a fan, especially if he's Stormclaw's son. Oh, I should let Kaken know where I am. He's probably most of the way to the beach by now. Izuku pulled out his phone and sent a text, followed by his location. Well, if there's nothing else, All Might asked, then I'll be off. Wait. Izuku held out his hand to stop the man. I have something I need to ask you. All Might stopped and thought for a second. Sure, I have time. But only if you put a shirt on. Izuku blanched. In his excitement, he forgot that he had ripped his shirt off. Sure. He pulled out a spare shirt from his backpack as All Might sat down on the curb. Katsuki was almost to the beach when he heard Izuku's notifications sound go off on his phone. He was initially furious that he had somehow lost the race, and whipped out the phone to see what taunt his friend had sent. To his surprise, the message read, "Villain attack delayed me. Trust me, you need to be here." The message was followed with Izuku's location, barely 5 minutes away from where their race began. He turned around and started jogging back. Katsuki let out a short sound of exasperation. Knowing Izuku, it was probably some small-time thug that got taken down by one of the local heroes. They knew Izuku by name at this point, with how often he found himself at crime scenes. If nothing else, Katsuki needed to go back and drag his friend by the ankle away from the hero or they would never get to the beach today. So, Izuku began nervously, Come, young Midoriya, spit it out. You." He took a deep breath. "You fought Terrorflame Hosei Ursago and wanted dash." Whoa. All Might held his hands up to stop the boy. "Slow down. I don't have super hearing. Halfway between those two speeds would be great." He took another deep breath. "Sorry, All Might, sir. I wanted to ask you about Terrorflame." "Oh." All Might's smile faltered for a second. "He's related to you, is he not?" "Yeah. He's my father's uncle. My great-uncle." And Midoriya was hesitating. This was All Might, the #1 hero. He was the greatest. He wouldn't judge him, right? Midoriya sighed and braced himself. He held his arm up and let it grow his green scales. Over the years, they had changed from a dark, nearly black color to a vibrant green, the same color as his hair. He sometimes admired them. He liked to think they were beautiful, but what they represented cast a dark shadow over him, and I'm like him. He sounded defeated, ready to have the hero rebuke him. All Might didn't react with fear or hesitation, nor anger. He barely reacted at all. "What do you mean by that, young Midoriya? I see you have your father's quirk, and he is a great man." "Oh," Izuku thought, "he doesn't know. That's why he didn't react. I have the dragon quirk, yes, but I don't have my father's quirk." Midoriya considered stopping while he was ahead, but figured that he was already committed. "My family quirk is divided into 2 categories." He held up one hand. "Metallic dragons are people like my father and his father. Heroes like Silverlight. The other half is called chromatic." He held up his other hand, the one covered in green scales. "Those are people like Fulgurite, Terrorflame, and me. And you're worried that you're going to end up like them?" "Yes." Izuku exclaimed, "I am trying my hardest, but sometimes." He sighed again. "You knew Terrorflame, right?" "In a sense. We did battle 3 times before I finally brought him in. But that was over 20 years ago, young man." "What was he like?" "What was he like?" All Might repeated the question, confused. "Well, he is exceedingly arrogant and full of himself. He refused to submit, even when beaten. He was cruel and terrifying. Even those poor souls that he cowed into his service were nothing more than expendable pawns to him." Regret and revulsion was palpable in his voice. "He was a fearsome foe, and fought with a fury and a spitefulness that is rarely matched. He is one of the most truly evil men I've ever had the displeasure of meeting." "All Might," Izuku said, voice cracking. "I have a villain's quirk, like Terrorflame. Nobody alive knows him better than you, and I'm trying my hardest, and all of my friends and family have done nothing but support me, but dash." "Young Midoriya," All Might interrupted, "you seem to be dancing around your point. What are you asking me?" A single tear escaped his eye. "Can I still be a hero if my quirk wants me to be a V-villain? If I have a quirk like Terrorflame's?" All Might paused for a moment, then asked, "Do you want to be a hero?" "Yes. More than anything." Izuku's voice was full of teary-eyed conviction. "Then of course you can." All Might started laughing his triumphant laugh. "Young man, being a hero comes from the heart. I know that your family's quirk is unique in many ways, but it is still just a quirk. You make the choices in your life, not it. So yes, you can be a hero." Izuku knew it wasn't that simple. The dragon quirk affected his mind and emotions. How could he ever truly be free of it? He had once thought it was that simple, but over the past 5 years, his instincts have done nothing but get stronger. Every day he doubted himself more, every day it was harder to resist. All Might saw that doubt in his face and spoke again. "Nothing can change the desires of your heart, young Midoriya. As long as you stay true to that, Nothing will keep you from your dream. He had been told things like that before, but hearing it from someone that wasn't his family, someone like All Might, someone who knew Terrorflame, it made all the difference in the world. Izuku started to cry. He had really hoped to keep that from happening around All Might, but he's his mother's son in the end. All Might was right. He wanted nothing more in his heart than to be a hero, and nothing would change that. He would take this damn quirk and do as his father told him. He would bend it to his will and make it work for him, and not the other way around. Thank you, All Might. It took Katsuki a good 10 minutes to jog back, and by the time he arrived he was confused again. If there was a villain attack, where was the crowd? He was almost to the street corner that Izuku had sent in his message, and there wasn't a single person around. He wheeled around the corner, seeing his friend casually sitting on the sidewalk. Oi Izuku! What the hell are you do dash? Katsuki stopped. Izuku wasn't sitting alone. In fact, he was sitting next to someone that he recognized. Oh hey Kaken! Izuku called out to him, come meet All Might. This was probably a dream, Katsuki reasoned. Why else would he come around the corner into some forgotten walking path to find his best friend casually sitting next to the #1 hero and his idol, All Might? So, I figured out that the villain was hiding on the 3rd floor. All Might was apparently telling Izuku stories because sure, why not? Oh, hello young man. All Might called out to him. You must be young Bakugo. Okay Katsuki, act cool. Yeah. Nailed it. Young Midoriya here was telling me that you two are hoping to become heroes. It's always good to meet the aspiring champions of our future. Come on Kaken, don't just stand there. Izuku waved him over. Katsuki looked at his friend, and noticed that it looked like he had been crying. This got Katsuki to finally move his feet. He slowly walked over to the two, doing his best to look aloof. He was pretty sure All Might would be fooled, but he had doubts about his friend. Come on, sit down. All Might was just telling me about that ice villain he took down last month. Izuku's smile was in danger of coming off of his face. Katsuki plopped down next to his friend. He tried to keep his scowl on, but his face wasn't having it. Eventually he just gave in to the smile. Right, where was I? In the end they spent almost an hour talking to All Might. Eventually the hero had to go and turn the sludge villain in to the police, so he stood up to leave. It was a pleasure talking to you young men. All Might gave them his big thumbs up. I'm sure I'll be hearing great things about you very soon. I assume you two are aiming to attend UA? Yes sir. Izuku responded with eagerness. You went there, Katsuki said, smirking, so there's no better place for the next top 2 heroes to go. Oh. All Might raised an eyebrow. Those are lofty goals. You boys better be ready to try your hardest. Every day of our lives, Katsuki said confidently, punching his hands together to set of a small puff of smoke. Oh, one more thing before you go, All Might. Izuku knew he was pushing it, but this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Why are you here in Mizudafu? Your agency is in Minato, Tokyo and Dash. Young Midoriya, All Might stopped him before he got started. You know as well as anybody that there are some things you can't tell others, especially when you're a hero. Yes, of course. Izuku quickly bowed in apology. I can't thank you enough for what you told me and the time you spent with us. It's the least I could do, young Midoriya. It was a pleasure meeting you as well, young Bakugo. He gave them a salute, before gripping the bottles with the villain in them firmly and leaping into the sky, soaring off over the skyline. Whoa, was all Katsuki could say. His smirk failed to contain his grin again. Yeah, well, Izuku was also smiling like an idiot. Part of him was wondering why All Might had been so willing to spend time with him. Perhaps it had to do to that mysterious event 5 years ago. But in the end, most of him was just glad to have met the man in person. Izuku stood tall, remembering what he had said to him. Nothing can change the desires of your heart, young Midoriya. Suddenly, the boys were 18. They were gathered in the Bakugo household, getting ready to have breakfast on a sunny late February morning. Specifically February 26th, the day of the UA entrance exam. Izuku, Katsuki and each of their parents were there, enjoying each other's company before the big event. Inko and Masaru were preparing the meal, chatting happily, while Hisashi and Mitsuki were sitting at the table talking about local politics. Izuku and Katsuki were both sitting quietly in the living room, nervous out of their minds. Izuku showed it outwardly, but Katsuki kept it inside. Everyone in the room knew him well enough to not be fooled, however. The parents gave their children space, supporting them with their presence without drowning them and adding to their stress. Eventually, Masaru called the boys to breakfast. They began to de-stress as they ate, delicious food helping to calm their minds, and the steady, upbeat attitudes of their parents bolstering their hearts. They ate their fill and all too soon, it was time for them to leave. "I'm so proud of you, Izuku, I know you'll do great." Inko crushed her boy in a hug as she cried proud tears. His father came up to him and put his arm on the boy's shoulder. "Knock him dead, son. Show Yue who you are." "I will. Thanks, Mum." Izuku was starting to get emotional as well. "I would say to try your hardest and do your best, but I don't have to worry about that, do I?" Masaru had his left hand on his son's shoulder and his right extended towards his son. Katsuki gripped it in a firm handshake. "Damn straight." Mitsuki ruffled her son's hair. "Kick ass and take no prisoners?" "I never do." Katsuki smirked. He gave his parents a last goodbye then walked toward the door. "Come on, man, we're gonna miss the train." Coming. Izuku gave his parents one last big hug each and then ran after his friend who was already halfway to the street. "Wait up, Kaken." The train ride was quiet, at least between the two. There were plenty of other commuters conversing to keep the volume up, but not loud enough to disturb them. Izuku was going over his study notes, while Katsuki looked like he was mentally preparing himself. All too soon, they arrived at the gates of UA. They had seen them before, but never had they actually walked inside of them. The impressive, mostly windowed building towered overhead, and students of all shapes and sizes were walking into the building. They stood outside the gates, ready to take the step forward into the future. "Well, Kaken." Izuku took a deep breath, smelling the air. "We're here. Finally. Time to show this school what real heroes look like." Smoke popped from his right hand. "You remember our deal, right?" Izuku flexed his own right hand, sending scales flashing across it. "Course I do." He grew a sadistic smile. "I'm looking forward to my prize." They had started walking towards the building entrance. "So confident. I hope you're that confident once I win. As if you have a chance." Izuku changed subjects. "Who do you think will be Dash?" Suddenly, Izuku was falling forward, tripping over his own feet. Katsuki reached out to grab his arm. "Damn it, Deku." A nickname that Katsuki had given him, based on an alternative reading of his name. He had first called him that years ago, back when they were around 4 or 5, Izuku couldn't remember exactly. Of course, that wasn't the only nickname he gave to Izuku, but it was the one he used most often. It basically meant useless, and Katsuki used it whenever he wanted to scold or antagonize him. Izuku gave his friend guff right back, and the boys never took their insults to each other personally. "Hurry up, Deku," Katsuki puffed, jogging with a rusted car door on his back. They were nearing the end of their day at Dagoba on a warm summer evening. They were both exhausted. "Come up here and say that to my face." Izuku was hauling a set of tires, lagging a few steps behind him. "You're barely taller." He would use it to goad Izuku into running one more lap, pushing a little farther on a set of weights, or sometimes just to elicit a reaction out of him. His parents had been worried when they first heard Katsuki call him that, thinking that he was being cruel, but then they saw the playful smiles on both of the children's faces. It was all good-natured fun, and just like nearly everything else in their relationship, it was there to push them both to be stronger. Izuku had his own ways to antagonize his friend as well. "Come on, is that all you got, Dandy?" "Dandy? What the hell are you talking about?" The boys were about 10 when this particular nickname came about. Izuku had beaten his friend in a spar, knocking him flat on his back. Katsuki was panting on the ground. "Well, look at you, Kaken. Look at that hair and tell me you don't look like a dandelion." "Oh, you're a dead man." Katsuki roared back to his feet, ready to go. Izuku smiled and put his fists back up. Isashi was on the sidelines, trying not to laugh. Izuku stopped falling. Katsuki had reached out to grab his arm, but it wasn't him that stopped the fall. Izuku stared at the ground. It wasn't coming closer to him. There was nothing preventing him from falling, but the ground wasn't moving. Sorry, I stopped you with my quirk. Izuku slowly turned to his left, still keeping an eye on the ground to make sure he didn't suddenly start falling like he should be. He looked up at a girl standing next to him, hand outstretched to touch his backpack. I should have asked first, but I figured you wouldn't mind. Bad luck and all that. She smiled a blindingly cheery smile. Katsuki pulled his friend back to his feet. The girl placed her fingers together, which glowed pink for a moment, and then with a faint flowing sensation, Izuku felt his weight return to him. Izuku stood upright, still staring at the ground as if he didn't trust it. He moved his vision up to look at the girl, and then he kept moving his eyes up. He met her eyes above his own. He opened his mouth but no sound came out. Katsuki's and his heights had both stabilized over the last year. They were basically fully physically mature and couldn't expect to grow more. Katsuki stood about 5 feet 10 inches, same height as his father. Izuku was taller, and stood at 6 foot even. That put him about 4 inches shorter than his father, but his mother was a short woman. This woman standing in front of him, however, was at least an inch or two taller than him. He was about eye level with her lips, and as he looked up to see the rest of her face, his breath was taken away. Her face was slightly rounded, and big brown eyes looked at him happily. Her hair, the same color as her eyes, was in a bob cut, but seemed to be unnaturally voluminous, as if it were floating. She had 2 longer bangs hanging down, framing her face, which appeared to have a slight permanent blush. She was beautiful. Anyway, sorry again. Good luck on the exam. She walked off towards the building, leaving the 2 boys behind her. What the hell was that, Izuku? Katsuki shoved his friend's shoulder to snap him out of it. You froze. You never freeze like that when you meet a new person. Izuku was still staring at the girl, watching her walk away. He noted her athletic build underneath her winter clothes and smiled dumbly. She's real pretty, Kaken. What the hell, man? Izuku came back to his senses as the girl left his vision. Katsuki rolled his eyes and the 2 made their way to the testing center. They picked up the exam and made their way to a great hall filled with desks and dividers, at least large enough to fit 500 students. They exchanged a silent fist bump as they went to sit at their assigned seats. The test itself wasn't too difficult. It was challenging, sure, and long, but it wasn't anything they weren't prepared for. Looking over it, it seemed like it hadn't changed much since his father took it, at least in structure. Izuku did great on the basic physics, chemistry and math segments, as well as the history, reading comprehension, and hero law sections. He took a little longer than he would have liked on the ethics section, but he felt like he did well in the end. After the grueling 2 hours it took for them to finish the test, he and Katsuki were sitting outside, eating the packed lunches and waiting for the practical to begin. They spent the time comparing answers on questions they struggled with, but overall it seemed like they had both done very well. Izuku hoped he did better. He didn't want to lose their bet. Near 1 o'clock, the 2 made their way to the assembly hall where they would be briefed about the upcoming practical portion of the exam. The UA entrance exam was a grueling marathon, but being a hero wasn't easy. The boys found their spots next to each other and sat down. The lights dimmed as the big screen behind the stage started displaying the famous, golden logo of UA. President Mike took the stage and greeted the students with his trademark unflappable enthusiasm. Izuku perhaps wasn't listening as closely as he should have been. He heard something about robots, points, and there was this one deafening silence that he registered. Instead of paying attention, he was too busy gushing under his breath. Holy crap, it's President Mike. I listen to his show every day of the week. It's so cool that all of the UA teachers are pro heroes. I hope I can get all of their autographs before I graduate. Surely it can't be that hard. I'll be here for 4 years, but I still can't wait. I wonder who my homeroom teacher will be. Oh man, I hope it's Snipe or maybe Vlad King, although I don't even know if Dash. Shut the hell up, Izudam. Katsuki elbowed him in the side. Your dad is a pro, and you met All Might last year. Get a hold of yourself. Izuku apologized silently and turned to pay attention. It wasn't to be, however. There was just too much excitement going on that day for him to keep focused. The muttering started again, but maybe a little quieter. He was interrupted again, this time by an examinee asking some unnecessary question of present mic. Izuku faintly registered that the examinee was talking, but what really got his attention was when he turned and pointed directly at Izuku. "You with the me dash," the boy stopped, a flash of recognition on his face. "Midoriya, you are distracting the examinees around you. Please, silence yourself." Midoriya clapped his hands over his mouth, gesturing apologies. "Warned you," Katsuki whispered smugly. Midoriya finally started listening to present Mike as he finished up his explanation. As General Napoleon Bonaparte once laid down, a true hero is one who overcomes life's misfortunes. So, get out there and don't let nothing slow you down. Come on, listeners, this is the first day of the rest of your lives. Let me hear you. Go beyond. Plus ultra. The students all cheered back as the pro hero's grin shone. Izuku and Katsuki were split up, of course. While they were disappointed that they wouldn't get to show each other up in person, they still wished each other good luck and exchanged another fist bump. They loaded onto their different buses and were shipped out to their assigned battle centers. Izuku stepped out of the bus, leaving his backpack in his seat. He looked over the massive walls and gate and whistled. This fake city was huge. He could see skyscrapers at least 20 stories tall over the walls. This was going to be fun. He began to theorize different strategies of attacks and ways to optimize damage while minimizing the strain on his body from using his quirk. He was muttering softly to himself, and after a few minutes his eyes wandered over the crowd. He saw the tall, brown-haired girl that caught him outside the entrance. His mind stopped planning. It stopped doing much of anything. His entire mental processing capabilities were devoted to him staring at this woman. He was snapped out of it by a hand grabbing his shoulder. "Midoriya." He turned to see the boy from earlier staring down at him. Izuku was usually the tallest guy in the room when his father wasn't here, but this guy had at least 3 inches on him. "We both know that your father could and would get you into UA on recommendation. Why are you here?" "I wouldn't want that. I want to prove myself, Tenny." Izuku smiled back at the stern boy. "Midoriya." The man recoiled in shock at the name. "It has been over a decade since we have seen each other. We hardly know each other anymore. That old name is hardly appropriate." "Okay, fine, Tenya Ida." Izuku gave him a big smile as he reached for the bottom of his shirt. "I guess I'll just have to earn your friendship back. Looking forward to seeing you in school." He lifted his shirt over his head and took it off. He wrapped it up and tucked it into one of his pants pockets. That is hardly appropriate. Many of the other examinees had turned to look at the tall, buff man taking his shirt off. "Come on, Ida. You know my dad." "Yes, but it's February. I'll be fine once we get moving." Izuku focused as 2 great dappled green wings sprouted from his back, causing many onlookers to gasp slightly. Izuku closed his eyes, flexing and moving his wings, getting the feel for them in this cold weather. It was like stretching out a limb that had fallen asleep. "Right, let's start." Present Mike called out from on top of a tower. "There are no countdowns in real life. You're wasting air time, people." Ochako Uraraka was having a hell of a day. She was at UA, after all. This was perhaps the most exciting day of her life. Things started off strangely, though. When she was walking in, this guy tripped and almost fell on his face, but she was there to stop him. It was basically reflex for her. She didn't even register that his friend was reaching out to grab him. She apologized for using her quirk, but he didn't seem too upset. He did act a little strange, though. He stood up and just sort of stared at her. He was kinda cute, all things considered. His big green eyes were wide, looking at her with fascination, and those cute little horns were sticking out from his messy green hair. His face was attractive and he looked pretty cut under that tight shirt he was wearing. But he didn't say anything and she was starting to feel awkward, so she just wished them luck and walked off. Maybe he wasn't used to seeing women taller than him. She got that a lot. She blamed her father's genes and her quirk for that one. She shook her mind of it and went in to take the test. It was here where she felt the drawbacks of her smaller town education. She studied as hard as she could, and she was no slouch, but she was certainly not one of the first ones to finish. She looked around for the green-haired boy or his blonde friend, but didn't see them. It wasn't until they packed onto the bus to ship off to Battle Center B that she saw the tripping guy again. His friend wasn't with him, which she guessed was to keep them from working together. He sat on the bus and chatted up the boy who sat next to him. He seemed to be a genuinely nice guy, unlike the weird French guy who sat next to her and stared at himself in a mirror the entire time. She was calming herself down outside of the fake city when she heard a commotion behind her. The green-haired man and the blue-haired one who interrupted Present Mike were talking. They seemed to know each other, but the taller one didn't look like he knew how to relax. What really got her attention was when the boy she had helped started taking his shirt off. He was ripped. She tried to keep the blush from her face. Why is he taking his shirt off? She thought to herself. Not that I mind too much. Green wings sprouted from his back as he seemed to be focusing, like she should have been doing. That explained it. It wasn't more than a few seconds after that when Present Mike unceremoniously declared that the exam had started. The winged boy reacted before anyone else. He took a great leap into the air and with a beat from his wings, flew forward over all of their heads and into the city. She pushed the distraction from her mind and focused on the task at hand. She had one chance to make it into UA and she wasn't going to mess it up. The first several minutes of the exam passed in a blink of an eye. It was rhythmic for her, almost ritualistic. She found a robot, pressed one of her hands against it, felt the weight flow through her, toss it into the sky, then release it and let it crash back down. This same process repeated itself time after time. By the halfway point, she had already accumulated nearly 40 points. She maybe could have had more, but she kept catching glances of that green-haired boy. I should stop calling him that, she mused. What did his friend call him? Deku? I like the sound of that. Deku was tearing the robots apart. She saw him throwing them into each other, she saw him tearing them to pieces, and once she thought that she saw him spitting some pieces of metal out of his mouth. He's one to keep my eye on. If no, Ochako, when I get in, I'll make sure to ask him about his training regimen. He's really fit. She watched him tear a robot's head off with his bare hand while she dropped a piece of rubble on top of a pair of two-pointers in front of her. He never seemed to notice her, though. 62, she heard him say, a bit ahead of her own score. She would have to catch up. She turned to run towards another group of robots, hoping to take some for herself. She felt bad for some of the others who couldn't keep up, but this was a competition and she couldn't afford that luxury right now. Besides, this was a test to see who has what it takes to be a hero. They only accept the best. Then everyone stopped. What felt like an earthquake started shaking the city. People looked around in horror until the source was found. Towering well over the 20-story building next to it was a gigantic robot, the zero-pointer that Present Mike warned them about. Time seemed to resume as people realized what was going on. The explanation they had received seemed woefully inadequate when compared to the behemoth in front of them. Everyone started running, Ochako included. Present Mike had even recommended as much, that they should avoid it instead of fighting. The robot brought its mechanical fist down, sending debris and shockwaves through the whole city. The building next to her, already weak from nearby battles, shattered and crumbled. She caught one giant piece of rubble that was falling on her and tossed it to the side with her quirk. However, she wasn't fast enough to catch the second one. With a sickening crunch, Ochako was slammed into the ground, her foot and ankle pinned underneath a giant slab of concrete. Tears welled in her eyes as she screamed in pain. She recovered her senses after a few seconds and tried to reach down to lift the debris from her legs. Struggle as she might, she couldn't reach her ankle in the position she was trapped in without dislocating or breaking her leg further, and even then she probably couldn't reach. She felt the rumbling get closer and craned her neck over her shoulder to see the titanic robot rolling nearer and nearer. The monster stopped overhead, before turning its gaze down upon her. She felt her blood run cold as it seemed to stare into her soul with its giant red eyes. The robot reared its arm back, and began driving it down towards her, fist clenched. She reached her arms up to meet the impending doom. There was almost certainly no way that she was going to be able to stop the fist, but she had worked too hard to go down without a fight. She prepared herself to throw the full weight of her quirk behind the attempt. Nobody would say that Ochako Uraraka died a coward's death. Death never came. Instead, a great rush of dust and wind blew her hair around and made her close her eyes. When she was able to force them open, she saw that the fist had stopped moving. The robot had stopped. No, that wasn't it. Someone had stopped the robot. She blinked the dust out of her eyes and saw a strange, misshapen form in front of her. The zero-pointer's fist was groaning under the pressure being put on it. She saw a green mop of hair and recognized her savior. His wings were gone, but what she saw made her mouth drop open. His right arm was massive, nearly the size of the rest of his body combined. It was covered in green scales and had a large black spike sticking out of the elbow. Down from his arm, green scales covered his back along with a green ridge down his spine. His razor-sharp black claws dug into the metal of the robot's fist. But the robot surged forward with renewed effort, causing Deku to be pushed back. It was then that she noticed his leg. It wasn't massive like his arm was, but it was certainly different. It had burst out of his pants, leaving them tattered halfway up his thigh. The leg was covered in the same scales, green like his hair, but that wasn't what was odd. The entire lower part of his leg was misshapen. His leg was digitigrade, his ankle joint having moved up his leg to form what resembled a second, inverse knee. His shoe was long gone. A giant green claw tipped with the same black claws had blown it to pieces. His clawed foot dug into the ground, and his arm strained under the giant metal fist. He turned back and looked straight into her eyes. She gasped slightly. His eyes were no longer the cute green orbs, but intense, glowing spheres. She couldn't even see his irises, only the bright green light. His little horns on his head and groin, now hanging over his eyes and sweeping back slightly to form a sort of ridge or crown. "Can you move?" Deku grunted as the metal above him cracked. "You need to get out before it crushes me." "Crushes him?" "No, there's no way I'm letting that happen. I have to do something." She looked around for something she could use, and her eyes landed on the first chunk of concrete she had avoided. Deku roared with effort as the robot attempted to push down again. His arm bulged slightly larger, and the spiked ridge along his spine grew longer. His leg dug deeper into the asphalt road. Despite all of his effort, he was losing the fight. She reached out and touched the debris. All in all, it was probably around a cubic yard of concrete and rebar. It would have to do. She felt the weight of the object flow down and out of her, and she picked up the nearly massless object with ease. She wrenched herself around so she was almost facing the zero-pointer and threw it with all of her might. Deku was nearly finished. She heard the groaning of his muscles and bones under the pressure of the mechanical monster. The chunk flew closer and closer to the chest of the Titan, and she could only hope it was fast enough. With a faint crack, she heard something in his back give way. He screamed in agony, but refused to quit. Thanks to the near weightlessness of the concrete, she was able to throw it with great speed. Now came the hard part. She took a deep breath and placed her fingers together. She felt the energy rush back through her and out towards the flying debris, but that wouldn't be enough. She needed more. She strained and pushed harder, shoving more into the projectile so it wouldn't lose speed. The chunk hit the robot square in the chest like a meteor from space. A massive, blinding flash of light flashed across the city, followed by a roaring explosion. The chunk crushed into the zero-pointer and pushed it back. It staggered back from the impact, then began tipping. Explosions chained outward from the impact point, down its spine and up its neck, until its head exploded in a dazzling display. The robot smashed into the earth with a force that caused several nearby buildings to collapse. Deku turned back to her, his face filled with awe, relief and maybe a bit of fear. He smiled at her. "I guess we make a good team." His smile was wide, earnest and adorable. His giant arms slumped to the ground. He passed out, his body snapping back to a normal, human form. She wished that she could have kept him from hitting the ground, but she was still trapped under the debris herself. With the danger past and her adrenaline fading, the effort of using her quirk like that quickly hit her. The last thing she remembered before passing out herself was the content look on Deku's face. Izuku woke up in a strange place. He blinked and looked around, noticing quickly just how tired he felt. He was in a hospital bed of sorts, in what looked like a nurse's office. Katsuki was asleep in a chair next to the bed, and no light was coming in through the window. He had been asleep for a while. Glancing at the clock overhead told him it was past 7. He stretched, feeling the tightness in his back. He thought that was strange until he remembered what he had done that day. He had thrown himself in front of that zero-pointer to save that beautiful woman. Originally, he had planned to flee like Present Mike suggested, but then he heard her scream in pain. After looking back and seeing her trapped beneath rubble with the robot closing in, the rest seemed to have been out of his control. An uncontrollable desire to save had overwhelmed him, and his body moved on its own. There was nothing that would have stopped him from saving that girl. What happened to himself had been entirely irrelevant. He had rapidly grown his wings and beat them as hard as he could, streaking towards the nice girl like a missile. He remembered losing his wings and fortifying his back and right leg, then planting himself and pulling every bit of power that he could muster into his right arm. He had manifested the closest thing to a full draconic arm that he had ever managed in his life, and had reached up with it to intercept the zero-pointer. The robot's fist had come down and he had thrown every last shred of strength he possessed into stopping it. And he succeeded, at least for a little while. He remembered turning back to the girl and begging her to run away. He didn't hear a response, but she got this determined look in her eye that would have probably been really attractive if his arm wasn't in danger of being crushed like a stepped-on soda can at the time. He recalled his body failing. His arm had begun to buckle and he'd felt something in his spine start to give way, even with the fortification from a partial transformation. Then a chunk of concrete, moving faster than it had any right to, had shot past him. He'd watched as the chunk flew like a bullet into the robot's chest and then seemingly detonated on impact. His last memories were turning back and seeing the woman safe. It was obviously the girl that had done that. She was clearly powerful. With the roaring voice in his head screaming at him to protect gone, his ravaged body failed him, and the next thing he knew, he'd woken up here. He sighed, content that he had accurately reconstructed the event. Analysis is always important. He managed to sit up, causing enough noise that he apparently alerted his caretaker. The curtain around his bed opened, revealing a short, old woman with a kind smile. "Recovery girl." Izuku's voice was filled with awe. "So cool." Yes, Sonny." Recovery girl laughed slightly. "You took a big risk out there today." Izuku recoiled a bit at the scolding. "I know, but I couldn't help it. It's like I wasn't in control of my body." She huffed at his cheap explanation. "You overused your quirk and pushed your body too hard. You're fortunate that your quirk is what it is. It renders you almost immune to ligament damage." She pointed her cane at him. "That is not an invitation to do that again. Too many times and you will still have permanent damage to other parts of your body. You know as well as I do that broken bones and torn muscles remain. Scar tissue will do you no favors." Katsuki had woken up at her outburst and shook his head slightly. "Oh good, you're awake." She smiled at the blonde. "He's all right to go home now that he's woken up." She turned back to Izuku. "No using your quirk for at least a day. Your body needs to rest." Finally, she turned and left the boys alone. The two were silent for a moment before Katsuki spoke. "What the hell did you do, Izuku? Remember that pretty girl from out front?" Katsuki groaned. "Yeah, she was in here too." Katsuki saw Izuku's eyes grow wide. "She's gone now." "Calm down. She left about an hour ago. I don't think she even knew you were here." Izuku sighed and calmed down. "Well, she was about to be crushed by the zero-pointer, and my body sort of just moved to protect her. I managed to get there just in time to stop the robot's fist with a major arm transformation." He flexed his right arm, which was also sore from Recovery Girl's quirk. "So you almost paralyzed yourself? You idiot. How did you know dash? I overheard Recovery Girl talking to your mom on the phone. Cracked vertebrae in your spine. Much more and you might not be walking anymore." Katsuki pointed an accusing finger at his friend. "You had to have known that those robots weren't programmed to end." Katsuki leaned back in the chair, throwing his arms wide. "It probably would have just stopped before it hit her. You nearly ended yourself for nothing." "I couldn't have been sure. Besides, I wasn't thinking about that." Izuku defended himself. "I was only thinking about saving her." "Since when do you not think?" I could see overthinking but not thinking. I don't know. It's like I said, my body just moved. Katsuki sighed. Fine. Come on, get up. Our folks are waiting back home. Your dad had to basically restrain Auntie to keep her from rushing here herself. It took Recovery Girl personally telling her that you were fine to stop her. Yeah, alright. Izuku leaned over and stood up out of bed. He changed into a UA gym uniform the school provided to replace his destroyed clothing and then headed for the station. He fell asleep on the train, something he almost never did. He was exhausted. What a day. The boys got to Izuku's house at nearly 8. Once the others were able to pry Inko off of her son, they had a small party to celebrate the completion of the exam. Izuku was exhausted and could barely keep his eyes open, let alone celebrate, but told the story of his exam anyway. He left out the more gruesome parts, including the part about him not knowing why he ran forward. His father seemed immensely proud, but Izuku was still perceptive enough in his exhausted state to tell that his father was holding something back. What that something was became clear the next day. Izuku woke up late, having slept in to recover his strength. He ate his breakfast that his mother made and found his father sitting on the porch, watching the waves out the window as he often did. Izuku decided to attack the problem at its source. Want to go out to the rocks? His father looked at him with slight surprise, then a proud, knowing smile. He nodded and finished his coffee in a single gulp. They walked along the beach as they often did. Hisashi knew that these would be the memories he cherished most when he was old and gray. Izuku was his pride and joy, and these quiet moments didn't come often enough. After a while, the two Midoriya men found their way to the rocks where they often sat. Izuku remembered many important father-son talks on them, such as the one after his father lost his arms 6 years ago. The places where they always sat had been worn slightly smooth from use. I'm proud of you, Izuku. Hisashi was staring stoically out over the waves. He took a deep smell of the sea air. It was almost a ritual for him. Thanks, Dad. Izuku knew that this was just to start the conversation. He wouldn't have wanted to come out here for simple encouragement. You've taken the first step. You're gonna go to UA and you're gonna do great things. The results won't be here for a week. We don't know that I got in. Hisashi looked at his son with a raised eyebrow and a sarcastic smirk. We both know you're getting in. A moment passed before his smile fell and he sighed. Son, I need you to be honest with me. Why did you run out and throw yourself under that robot? Izuku looked down for a bit. I felt this uncontrollable desire to save her. I didn't even think, I just acted. The only thing that mattered was protecting her. Could you describe the desire? How it felt to you? Izuku scratched his chin. It was sort of like a voice shouting in my head. It screamed at me to save and protect her. The only things that seemed to exist were the girl and the deafening cacophony in my head. Like I said, I didn't think about it, I just did. His father smiled weakly. I figured as much. Which confirms two things that I suspected. First, you're going to be a damn good hero one day, and secondly, your quirk is maturing. I thought that's what it had been doing. Izuku was slightly nervous. Well, yes, it has been. Let me explain. Hisashi straightened himself out and held up his hand. We've noticed that there are 4 distinct stages of our family quirk that correspond to the levels of our development. They correspond mostly to natural human development. What we call wormling was your childhood. The very basics of the quirk and a few, mostly harmless, oddities. Hisashi smiled, reminiscing about his son's childhood. He put a finger up. The next is what we call the young stage. This is your adolescence. That was when your instincts started kicking in. I'm sure I don't have to remind you about the struggles you went though. You handled it well, and again, I'm proud of you for that. He put a second finger up. Hisashi looked at his son very seriously. What you described to me, that undeniable command in your head, that's the sign that you've reached the adult stage. He put a third finger up, then dropped his hand. Izuku looked curious. His father continued his explanation. Everything I've done to help you in your life, all of the guidance and support your mother and I have given you, it was all leading up to this. This is what we were preparing you for. Everything before this was just a warm-up. So when you said that I couldn't just suppress them and I had to find a way to let them out, it's because you were preparing me for that, The gravity of the situation was dawning on Izuku. Those things I felt before, what I thought were real instincts, they were barely echoes. Exactly. Hisashi put his one arm on his son's shoulder like he often did. His son leaned into the contact. So, what I'm saying is this, everything before was just practice. What comes next is the real thing. I never told you this before because this isn't the type of thing you tell a child. His tone let his son know just how serious he was. But you're an adult now, and your quirk agrees with me. I won't be around to guide you like I have been now that you'll be living on UA campus, and as you train and grow, your instincts will only grow in strength. You're smarter than I am, son, you're smarter than your mother is, which is saying something. This elicited a short, knowing chuckle from both of them. You have a strong will and an indomitable drive to be a hero, so I know you can do this, but heed my words. Hisashi took a steadying breath, preparing for what he would say next. You have to figure this out or you will fall. Izuku and his father sat there in grim silence for several minutes. The only sound came from the waves crashing lazily against the beach. Izuku blinked back a few tears, but none fell. He met his father's eyes after a minute with a look of determination. I won't let this stop me. Nothing will change what my heart desires. Hisashi smiled. Oh, I know. That's why I said you're going to make a damn good hero. His son looked at him slightly confused, emotions still plain on his face. Your first instinct in that situation, and I use instinct literally, is to rush in and save that girl, regardless of the consequences to yourself. That spirit of self-sacrifice is one of the most noble things in our profession. He pointed to the space where his left arm used to be and grinned. I might be a bit biased. Izuku laughed a little, and then his father continued. Let me be honest with you here, son. I doubt that instinct was an entirely natural one. A lack of self-preservation is not a common quality in dragons, especially not chromatic ones. Which tells me that you, on your very first go, bent that instinct to your will. You took a natural reaction and made it your own. A natural reaction? What do you mean? From everything you've told me about chromatics, I don't think that saving someone would be in their repertoire. What is the common factor between all dragons, Izuku? Beyond scales and wings, of course. Izuku thought for a moment. You told me we all have degrees of greed in us. But that it can be managed and if we find Gu-dash. Hisashi held up his hand. Yes, that. Now, one of the many reasons that I'm proud to call you my son is that you've shown an impressive lack of that. At least in the general sense. But think about it, what have you always coveted? What have you always wanted? Izuku thought again. My hero merchandise? I don't see how dash. No, not that. Hisashi interrupted him again. Son, how are you so smart when it comes to everything but so naive when it comes to yourself? Come on, think. The only time you ever attacked another human being, what was it about? Realization dawned on the green dragon's face. People? Friends? Is that what you're getting at? Yeah, I am. Hisashi laughed, his arm thrown wide. A dragon that hoards people? Who would have ever thought? His laughter quickly stopped. My guess is that the natural reaction of your quirk was to covet that person because you saw some value in them. Your willpower and drive to be a hero then twisted that reaction into an overwhelming desire to protect, even at the cost of your own body and life. Hisashi paused for a second with a slightly fearful expression on his face. Don't tell your mother I'm praising you for that, he added quickly. After his son nodded, he returned to his lecture. So here's the next question. What made that person someone you wanted to protect? Izuku thought for a small moment, and then started blushing furiously. His father stared at him dumbly for a second, then began laughing uproariously. My boy really is becoming a man. So, she was pretty, huh? The most beautiful woman I've ever seen. I couldn't even speak the first time I saw her. That sounds a lot like how I was the first time I saw your mother. Izuku looked up, blush leaving his face somewhat. Really? Yep. I dropped the wine I was holding and nearly spilled it all over my suit. Your mother pulled it away with her quirk, so it spilled all over her. Hisashi leaned back a bit, laughing at the memory. My sister thinks it has something to do with our quirk, that it knows a good person when it sees one, but I don't like to think that. I think that I was just lucky, and that your mother is an amazing woman that any man would want. Izuku laughed awkwardly, then stopped as a thought struck him. So, what if that person wasn't someone I thought was pretty? I can't be a hero if I have to know a person to protect them. Izuku, do you think I always have an instinct telling me yes or no when I do hero work? No. I guess not. It wasn't your instinct that made you go save that girl, but it too. Actually, Izuku, tell me about the transformation you used. Oh, okay. Izuku held up his right arm. Well, it was bigger than anything I'd ever done before. Way bigger. I would try to show you, but Recovery Girl said I'm not allowed to use my quirk today. How big? I would say about 2 meters long. It knocked me off balance pretty badly when I made it. Wow, that is way bigger than anything you've done before. Hisashi was impressed. My point is that it wasn't your quirk that made you want to save that girl, it was you. However, your instinct helped to push you further. You were working in sync with your quirk, instead of struggling against it. That's another reason why it's important to bend your instincts to your will. You don't need your instincts to be a hero, you didn't need them to tell you to save that girl, but you needed them to save her like you did. You need them to be at your best. You're always at your strongest when your body, mind, heart and quirk are working in unison. Hisashi looked proud, if a little somber. I don't want you to get the idea in your head that you're going to be subjected to your instincts all the time. As I have to keep reminding your uncle, we are not actually dragons, Izuku. He rolled his eyes slightly. You will be free of them most of the time, especially when you're younger. As you grow older and stronger, they will be stronger, but you will have learned to manage them better by then. I thought you said I was an adult now? Izuku's mind was reeling from all this new information, and his father kept confusing him. Well, yes, you are. But your quirk isn't done growing. I was honestly surprised that you had a powerful reaction like that so soon. I was planning on having this talk with you after the test, to prepare you for what was to come. I didn't want to distract you before then. Hisashi sighed, then continued. That worked out well, didn't it? He looked frustrated with himself. Anyway, quirks don't change overnight like that. I wasn't expecting you to have a powerful impulse like that for months. You likely only had this reaction due to the extreme situation you were placed in. Don't think that this is going to be a daily thing, not yet, at least. So you're saying that I will be able to save people and be a hero even with these instincts? When have I ever said differently? He placed his hand on his son's shoulder. You have time to figure this out, son. But the real test comes when you have your next reaction like you did yesterday. And then the next. And then the next. It will never stop, so you can't afford to either. You have time, but you can't waste time. You said my instincts will grow as my quirk grows, and by going to UA, where my quirk will be trained and strengthened rapidly? Exactly. You've given me a lot to think about. Izuku sighed. I suppose I won't know until it happens, yeah? Unfortunately, yes. Hisashi stood up, followed by his son. There's nothing to do but try your hardest. Work with what you have and do what you can. You're the first chromatic to ever do something like this. Nobody knows what will happen. If anyone can do it, he said, looking Izuku in the eyes, it's you. They walked back towards the house in a thoughtful silence. Usually they talked constantly, but today, there was too much on Izuku's mind for him to even mutter like normally. Then a thought struck him. Dad, you said that there are 4 stages of our quirk? You only mentioned 3. Right? Well, Hisashi said, holding his hand out, the 4th stage is one that is called Ancient. It has nothing to do with age really, just how powerful the quirk is. An exceptionally powerful dragon exhibits size, strength and abilities that the rest of us can't match. He held up 2 fingers. There have only ever been 2 dragons that I know of that have made it to the Ancient stage. Silverlight, the very first of us, my great-grandfather, and... He let out a long, regretful sigh. And Terrorflame. But you'll never have to worry about any of that. My uncle is locked up tight in Tartarus. The next week an envelope came, stamped with the official seal of UA. Inko and Hisashi were nearly as excited as their son was, but they understood when he wanted to open it in private. He went into his room and cleared off his computer desk. He made a single claw on his hand and quickly sliced it open. Inside was a letter and a small metal disc. He looked the disc over, then placed it on the desk. It kicked to life, The image of President Nizu appeared and congratulated him for passing the written exam with a near-perfect score. And in the case of the practical exam, we are happy to inform you that you also passed. Izuku Midoriya, you earned 57 villain points and 40 rescue points for actions beyond the scope of the exam, for a total of 97 points. Welcome to you. He had counted 5 more points than that, but he supposed that he may have miscounted during the heat of the moment. Regardless, he got in. That's what mattered, right? Izuku saw the great scoreboard on screen and quickly scanned it over. He saw his own score sitting third on the list. He looked up to see, oh no. In second place, Katsuki Baku, 78 villain points and 20 rescue points. He had lost their bet by a single point. Then he looked up to see who got first. Someone named Ochako Uraraka managed to beat them both out with 54 villain points and 45 rescue points for a total score of 99 points. Wow. I wonder if she's in my class. I wonder if Kaken is in my class. He turned to the paper letter and saw that he was in class 1A. A simple set of instructions gave him his move-in date and noted his teacher was one Shoyuta Aizawa. Izuku wondered which pro hero that was, but he guessed he would find out in time. His parents were proud of him for getting third place, but his dad teased him for missing first by 3 points. Maybe you shouldn't have been staring at that girl the whole time, then. Dad, I wasn't. Oh, my baby is becoming a man. Mom, not you too. The next 2 months seemed to fly by. Before he knew it, Izuku had finished high school and was preparing to move into his dorm at UA. Heights Alliance was the name of the building, according to his information packet, and it would be the place where he would live for the next 4 years of his life. Izuku and Katsuki were the first ones to arrive at the dorm, being locals and all. They had unloaded in front of the building and bid their parents farewell. Inko was crying, of course, but the other 5 managed to get her to leave eventually, although Izuku didn't try very hard. Once they left, it was just the boys standing in front of the building with their giant stacks of boxes. Well, Izuku's giant stack of boxes. Katsuki packed rather light and only had the bare minimum, but Izuku had several more boxes than most sane people would ever bring to a dorm. Did you seriously have to bring all of that junk? It's not junk, Kaken, they're part of my prized collection. I feel better knowing that it's close. Katsuki rolled his eyes. Izuku had brought about 5 boxes absolutely filled with hero merchandise. He had action figures, posters, comics, and more in addition to the clothes, books, and furniture he brought with him. They made their way up to their pre-assigned dorm rooms. Izuku had room 202, while Katsuki had room 403. The rooms were unlocked and rather bare, with a set of keys on the simple table in the room. Izuku pocketed the keys and set to work. This was going to take him a while, to say the least. As with everything, the boys competed to see who could haul the most boxes up to their room at a time. Izuku wound up winning, barely. He had Katsuki beat slightly in the strength department usually, but Katsuki had him beat in other ways. They were roughly equal, but in no way were they copies of each other. While he unpacked his massive collection, he got to thinking. Things were going to be different here. He didn't have the slew of rumors that followed him throughout his public school career. This could be a fresh start. He could just be himself and finally no longer be that one weird kid with horns. Was he excited, or was he nervous? He was used to being the smartest kid in the class, and that likely wouldn't be the case anymore. He was partnered with 19 of the top students in the whole country, after all. He was used to being the tallest kid in his class, and that probably wouldn't be the case either, especially if that one girl is in his class. The girl with the beautiful eyes and that gorgeous hair and her cute nose and that blush on. Izuku shook his head. He was getting off track. Maybe he didn't want her in his class, especially if he couldn't get over how distracted she made him. His quirk gave him an edge in many departments, and he valued his intellect as another weapon, but she had made him shut down just by talking to him. He wasn't upset at the prospect of not being the smartest, or the strongest, or the tallest student anymore. If anything, he was excited. He did his best when he was challenged. That's why he and Katsuki worked so well together. Katsuki always wanted to compete, and Izuku excelled when he was pushed. So yeah, he was excited, but he was also nervous. There's no telling what would happen tomorrow, or the next day, or the next 4 years of his life. He knew one thing. He would do his best to meet every day with a smile on his face and in his heart. Nothing could change the desires of his heart, like All Might said, and damn it, he wanted to be a hero. Izuku placed a figurine of All Might on one of the shelves he had installed and grew a content smile. I wonder if any other students will have horns? It took Izuku a while to finish unpacking and setting up. All of his hero merchandise had to be properly organized and displayed, of course. Anything less would be an insult to the great heroes that they represented. His meticulousness caused him to miss a text from Katsuki, and it was nearly an hour and a half later when he finally finished, a proud smile on his face, when he finally checked his phone. Apparently, the rest of the students that had moved in today were congregating in the common room. He hurried out of his room, locking it behind him. He checked the lock several times just to make sure his collection was safe, and then headed towards the stairs. As he walked, he felt his previous excitement start to swell, as well as his nervousness. He would finally be able to play his game again. The one he hadn't been able to really play for 10 long years. The other students had no reason to fear him, and he would have an entire room of people to meet. He would start by observing the room, noting anything obvious, potential friend groups already forming, people who appear to be loners, people who seem to be talkative, and those who seem to be more fond of listening. He would then look for more subtle things, such as clothing choices, body language, and more. Once had this foundation, he would move to talk to them, subtly guiding the conversation so he could learn their likes, dislikes, and mannerisms. Then, once he had everything he needed, he would move in for the end. He grinned widely. Friendship was inevitable. He reached the bottom of the stairwell and opened the door. Began to look around the room and noticed that a good number of people were all read horns. That stopped Izuku in his tracks. That was one of the names that Katsuki called him sometimes, but that voice was most certainly not Katsuki. He blinked and turned to the source of the noise. What he saw, well, it wasn't what he expected. A girl was standing about 20 feet away from him, pointing accusingly at him. The first thing he noticed was her pink skin and the black scara in her golden eyes. Her pink hair was messy like his, and sticking out of it were a pair of curled yellow horns. She was also really pretty. Are all the girls at UA like this? The girl stomped towards him and stopped just a few feet away. Izuku was keenly aware that most of the eyes in the room were on the two of them. She looked up at him and got a wide smile on her face. She leaned forward and pointed a thumb towards herself. Mina Ishido. I like your horns. Izuku blinked a couple of times. This was new. Hi. I'm Izuku Midoriya. It's super nice to meet you. I like your horns too. He basically had no experience with women, at least none this forward. He probably would have frozen up if he hadn't already had the experience at the entrance exam with that nice girl. Almost everyone at his old schools were too intimidated to talk to him, male and female alike, but at least he had Katsuki and the group of guys who hung around him sometimes. She stood back upright and shouted behind her. Kiri, come here. Izuku managed to tear his gaze away from the pink girl in front of him to look where she was yelling. A student with red eyes and a smile filled with razor-sharp teeth walked over. On her head was spiked red hair, styled up with two small horns on the front. Midoriya, this is Eiko Kirishima. Kiri, this is Izuku Midoriya. The girl introduced them happily. Hey man, what's up? Kirishima smiled widely, and Izuku returned the gesture. We're all horn buddies now. Ishido stated this as fact and grinned wide as she pointed at her own horns with both hands. Her energy was infectious. Come on, Midoriya, you're late. I'll introduce you to everyone. Izuku smiled dumbly. What? That was easy. Izuku finally got the good sense to look around the room, and he counted 12 people, including himself. He already knew 3 of the others in the room, and he just met Kirishima and Ishido, which left 6 new people for him to get to know. He quickly looked around, noting that there were 2 girls and 4 boys. Time to get to work. Ishido took him around as promised. She led him to a small circle of 3 guys first, the same group that Kirishima was standing in before she was called over. Hey dude, name's Denki Kaminari. Sweet horns. The blonde boy with a jagged black streak in his hair looked up at him and smirked. Thanks. Izuku was getting back in the swing of things after being knocked off balance by the pink girl. Izuku Midoriya. Is that streak natural? Izuku gestured at the lightning bolt in his hair. The boy seemed to be proud of it, so Izuku took it as an opportunity. Yeah. He gestured proudly to it, just as Izuku predicted. Pretty sweet, right? I have an electricity quirk, so it's totally thematic. Boisterous personality, and very casual. Izuku made mental notes. He's not afraid to say what he thinks and he seems friendly. Izuku grew a genuine smile. For sure. I assumed it was fake because it was too cool. Kaminari grinned back and looked at the other students. I like this guy. Name's Hantasiro. The boy had a good few inches on Izuku and a toothy smile. Izuku noted his strange elbows. How was your move-in, Midoriya? Tenya Ito was standing with the other boys, chatting away in his stiff yet animated manner, chopping the air from time to time. Great, thanks. It took me a while to unpack, which is why I'm late. It's really nice to meet all of you. I'm sure you're all excited to start school on Monday. Izuku tested the waters. As a precaution in Ida's case, he was right about them not seeing each other for a long time, after all. I mean, yeah, but I'm more excited for the hero part of hero course, you know? Schoolwork can be a drag. Kaminari lamented. Izuku talked to them for a bit longer. Siro and Kirishima seemed to be of a similar mind to Kaminari regarding schoolwork, although Ida lectured them all on the importance of good grades. All in all, they all seemed like good people. Kaminari, Kirishima and Siro seemed to be fast friends, although they seemed a little wary of Ida's intensity. Izuku understood that reaction completely. Come on, we've got more people to meet. Ashido cheered, gripped Izuku by his shoulders and pushed him along, leaving the other 4 students to continue their conversation. She got touchy awfully fast, Izuku thought as he blushed a bit. Are all the girls going to be like this? Mina pushed her new horn buddy towards 2 students talking by the window, lost in her own thoughts. Wow, his shoulders are firm, her eyes drifted downwards, and he has a cute butt. She felt her cheeks warm up a little, tinting with the faintest dusting of lilac. Ashido's smile never left her face as she planted him in front of the 2 boys. Siro was taller than him, but the one on his right was taller than him. Taller than his dad, even. He was built to not a sculpted physique like a bodybuilder, but a strong, thick core of real strength. The giant of a man pointed a thumb towards his face, Izuku noting his rather thick lips. I'm Rikidusatu. You making the rounds? Sure. I want to meet all my classmates. I'm Izuku Midoriya. I'm sure we'll be fast friends. He smiled and turned to the other boy. He was quite a bit shorter, about the same height as Ashido. The most obvious thing about him was his head, which was in the shape of a bird's. You may call me Fumikage Tokoyami. The boy's red eyes stared stoically into Izuku's green. Serious, reserved. Not much to go on. Izuku wasn't having the best luck so far, but it was only the first day. After a much shorter conversation, Ashido dragged him off again, this time plopping him down next to the 4 girls who were sitting together, the 3 he noticed earlier, as well as Kirishima, who had made her way over. Ashido began introducing the girls eagerly. This is Kyukaju. She gestured towards a short, petite girl with purple hair and what looked like audio jacks hanging from her ears. Jair gave him a slight wave. You already met Kiri, of course? The red-haired woman flashed him another sharp smile. Izuku smiled back, noting for the first time her well-defined musculature, an indication she might have a passion for weightlifting. This is Tsu Ajui. Ashido gestured towards a girl with big eyes and dark green hair. She was slightly shorter than the rest, but no less full-bodied. This is Toru Hagakure. She pointed to nothing? Izuku looked twice before he saw floating clothes sitting in the seat next to Ajui. The girls giggled at his reaction. Ashido extended her hands towards the taller woman with black hair and onyx eyes. Her body had certainly developed since the last time Izuku had seen her. And this is Dash. Miss Yaoyorozu, it's a pleasure to see you again. Izuku interrupted Ashido's exposition with a slight bow, eyes downcast. Yaoyorozu laughed once, hand close to her mouth. Midoriya, no need to be so formal. We are classmates now. Just Yaoyorozu is fine. Izuku smiled and nodded, but still didn't meet her eyes. You 2 know each other? Just? Raising her eyebrows and smirking slightly. Our parents travel in some of the same social circles, Izuku explained, so we've met a few times in the past. Izuku was intentionally vague. People treated him differently once they knew he was the son of a pro-hero, and doubly so when they found out his family was wealthy. He was sure that it was the same for Yaoyorozu. It's good to know that still makes her laugh. I've missed hearing it. Izuku noticed all the girls looking at him expectantly as the thought faded. Oh, sorry, my name is Izuku Midoriya. It's great to meet all of you. Izuku flashed his eager smile. Call me Tsu, by the way. As Tsu told him. Izuku smiled wider at this. She was making this game easy. Izuku talked with the girls for a few more minutes, learning a little about them. Tsu seemed the strangest to him, like she was just a little emotionally different than most. Oh, and she croaked like a frog, that was a lot different. Jairu was relaxed, but eager to tease the other girls. Kirishima was boisterous and open. Hagakure seemed bubbly, much like Ishido was. Yaoyorozu was just as elegant and refined as he remembered, maybe a little bit happier too. Eventually he glanced around for the last person he needed to talk to. He found him, sitting by himself on the other side of the room, staring at his phone, looking disinterested. Ishido saw him staring at the boy. Oh, careful with that one, Ishido giggled a bit, he's a little prickly. Could hardly get a word out of him. Izuku gave her a knowing smile before turning back to the boy. Hey Kaken. Come say hi. Everyone else in the room froze and looked at the blonde and the greenhead. The boy rolled his eyes and put his phone away before slowly sitting up and walking over to his friend. This is Katsuki Bakugu. He doesn't bite. Katsuki rolled his eyes again. Hey Izuku, you forget about our bet? Izuku paled and his eyes went wide with fear. And no, of course not. Alright here? Katsuki grew an evil grin. No, not now. Just be ready for it. Izuku gulped. This interaction got the rest of the room to release the tension in their bodies and return to what they were doing. Katsuki slumped down next to Izuku and the conversation continued. He didn't participate, but at least he was being more social now. After about 20 more minutes of socializing around the room, Izuku was getting frustrated. He wasn't making acceptable progress. Sure, he was finding out more about these people and he already made friends with several people, at least in word, but that wasn't good enough. All of these small circles around the room weren't doing him any favors either. So he hatched a plan. Izuku stood tall and waved his arm in the air. Hey everyone. He paused for a second as the other students turned to him. We're all going to be classmates for 4 years, so let's gather around and get to know each other. Come on, grab a chair and circle up. Ishido was the first to react. She jumped up out of her seat and shouted in affirmation, before dragging Hagakure with her to grab more chairs. This got the rest of the students to move. Soon all 12 of the students were circled up. They seemed to be waiting for Izuku to make a move, as it was his idea. Katsuki sat on his right, while Ishido had grabbed the seat on his left. Once everyone was situated, he began. I figured it would be good if we all go to know each other a little better, seeing how much time we'll be spending together. Izuku held up a finger. I've found one of the best ways to break the ice is talk about our favorite heroes, and since we're all here at UA, it seemed like an especially good plan. Several of the more reserved students grumbled at this seemingly grade school icebreaker. So, let's just go around and just tell us who's your favorite hero. It'll be easy, you'll see. And to make things more fun, you can't say All Might. He looked to his right. Kaken, how about you start? Katsuki groaned. You already know outside of All Might? Naruko. She kicks ass and doesn't take crap from anyone. Kirishima had pulled up the seat next to Katsuki, and she was much more into it than some of the other students. My favorite is Crimson Riot. He's what inspired me to be a hero. Now we're getting somewhere. Izuku thought to himself. Crimson Riot? He was bold, I can see why you like him. Kirishima grew a proud smirk. He said to live a life full of manliness, which means to live a life without regrets. That's my motto too. As they went around the circle, it became evident to all the other students that Izuku was a hero nerd, through and through. Whenever one of them would mention their favorite hero, he would immediately start spouting off facts and trivia about them. Once he even pulled out a notebook from who knows where and started listing off notes he had taken on them recently. The other students found this interesting, to say the least. Their impressions ranged from slightly annoyed to intrigued to amused. What they didn't realize that Izuku was using this as an excuse to gather information on them. He was eliciting reactions, watching body language and facial expressions. Nobody but Katsuki realized that this little circle had ulterior motives. Things continued in the same way until Kaminari's turn. My favorite hero? Probably Stormclaw. Izuku stopped reading his notebook. Everything seemed to freeze for him. That was not what he was expecting to hear, but it was something he could work with. Oh, he's one of my favorites too. Tsu added in. Izuku was doubly stunned. Why Stormclaw? Izuku was too curious to not ask. Oh man, have you seen the way he throws around lightning? Kaminari pointed his finger and thumb like a gun, a little electricity crackling off his fingertip. I've followed him since I got my quirk. I really want to meet him someday. He's one of the few aquatic heroes, too. Tsu said with her finger on her chin. Besides Gang Orca and Stormclaw, there aren't many prestigious ones. It's a shame that he got injured and stopped doing as much work. Izuku sighed, half proud and half morose. Yeah. He's my favorite hero too. He realized he spoke aloud before he could stop himself. Really? Why is that? Is it cause of your horns? Ashido hit him with a barrage of questions, but before he could respond, a noise came from outside. Oh, was that a car door? Maybe someone new just arrived. I'll go see if I can help them carry stuff in. Midoriya quickly took the opportunity to leave the circle and head outside. He saw the taxi in front of the dorm, the trunk was open and there was clearly someone back there unloading stuff. It was too dark out for him to get a good look at them. Need some help? No, I've got it thanks. Midoriya stopped. He recognized that voice. It seemed that the other person had the same revelation. The tall, nice girl from the entrance exam slowly righted herself, her bundle of luggage floating behind her. Time seemed to stand still again as they both stared at each other, not more than a few feet away from each other. After what seemed like an eternity passed. Thank you for saving me. They spoke simultaneously. They also bowed simultaneously. Their heads cracked together. Both students quickly recoiled, rubbing their heads in pain. It was fortunate that she was taller than him, and impacted his skull a bit higher up than most would. Any lower and she might have hit her head on his horns, and he really didn't want to give the girl who saved his life an injury like that. I am really sorry. I didn't mean to. Are you okay? Ow. The girl rubbed her head furiously. You've got a really hard head, Deku. Deku? Yeah, isn't that your name? She stopped rubbing her head, her pain seemingly lost in her confusion. That's what your friend called you when you tripped back at the entrance exam. She giggled lightly at the memory. Wow, even her laugh is a track dash. Midoriya brought his mind back. Well, why you see, Deku is what Kaken calls me to tease me, and my real name is Izuku Midoriya. Oh, I didn't know. She seemed apologetic, but then quickly returned to her normal, bubbly self. But you know what? I like Deku. It has a you can do it sort of vibe, you know? Plus, I think it sounds pretty cute. She screamed internally, but didn't let her smile fall. Why did I say that? Midoriya's brain shorted out for a second. Deku it is? He couldn't move, he just stared into her eyes, unable to do anything but blush furiously. Whoa, is he blushing green? She blinked once at him, mesmerized by the unusual color spreading over his face for a moment, then her brain kicked back to gear. Oh, of course, I never told you my name. Sorry about that. She straightened herself out to her impressive height, Midoriya's eyes tracking her the whole way. Ochako Uraraka, thanks for holding that massive robot still. She smiled so widely her eyes had squeezed closed. This brought Midoriya roaring back to reality. Uraraka? He gasped. You got first place on the entrance exam. Of course, I should have known someone who blew that robot to pieces would get first. He slapped himself on his forehead, wincing as he hit the sore spot from their previous headbutt. How did I not see that? It was Uraraka's turn to blush. She began frantically waving her hands in front of her. Oh, that was nothing really. It was only because you ran in front of me and stopped that fist all by yourself. She had recalled the memory often in the past 2 months. It was like something out of a movie. His muscular body, those eyes burning bright with passion and energy, him single-handedly stopping that robot. She sighed. Her blush redoubled once she realized she had sighed out loud. Oh, well, I couldn't just let you get sea-crushed, right? He rubbed the back of his head. He was too distracted by his own furious blushing to notice her sigh. So you're just that heroic, huh? She teased him. Why did I just tease him? It's what anyone would have done, alright? His face turned to a deeper tone of green as he rubbed the back of his head faster. Oh. She couldn't help but feel satisfied with how flustered he got from her teasing. If you say so, Deku, but nobody else had done anything. They were all running away. There was only one guy there who put his life on the line for her that day, and he was currently staring at her like a deer in headlights. How was someone who is so heroic and strong also this adorable? They just stood there, staring at each other as the taxi drove off. After another minute or so, the door to the dorm opened up again. Yo, Izuku, what's taking you so long? Bakugo was walking down the path towards them. Midoriya didn't react until Bakugo lightly punched his arm. He looked at the girl his friend was staring at. Oh, Roundface, you're in our class? Roundface? Uraraka was startled. Midoriya regained the use of his tongue and held up his hand to stop his friend. No, Kaken. This is Ochako Uraraka. Oh yeah. He raised his eyebrow, intrigued. And why is that? That's my name. She was more confused. She got first place on the entrance exam, ahead of you, in case that slipped your mind. Besides, I told you how she destroyed that 0-pointer by herself. Well, only because you stopped it, they didn't really seem to be listening to her. Bakugo thought for a moment. Fine. Fair enough. Uraraka it is. He turned to the girl in question. You better keep it up, then. I'm not having any slouches as rivals, you hear me? He turned and walked away, heading back inside. Rivals? Uraraka was thoroughly confused. She turned to Midoriya for some kind of explanation. What just happened? What? Oh. Midoriya seemed to remember that she was there. Kaken happened. Basically, he sees you as a rival because you proved your strength to him. He was rubbing his neck in embarrassment again. It's a good thing, I promise. If you say so, Deku, she repeated herself, not knowing if she believed him. Well, I need to get these to my room. She gestured back at her luggage, still floating behind her. I'll talk to you later? Sure. Sounds good. Midoriya stood still as she walked past him. He watched the woman walk across the sidewalk and up the stairs, staring at her the entire time, admiring her athletic legs under her leggings. The door closed behind her and he was left alone. He sighed heavily. He held his forehead in his hand, shaking his head slightly. I need to learn how to focus around her. She's gonna be in my class. I need to focus on being a hero, and not her face and legs and no, stop that Izuku. He threw his arms up in frustration. Why do I go stupid around her? He dragged his hands down his face in exasperation. I think you know why. Damn it. Ochako walked into the dorm and was quickly greeted by the people inside. She was pleased to see that they were all friendly, especially the girls. But something struck her as odd. She was usually the tallest person in the room, but that wasn't that strange for that not to be the case. However, she was absolutely always used to being the tallest woman in the room. When she greeted the black-haired girl who introduced herself as Momo Yaoyorozu, she was immediately taken aback slightly. The girl was just as tall as she was, if not taller. Ochako's permanent blush grew a bit at this realization, and she could see the slight surprise and a hint of a blush on her face as well. Red looked good on her. The rest of the girls were also quite nice. The froggy girl even insisted that she already call her by her first name. Then her eyes locked onto something familiar. Yellow irises, so intense they almost seemed to be glowing, stared back at her, keeping her mesmerized. Her brain got thrown for a loop, reliving Deku dashing to her aid. But the eyes didn't belong to him. They were a deeper, golden yellow compared to Deku's bright green, and they were accented by the black scara surrounding them. As she noted the differences between their eyes, the rest of her face registered in Ochako's mind and she took notice of her new classmate's pink skin and hair. Reality came crashing back. Ochako continued to stare as she internally scolded herself for getting so lost in the moment. She couldn't deny that it wasn't just the color of her eyes that made her recall Deku so vividly. Maybe the way she is looking back at me? Sorry, didn't mean to stare. She chuckled awkwardly, like your eyes. The woman she was staring at, who was still staring back, shook her head, dispelling her faint, lilac blush. Her smile grew wide, but was a little shaky. Thanks. After she said a hurried goodbye to them all, she eventually made her way to room 405 and let her luggage and furniture fall gently to the ground. She sighed loudly and flopped onto her new bed. I've been at UA for less than an hour and I'm already. Why couldn't Deku have been in the other class? There's something about him that's so distractin'. I don't have time to be distracted. I'm not a kid anymore, I'm 18. I should be past this. She hit her bed in frustration. She sat up and sighed again, pulling herself to her feet to begin slowly unpacking. Even with the distraction of her luggage, her thoughts kept wandering to Deku. He's cute, sure, and totally heroic. And his quirk is super cool, and I kinda like how he looks at me, but he wouldn't like me or anything. We just met. I'm sure I just intimidate him, Her mind went back to the girl that looked at her with the same expression. She sighed once again. Besides, guys just don't like tall girls. That's fine. I'm not here for anything but being a hero. I can need to learn to be one of the best while I'm here. For years will be gone before I know it. I can't get distracted thinking about cute boys with horns and really muscular arms, or cute girls with horns. Do I have a thing for horns? She slipped down to the ground, clutching her knees to her chest and feeling her permanent blush growing once again. Damn it. The next day was Sunday, the last day of move-in and the last day before school started. He was used to getting up early due to his years of conditioning with his father, and he had no intention of sleeping in now. At the crack of dawn, he and Katsuki met up to take a jog around the UA campus. Izuku knew that UA was big, but he didn't fully appreciate it until he took that jog. Katsuki and he ran their normal distance, which covered a healthy number of city blocks, and they had barely explored a corner of the property. There was the main building, of course, which was huge. Then there were 2 dorms for the hero course, 3 for general education, 3 for support course, and 3 more for the business course. 4 years of school meant 44 separate residential halls. Then there was the stadium, the USJ, the numerous training grounds and facilities, the mock cities and more. This place is more like its own city than a campus, Izuku puffed as he ran alongside his friend. Imagine how much it costs to buy just the land for this, not to mention all the buildings, Katsuki pointed out. The boys returned to their hall a little bit after 7, sweating and satisfied from a successful workout. A few scorch marks on Izuku's arms and a few traces of blood along Katsuki's betrayed the fact that they had gone a few rounds as part of their exercise. After a shower and a quick breakfast, the 2 left and caught the train back to Izuku's house. Hisashi was leaving on a business trip the next morning to Island, so the Bakugas and Midoriyas were having a small get-together. By the time the boys returned to UA in the late afternoon, all of the other students had arrived. Izuku set to work scouting out the 6 he hadn't met the previous day. 5 were boys, for a total of 12. The girl was a foreigner, American by the looks of it, by the name of Pony Tsunatori. She had a pair of impressive horns sticking straight up out of her head, which Ishido had already spotted with another shout of horns. Izuku was later informed by Ishido that Tsunatori was his friend now as well. Next, there was a student with a strange, pointed head that put him on par with Satu in terms of height. He had a muscular build but seemed supremely shy and quiet, to the point that Izuku didn't even hear him speak. It was only by pointing at a name tag on his luggage that he was able to tell Izuku that his name was Kuji Kuda. Just in case Izuku still entertained the idea that he was one of the taller students, next he met a giant named Mezushuji. He had 6 arms, wore a mask and stood about 2 inches taller than Satu and Kuda. He also seemed reserved and stoic. Izuku noted that he would likely get along well with Tokoyami, but couldn't get much of a read on him beyond that. Yuga Aoyama was a bit much for Izuku, but he could immediately tell that his dazzling outward persona was a shield. The boy seemed to wear his heart on his sleeve, but the heart was a decoy. Izuku quickly figured that, despite talking about himself all the time, he never truly said anything about himself. Then there was the purple one. Minoru Mineta immediately set off red flags in Izuku's mind. He noticed that the boy took every opportunity to stare at the women in the class. He was short, crude, and completely shameless. Izuku had him pegged as trouble nearly as soon as he met him, which was something that didn't often happen. The last student he knew from name only. He had apparently gone up to his room as soon as he arrived and hadn't come out. Ashido had told him that she saw the names Todoroki on the backpack he was carrying, which immediately let Izuku know what he needed to. Izuku had seen Endeavor many times at the hero events he attended with his father, but he had never seen his children. He knew that he had them, but Endeavor was not a family man. He was at those events purely for political reasons. If his son was anything like him, then he was one to watch out for. Endeavor left a sour taste in Izuku's mouth, and while perhaps this boy was different, he would be cautious. And with that, Izuku knew all the pieces on the board. Factors such as teachers were still unaccounted for, but he now knew the most important parts of what he was working with. Satisfied with his foundation, he made the first move in his game. "Yo, Kirishima." "Satu." Izuku called out to the two who were sitting near each other next to the TV. "Kaken and I are heading out to check out the gym. Wanna come?" This was an easy way to start the game strong, pun intended. Both students grew wide smiles and immediately agreed. The four made their way across campus to the rather impressive weight room and set to work. Kirishima paired off with Katsuki, while Izuku and Satu spotted for each other. Now, Izuku was stronger than the average person, thanks to his genes and his years of training, but he didn't have much of anything on Satu. The man crushed all of Izuku's personal records without even trying. Izuku couldn't help but grin. He would make a point of training with Satu more in the future. No better person in class to help Izuku's strength train than him. Katsuki and Kirishima seemed to be getting along well enough, and he tolerated Satu. He had already given them both nicknames, which, Izuku noted, was a good step. Weird Hertz took all of Katsuki's jabs in stride and accepted every challenge that he laid out. Izuku could tell by the look in his friend's eyes that he was begrudgingly impressed with Kirishima's spirit. The workout didn't last too long. "We don't want to tire ourselves out too much for class tomorrow. Who knows what crazy crap they'll have us doing," Katsuki wisely reminded Izuku on the way over. Besides, Izuku had the second move of his game already planned out. Izuku encouraged the other three to jog back to the dorm with him as a cool-down, but he really just wanted to get back as fast as he could to begin the next phase. A quick shower and a quick change of clothes brought Izuku back down to the kitchen as fast as he could manage. He pulled the note cards out of his pocket and set to work. "Hey, Mom." Earlier that day, Izuku had been helping his mother prepare the lunch for the party. The two of them often cooked together, and it was one of their most common bonding activities during his childhood. Especially when his father wasn't home. Yes, Izuku? Inko was a fantastic cook. She fed 2 dragons every day, so it wasn't surprising. She was proud at how well Izuku had taken after her, and she secretly thought that Izuku would surpass her in a few years. Cooking with her son always brought a smile to her face, and it was one of the things she would miss most with him moving out. "I want to cook dinner for all my new classmates tonight. Do you have some recipes I could use?" Inko smiled widely. "Of course. It's so nice of you to want to cook for your new friends. Here, I have a few you could use. And here's one for dessert." She was frantically writing down some of her favorites on some note cards as she gushed. "Thanks, Ma. I'll be sure to try and do your recipes justice." "Oh, I'm not worried about that, sweetie. Just remember to make enough for everyone." Uraraka, Ashido, and the other girls were making their way downstairs to make dinner later that evening. They had spent most of the day getting to know each other, talking about their high schools and parents, what heroes they liked, thanks, Midoriya, and what hobbies they enjoyed. They were chatting about some of their favorite foods when they entered the common room and smelled something heavenly coming from the kitchen. Then they noticed everyone else in the dorm eating, sitting at the counter or around the couches. "Oh, hey girls. Midoriya called out from behind the stove, waving at them. You're just in time, dinner was just served. Come get it while it's hot. Did you cook for everyone? Jairu asked incredulously. Yep. Midoriya was cheerfully working on something in a pot. I figured a big meal together to celebrate us all getting into UA before classes start tomorrow would be a good idea. I won't turn down free food. Hagakure moved first out of the 8 girls, which quickly caused the others to follow. I really hope this food isn't good, Uraraka thought desperately. Please don't be a good cook, I'm begging ya. Midoriya, what is this? Ashido looked like she was about to start salivating. Oh, that's one of the new recipes my mom gave me today. It's cold soba with natto and okra. It has a really interesting taste and texture. It's one of my favorites that she makes. Ashido looked like she was about to start vibrating as she eagerly filled a bowl with the dish. Holy crap, he can cook too? The girls all thanked Midoriya for his hard work and piled their bowls high with the soba and the other sides he made. They sat down in an 8-person circle off to the side of the room and ate together happily. After they finished, Ochako took the opportunity to look around the room. And by that she meant look at the cook. She noticed immediately that his eyes were glowing ever so slightly. If you didn't know what they normally looked like, you might have missed it. His eyes seemed to be roaming the room, observing and studying all of the other students. She noted with a bit of disappointment that his eyes never met hers, as if he was intentionally avoiding her gaze. She also noticed that everyone seemed to be enjoying themselves. Even that mysterious Todoroki boy was eating, seemingly enjoying the soba. Ashido and him had a stare down over the last helping, which he eventually won, much to the pink girl's dismay. She also noticed that weird, short guy was staring over at her and the other girls nearly the entire time. He had already gotten an ear full of audio jack from Jiraiya earlier that day when he tried to get a little friendly with Yaoyorozu. He didn't even meet her eyes when she looked at him, his gaze focused firmly a bit below her. She shot him an angry look that he didn't acknowledge and then turned back to the group of girls. What a little scumbag. She tried to distract herself by talking with the other girls, trying to ignore Ashido's incessant staring. Why don't I mind her staring at me? Despite all her efforts, her thoughts always returned to the green-haired boy behind the counter. That meal was amazing, it's not fair. Are you just here to make things difficult for me? Ochako dared to glance at him again. Her eyes went wide. No. No, no, no. No, please no. Hey guys, don't forget to leave room for dessert. He was cheerily kneading something on the counter. My mom gave me this great mochi recipe and I'm making enough for each of you. That's not fair. Ochako tried to keep her mouth from watering. Maybe his mochi won't be as good as his soba? Izuku's plan had been a resounding success. He grinned at the satisfied looks of his classmates. While everyone seemed to appreciate the meal, he had gained a few pieces of unexpected information. Firstly, Ashido had seemed thrilled with his soba. Was it the okra? She had seemed to shiver as she ate it. He made a note to cook something with it in the future to test his hypothesis. He smiled and looked over to her, noting to himself how enjoyable it was to see her so pleased. That shirt is really low-cut and loose. She's clearly very confident and comfortable with her body. I can see why, too. She's pretty, gifted. Izuku quickly moved on before he blushed as green as the okra. Uraraka had a very peculiar reaction to the food. He had hoped to impress her, but she acted almost resigned. She seemed to like the food. She had come back for seconds on the soba and she ate more of the mochi than anyone else but Satu, so that probably wasn't it. She looked almost defeated. I liked watching her walk away from the counter a bunch, though. Izuku grew a single claw and jabbed himself hard in the leg. Get your mind out of the gutter, Izuku. Ashido and Uraraka are beautiful women, yes, but they're way out of your league. Just calm down and focus. He sighed. Focus, right? The most surprising development of the night was his first interaction with Todoroki. Shudo, he learned, was stunted when it came to socializing. He seemed to almost lack emotion, and was quite blunt and tactless when he did speak. Endeavor always gave me the creeps, maybe being around him that much affects you. The kicker, however, was how Todoroki had reacted to his meal. He ate more of the soba than anyone else, and even fought Ishido for the last bowl. That was something he could use. His mother always taught him that someone's favorite food was a quick way into their heart. Speaking of Ishido, the girl had come and offered to help him do the dishes after the meal. He wasn't one to turn down help, especially when it came from a girl like her. He was surprised that he didn't turn into a stuttering mess with her, but perhaps it was because of everything else that was on his mind. Horn buddies, right? Her wide, cheerful grin rivaled his own. It's the least I could do after you made such an amazing meal. Where did you learn to cook like that? Izuku chuckled as he scrubbed a plate. My mom taught me. We spent a lot of time cooking together while I was growing up. He smiled fondly as he reminisced. Ah, she seems like a nice lady. She is. Maybe you can meet her one day. He was too distracted with his memories to realize what he was saying. You sure move fast, huh? Ishido winked at him as she giggled, which caused him to sputter and begin to apologize profusely. Calm down, dude, I was just teasing. His flustered state only caused her to giggle harder. In his panic, he accidentally ran the plate he was cleaning under the running sink in a way that sprayed both of the students with water. Izuku caught the worst of it, nearly soaking his entire shirt through. Ishido caught some of the spray, leaving a large splotch right on the front of her white shirt. They stood there for a few seconds in shock before they both started laughing. Izuku glanced over and watched her lose it, doubling over at the sheer nonsense of it all, relishing the moment. It feels good to make her laugh, even if I made a fool of myself. Soon her giggles began to subside, and he noticed she was staring at him, eyes seemingly transfixed on the wet shirt hugging his chest tightly. He blushed a bit, but couldn't stop his own eyes from drifting down to where the water had made her shirt see-through. Oh wow, those are hug dash. A claw formed on his hand again as he mentally slapped himself and physically stabbed himself. Izuku hoped she didn't notice the small trickle of green on his leg. Izuku and Ishido collected themselves and finished the rest of the dishes in a slightly awkward silence. He did his best to keep his eyes from glancing over at the woman next to him, and once they finished, he thanked her and quickly left. He opted to go to bed early that night, partially due to the physical exhaustion from his 2 separate workouts, but more due to the mental and emotional exhaustion of being surrounded by so many new and confusing people. He collapsed in his bed and fell asleep quickly, despite his excitement for class beginning the next day. In some deep part of his brain, he was thankful that his sleep was dreamless. He didn't trust his mind right now. Hopefully, class would prove to be a good distraction from the 2 other distractions in his life right now. He woke up at daybreak and for the first time in a while, he and Katsuki didn't work out. They had no idea what UA had in store for them, so they wanted to conserve their energy. Instead, he used his extra time to write in his notebook about the hero news from the previous day. Before he could finish up, he heard a knock at his door. Hey, third place, you up? Izuku sighed and opened the door. Morning, Kaken. Lips made breakfast. You're the only one not down already? You sleep in? Slacking off already? Sadu? And no, I was just catching up in my notebook. Haven't had as much time the past 2 days. Katsuki nodded a bit then turned away. Hurry the hell up or I'm eating your plate. Izuku shut his door and quickly changed out of his pajamas and into his new school uniform. He gazed at it for a while before he put it on, still not believing entirely that he was finally at UA. His uniform fit a bit snugly for his tastes. Maybe I bulked up a bit since I took my measurements? He straightened his tie and headed downstairs. Katsuki had spoken the truth. The other 19 students were already eating. He quickly made his way over to the kitchen area and grabbed the plate that Sadu had left out for him. He was so hungry that he took a bite before he even went to go sit down. It was heavenly. Sadu, I didn't know you could cook. Izuku resisted cramming more pancake into his mouth before he spoke. Sure, I have a lot of practice because of how my quirk works. Sadu gave him a thumbs up. You like it? I'm usually better at desserts than more traditional meals, so I figured pancakes would be a good one to start with. Like it? It's great. Izuku's willpower failed and he crammed another fluffy bite into his mouth and swallowed quickly. I'm actually the opposite. I struggle with desserts and sweets. Maybe we could help each other out? It was never too early to play the game. Satu nodded. Yeah, Sounds like a plan. Thanks, Midoriya. Izuku sat down at one of the tables with some of the other students, including Kirishima and Ishido. They were apparently talking about their quirks, as he caught the end of Ishido cheerfully explaining that she can secrete acid. Whoa, really? Izuku loved talking about quirks, and it was an added bonus that people usually like talking about their own quirks, too. They especially liked it when he talked about how cool they were. That's a great power. Can you control the potency? Yep. She was grinning widely at his interest, just as he suspected. I can control the strength, viscosity and more. Her eyes narrowed slightly, staring at his head. But hey, what about you? You haven't told me anything about you. What's with your horns? Do they have something to do with your quirk? I bet they do. Izuku was taken aback by the sudden change of subject and her intensity, but he quickly recovered. Do yours? He deflected, not ready to reveal his quirk and heritage yet. Well, no, Budash. Class begins in 15 minutes. Ito was standing at his seat, hand outstretched in a chopping motion. We should all make our way to the classroom. Izuku was grateful for this distraction and took it as an opportunity to throw the rest of his breakfast down his throat and start walking to class, leaving Ishido's questions unanswered. Izuku was over the moon. He was actually sitting in a classroom at UA, about to meet his homeroom teacher. He had dreamed about this moment for years and it was finally here. He was almost vibrating in his seat behind Katsuki. His friend found this irritating, judging from his glare, but Izuku didn't care at the moment. The door opened and the girls entered. They had left a bit later than everyone else, and had apparently already started moving together as a group. Izuku wasn't surprised. It was always easier to socialize with people you had more in common with when you first met each other. He watched as the girls took a look at the seating chart on the board at the front of the class and split up to their seats. Izuku almost chuckled at the seemingly floating uniform of Hagakure as she sat down in front of Katsuki. He would get used to it, but for now, it was an amusing novelty. Yaoyorozu gave him a polite nod as she passed behind him to sit down. Mineta was between him and her, and Izuku felt himself tense up at the strange noise he made when Yaoyorozu passed by him. Jiraiya took a seat just ahead and to the right of Midoriya. Tsunatori sat at the front of the row to her right. Kirishima sat 2 rows at Izuku's left, while the other 3 girls all had seats on the far right row. Izuku's mind froze a bit as he glanced over them. In addition to the normal school uniform, Uraraka was wearing black leggings under her skirt. Izuku could only stare. Those legs. I think UA might actually end me. After a while, Izuku noticed that she was staring at him too. And so was Ida. And so was everyone. Katsuki hit him upside the head. Wake up, idiot. Izuku looked around in panic and noticed a scruffy-looking man wearing a long, gray scarf standing at the front of the room. He was staring expectantly at Izuku. Thank you for finally joining us, Midoriya. The man glared at him, voice sarcastic and bored. Apparently, Izuku had been staring for a long time. As I was saying, my name is Shoyuta Aizawa. Your teacher? Izuku tried to will the green blush away from his cheeks as the rest of the class finally stopped staring at him. Our teacher. Izuku's mind began to race. Then he's a pro hero. I don't recognize him, maybe he's underground? Strange for him to be working at UA if that's the case. The man didn't wait for the murmuring to die down before he pulled out a blue and white gym uniform. We're wasting time. Go down to the changing rooms, put these on and meet me outside. You have 5 minutes? Uraraka raised her hand in protest. But what about a Rhine dash? A waste of time. Aizawa cut her off and left without another word. After a desperate scramble, the class made it outside with seconds to spare. Aizawa was standing in front of them, holding a small electronic device. Here at UA, I am free to run my class as I see fit. I have 4 years to teach you how to become the heroes of our future, which means we don't have any time to waste on pointless ceremonies and traditions. Aizawa turned to Uraraka. Uraraka, you got first place on the entrance practical? The girl tensed up slightly at the attention. What was your farthest softball throw in high school? I think it was about 72 meters, sir. She seemed uncomfortable being singled out. The Ministry of Education is still pretending that we are all born equal, instead of letting those who are capable excel. If I am going to properly teach you, I need to know where you stand right now. A series of 8 physical challenges will give me a good baseline so I know each of your potentials. Since the previous results you have are without your quirks, they are useless. He turned back to the girl. Throw the ball as far as you can, using your quirk. He tossed the ball to her. She caught it with both hands. Are you sure? You're wasting my time. Step into the circle and take your throw. He sounded bored, but thanks to his scarf, nobody saw the smirk on his face. He knew what she was going to do. Only a fool of a teacher wouldn't read their forms and watch their performances at the entrance exam. Uraraka walked up to the circle and turned back again, still unsure. Seeing Aizawa's dispassionate expression, she looked back to the ball. She had been holding it with her pinky off, but let the finger touch. A small flash of pink light accompanied that familiar feeling of the weight moving through her body. Once she felt it was at an appropriate weight, she simply opened her hand. The ball shot skyward, being pushed up by the now denser air surrounding it. The class all gasped as the ball kept floating higher and leaving their vision. Aizawa turned to the rest of the class and held up the device, which read Infinity. This caused further shouts and exclamations from the rest of the class. Wow, Ishido was standing next to Midoriya, staring in awe at Uraraka's feat. Yeah, Midoriya had seen her in action before, but it was still incredible. They looked at each other in surprise, hearing the fondness in each other's voices. A slight lilac blush lit up Ishido's face as she smiled. Midoriya's green blush was more intense, and his smile was a little shakier. Ishido blinked in surprise. He blushes green? She blushes blue? I am here to teach those who have the potential how to be a hero. Aizawa's eyes grew a crazed look in them. I will be scoring and ranking each of your performances in the 8 tests. I will declare the student with the lowest score to have no potential and expel them on the spot. His sick grin appeared over his scarf. You all made it into UA, but you still need to prove to me that you belong here. Aizawa outlined the 8 events in order. A 50-meter dash, a grip strength test, a standing long jump, repeated side steps, the softball throw, sit-ups, sitting toe touch and a long-distance run. The first event would be in pairs. Just by luck, or by luck. Bakugu was paired up with Midoriya to go first. You gonna hold back with all these extras around? Or are you gonna actually try and beat me? Bakugu sneered as he spoke, challenging his friend. Midoriya sighed, preparing himself. No point hiding it anymore, I guess. He reached up and began to pull his shirt off. Wouldn't want to give you too much of a handicap, dandy. He wished he could have kept the secret for a little longer, but there was no helping it. Midoriya, what are you doing? Aizawa knew full well what he was doing, but he wanted to hear how the boy would respond. Oh, I just don't want to destroy school property needlessly, sir. Midoriya had frozen mid-shirt removal and responded with a slight bow of his head. Aizawa shrugged. That answer was good enough for him. Carry on. Midoriya finished taking off his shirt and tossed it on the ground behind him, eliciting murmurs from the rest of the class watching. He turned half towards the students as he rotated and flexed his arms and shoulders, limbering himself up. Hey, Ishido. He called back to the girl, who was staring at him, eyes wide. Remember when you asked me why Stormclaw was my favorite hero? She nodded slowly. Yeah. Well, you see, Midoriya's eyes began to glow slightly as scales formed across his shoulder blades. His wings sprouted out of his back shortly afterwards, quickly growing to their full size. The class gasped again as they unfurled. Midoriya grinned wide with pride. He's my dad. Mina Ishido was many things. Easygoing, self-confident, sociable, friendly, pink. But one thing she wasn't, was ready. She wasn't ready for Midoriya to turn around and say her name as he took his shirt off, revealing his toned and well-defined chest, and back to her as he flexed his muscular arms. Hey, Ishido, he called back to her. She could only stare dumbly, mouth slightly agape. Remember when you asked me why Stormclaw was my favorite hero? Mina nodded slowly, gulping unconsciously as her eyes didn't leave his toned torso. Well, you see, Midoriya's eyes began to glow slightly as scales formed across his shoulder blades. Mina's mouth opened further as wings sprouted out of his back. She and the rest of the class gasped again as they unfurled. Midoriya grinned wide with pride. He's my dad. The pause. What do you mean, he's my dad? Kaminari shouted out. Many of the other students gasped again, some shouted, while others just stared. That my dad is Stormclaw? What? Why didn't you tell us? Kaminari was pointing at him accusingly. Tsu was also staring in disbelief, confused finger on her face. You're wasting our time, Aizawa interrupted the students before Midoriya could respond. You can socialize later. Heroes must be able to focus. The students grumbled, none louder than Kaminari, but they quieted down. Mina didn't really have the mental capacity at the moment to process Midoriya's statement or the conversations going on around her. All she could do was continue to stare at the man. Wow, Mina was stunned for the second time in only a few minutes. Yeah, Uraraka, who was standing beside her, sighed fondly. Again, for the second time in only a few minutes, Mina turned to her side in surprise. She stared at Uraraka, who was staring back down at her, blush evident on her cheeks. Well, more blush than normal. They grinned at each other awkwardly. She's just as adorable as Midoriya is when he blushes. Her face twitched. Wait, do I have a thing for tall people? Runners, on your mark. A cheerful robotic voice cut through Mina's thoughts. She turned and saw Bakugo and Midoriya lined up at the starting line. Midoriya's wings were standing up, ready to propel him forward. Ready? The two boys tensed up. A gunshot rang out, and the two shot off like rockets, one quite literally. Bakugo jumped forward and held his hands behind him, letting off controlled, continuous explosions to fly forward. Midoriya's wings had kicked up a considerable dust storm as then hurled him towards the finish like. He shot through the air, wings back to make himself aerodynamic. The two reached their hands out at the last second, hoping to edge out the other. They were neck and neck as they crossed the line, and crashed down onto the ground afterwards. 3.51 seconds. 3.54 seconds. Midoriya had won by a fraction of a second. Mina watched as the two staggered to their feet, dusting themselves off. They both shot looks at each other, smirking and determined. Mina gasped slightly. She was too busy staring at his chest and abs earlier, but now she saw his eyes. They were still big and filled with those cute forest green irises, but now they glowed faintly with a bright green light, so light that it almost appeared yellow. Whoa, hey, are his horns longer? She looked up at Uraraka. Yeah, I think it has to do with when he uses his quirk. You should see his eyes when he really gets going. Uraraka was looking at him affectionately, a slight sigh in her voice. Oh, are they dreamy? Mina teased the girl, causing her to realize what she was saying and begin to blush again, but she had to admit that Uraraka's words piqued her interest. The test continued, and Mina couldn't help but be impressed by her classmates. Uraraka went against Tsunatori next. The foreigner got into place, her hooved feet up against the starting block. Uraraka did that thing with the pink light again, but this time she touched her own body as she got down into position on the starting line. Mina tried to keep herself from staring at Uraraka's backside. She didn't try that hard. Her jaw dropped again as the gunshot went off. Tsunatori flew down the course quickly, but Uraraka was a blur. She had kicked off and shot down the course at incredible speeds, and she seemed to Mina to be actually flying. 2.36 seconds. The robot declared as she passed the finish, and 6.25 seconds, when Tsunatori followed up. Uraraka's landing was less than graceful. As she passed the finish line, Mina noted that she looked a little green, and not green like Midoriya's cute blush. She clapped her hands together and Mina saw the faint pink glow again. She pulled her legs underneath her as she did so and crashed down, skidding several feet on her big, beautiful butte. Mina, calm your gaze. Focus on the tests. She looked elsewhere to try and clear her head, and her gaze fell onto Midoriya who, much to her disappointment, had put his shirt back on. She noticed that he was hastily scribbling in a notebook. He was intently watching all of the students as they took their turns, eyes glowing slightly as he focused. Is he studying us? Wait, where was he keeping that notebook? Several more pairs took their turns, and near the end it was finally Mina's turn. She took her shoes and socks off and put them to the side, letting some acid form on the bottom of her feet. She was up against Aoyama, who was standing backwards like a tool instead of getting down on the starting block. The gunshot rang out, and Mina kicked off. Focus, girl. Fluid but cohesive. Skate forward and don't dig into the dirt. You've done this 100 times. She maintained her cool as Aoyama shot past her with a dazzling laser coming from his stomach, monologuing about something Mina didn't care to listen to. The student crashed down on his back halfway down the course and Mina skated past him. 4.86 seconds. Mina was satisfied with that. 5.02 seconds. Aoyama dusted himself off and told the class a little too much information about the downsides of his quirk. Mina could only stare in disbelief. She broke her gaze away and looked at Midoriya, whose eyes were flitting back and forth between his notebook and her. He noticed that she caught him looking and he began to blush slightly, but he didn't stop writing. The next event was the grip strength test, and she quickly learned that Midoriya's quirk didn't end with wings. She grabbed one of the devices and limbered her hand up. Her quirk wouldn't help her here. She squeezed as hard as she could, coming out with a total of a bit over 50 kilograms. She was satisfied with that. Her training before UA was more focused on endurance and agility than raw strength. She glanced over to take a look at the rest of her class. Shiro and Mineta were fawning over Shuji, who had nearly broken the device. He had wrapped 3 of his 6 hands around the handle and crushed it with a pull of 642 kilograms. Mina was impressed, but then something else caught her eye. Midoriya was standing on the other side of the group, staring at the grip strength device in his right hand. He took a deep breath and then his hand and arm bulked up as they grew green scales. Her eyes went wide as his hand swelled to nearly twice its normal size and he squeezed the device. He let his arm return to normal and stared with satisfaction at the number displayed. Mina wished she could have seen what it was. Mina did fine on the standing long jump, but wasn't surprised when she wasn't in the same league as Midoriya, Bakugo or Uraraka. All 3 of them had cleared the pit entirely, earning them the maximum score. Uraraka looked a little queasy again after her jump. Were those pancakes that Sata made bad? I ate them and I feel fine. I wonder what's up with her? Much to Mina's chagrin, the little creepy purple kid took the gold on the repeated sidesteps. Apparently those balls on his head were bouncy, and he flew past everyone else's score. She caught him staring at Uraraka lecherously as she did her test. Mina felt a pang of disgust and even the twisting sensation of jealousy in her stomach. Before she could think about the implications, something behind her caused the hairs on the back of her neck to rise. Something with ending intent. When she turned to check, the feeling was gone and she only saw Midoriya, clutching his head lightly. Things got interesting at the 5th event, the softball throw. Nobody had any hopes of beating Uraraka, so they were all competing for a distant second place. Bakugo stepped up and threw a massive explosion behind the ball, kicking up a dust storm, causing the rest of the class to close their eyes. Aizawa's device read 758.5 m, and Mina gasped along with the rest of the class. Midoriya stepped up next, bumping arms with Bakugo as he passed. I've got you beat, Horns. Yeah, we'll see. Midoriya smiled back confidently. Mina couldn't help but smile with him. Her horn buddy walked to the circle with a ball. He pulled up his sleeve and began to rotate his shoulder, preparing for a throw. Just like before, his arm began to grow scales, green like his hair and eyes, but this time his entire arm up to the shoulder began to grow. His arm continued to grow until Mina guessed it would hang down below his knee. His hand was so large that he had to grip the ball with 3 fingers. As he prepared to throw, Aizawa spoke up. Midoriya, you're holding back. I watched your footage at the entrance exam. Mina's eyes went slightly wide at the implication. Holding back? Midoriya turned to their professor, eyes still glowing. Well, sure, but this is as much a test of judgment and endurance as it is the limits of our quirks, right? That's why you put the long-distance run as the final event. Those who exhausted themselves in the early events would do poorly on the later ones, especially that one. That's why Kaken has been holding back too. Aizawa raised an eyebrow, then motioned for Midoriya to continue. The student reared his massive arm back and let the ball fly, shooting high into the sky. Mina watched it fly until it was only a speck in the distance, before losing track of it completely. Izawa paused for a moment, and then held up his device, which read 757.9 m. Midoriya stared in disbelief as Bakugo cheered in victory. Izawa slowly moved his lazy gaze over the greenhead. You were right, Midoriya, endurance is important. But so is knowing what it takes to get the job done. You are here to push yourself, not pace yourself. The world of heroes and villains isn't fair. You only get one shot to do it right or people will die. Don't hold back next time. Midoriya bowed his head in defeat and walked back to the rest of the students. Mina glanced back at him as he stood next to Bakugo and noticed that he had his notebook out again. Her eyes narrowed as she looked him all over, hoping to find where he had pulled it from. Mina did great at the sit-ups and the seated toe touch. Her passion for dancing kept her core strong and body flexible. She had hoped to partner with Midoriya for the events, but Uraraka got to him before her. The two of them looked to be fast friends, talking and helping each other even through the slight blush on each of their cheeks. They looked so cute together. Mina stopped, realizing something. I wonder why I'm not feeling jealous this time? Mina caught herself staring when Midoriya did his sit-ups. She was hoping to catch a glimpse of his abs underneath his shirt as he moved, but no such luck. In the next event, she couldn't help but laugh at Midoriya's clever subversion of the toe touch rules. He had grown both of his arms long enough to reach his toes, and simply reached out and grabbed them. The final event was the long-distance run, and much like Midoriya predicted, many students were already exhausted from using their quirks. He did well, likely hoping to make up for his performance on the softball throw. Because this was the final test, nobody held back. Eventually, everyone tired out except for the last three. Bakugo and Midoriya were flagging, but their competitive nature pushed them beyond, plus ultra style. Eventually, Bakugo collapsed onto the ground, panting. Midoriya got about 4 steps further before he threw in the towel as well. They panted on the ground as the first-place student continued. That first-place student, of course, was Yaoyorozu. Her quirk had proved exceptionally useful and her application of it was incredibly intelligent. Mina had been keeping an eye on her, watching her excel at nearly every challenge. Her quirk seemed to have limitless potential, at least to the pink girl. A hydraulic press allowed her to crush everyone else's score on the grip strength test. A cannon allowed her to blow even Bakugo's softball throw out of the water, and on the final test, she was still happily making laps around the track in a bicycle she created. Mina watched with a giggle as the panting Midoriya gave her a big thumbs up as she lapped him again. Smart, capable and sexy? You go, girl? Mina was truly impressed by her new friend. Mina was exhausted, but she had a great time. Using her quirk at school was a blast, and seeing all the other students use their quirks was pretty entertaining. She could tell that university was going to be fun. She was confident she was safe from expulsion, but she did feel bad for whoever the last-place student was. The scores were posted, and to nobody's surprise, Yaoyorozu came in first place. Todoroki followed her up, and then third place was Midoriya, barely edging out Baku. The latter boy immediately swung his arm at his friend, who blocked it so their forearms were crossed. They pushed against each other, staring into each other's eyes with a competitive glare. It was a truly bizarre ritual, but caused Mina to giggle. The scores went down from there. The scores were impressively close together, and some were hardly different at all. This class looked like it was going to be a tough one. Uraraka took 5th place, and Mina settled for a comfortable 10th. She shrugged. She wasn't at the top, but there was a reason she was going to school. She had a lot of room to grow and a lot of time to do it in. Why rush it? It was with a degree of guilt that Mina noticed that Mineta got last place. She felt bad for him, but if I had to pick someone to get last? Also, I was lying. Nobody's getting expelled. Izawa grew another 6 smile. That was just a rational deception to get you to push yourselves to your limits. The small purple boy looked like he was about to die. Izawa's bored drone returned. That's it for today. Pick up a syllabus in the classroom, then head back to the dorms, or wherever. He walked away with a dismissive wave and without another word. Hey, Deku. Bakugo spoke loudly, clearly wanting others to hear him. Midoriya turned to look at him, then his face paled. Mina stopped walking to pay attention. No. Bakugo gained an evil grin. Yep. You lost the bet and those were the rules. I choose the time and I choose now. Midoriya stared at him for a few seconds, trying to determine if he was serious. Seeing that he was, he suddenly got down on one knee in front of Bakugo. This caused nearly everyone in the class to turn and watch. Midoriya cleared his throat, and then suddenly his fearful, nervous look was replaced by a self-satisfied smirk and he placed his hand on his chest theatrically. He began to recite something, and judging from his intonation, it was poetry. However, Mina didn't understand the language. The rest of the class was faring no better, most of them looking between Midoriya and each other, looking for an explanation. Mina saw a twinge of recognition on the faces of Yaoyorozu and Tsunatori. Bakugo's own smirk faltered as he grew a look of disbelief, and by the time Midoriya was finished with his performance, it was a look of rage. What the hell was that, dumbass? Midoriya stood up and dusted himself off. We never specified what language, Kaken. I paid up fair and square by the terms of the bet. Bakugo's rage peaked as he sputtered, having his victory so deftly snatched out from underneath him. His rage broke just as quickly. Fine, you clever bastard. I'm gonna beat your ass for that one, though. He turned and stomped off to the locker rooms. Wouldn't have it any other way, dandy. Midoriya was grinning ear to ear. Sonnet 18? Tsunatori spoke up. Midoriya blanched and whipped his head around to face the girl. Howdy dash, he slapped his forehead. How stupid of me. So, you read Shakespeare? The girl shrugged. No, I had project in high school. Your pronunciation could use some work, Midoriya. Yaoyorozu chuckled behind her hand. Mina was confused. Midoriya, what the heck just happened? Midoriya rubbed the back of his head in embarrassment, likely because Tsunatori and Yaoyorozu understood what he had said. Kaken and I had a bet to see who would come out on top at the entrance exam. Whoever lost had to recite a poem to the other at a time and place of their choosing. I lost by a single point. Oh, Deku. Uraraka looked worried. I'm sorry. You would have won your bet if you hadn't stopped to help me. Uraraka, please. Midoriya was turning green again. I don't regret anything, really. Besides, I won the bet in the end in my own way. He laughed awkwardly and quickly made a break for the locker room. Mina had her eyebrow raised for the past several minutes and she finally just started giggling at the whole situation. The rest of the girls joined in too. They all made their way to their own locker room, ready to get out of their sweaty gym clothes. Hey, Uraraka, Mina began, what did you mean when you said Midoriya stopped to help you? The girls were in their locker room changing. They were taking their time, as they had no place to be after this. Well, if you want to know, Uraraka seemed embarrassed. Well, now I do. Jairu raised an eyebrow, seeing her reaction. You remember the big 0-pointers? They all nodded, except for Yaoyorozu, who looked confused. Wait, how did you miss them? Hagakure asked the black-haired girl. You didn't take the practical exam, she explained softly. I was admitted on recommendation. The girls all gasped slightly. No wonder you beat everyone's butts out there, Yaoyorozu. Mina praised the girl. The 0-pointer was a giant robot probably around 15 or more stories tall. It was supposed to be the big obstacle, ribbit? Tsuyu informed the recommended student. So when the robot started rumbling towards me, a building nearby collapsed and fell on me, breaking my ankle and trapping me underneath, Uraraka explained to the worried looks of the other girls. It reared its big fist back and started coming down to smash me. She pantomimed the fist. Then, out of nowhere, Deku dashed between me and the robot and stopped it. She blushed a bit at the memory. Whoa, really? Kiri was intrigued now. How? Don't get me wrong, the dude is jacked, but I can't see him stopping that monster by himself. If the robot was as big as you say, Yaoyorozu mused, then I have my doubts as well. His quirk is powerful, but nothing that impressive. You should have seen it, Uraraka's blush deepened. He threw so much power at that thing. You know how his arm got all big and stuff when he was throwing that softball? The other girls nodded. Well, it was way bigger than that. His arm was probably bigger than the rest of his body combined. Whoa, that's what Aizawa meant when he said he was holding back. Jairu's eyes were wide. Giving his all for someone he's never met? Kiri smacked her fist to her palm. Now that's manly. I can see that, Tsuyu spoke up, causing the other girls to look at her. He's the son of a former top 10 hero after all. Oh yeah, Mina exclaimed. I forgot about that with everything going on out there. Son of Stormclaw. Wait, did you know that? Jaira pointed one of her jacks at Yaoyorozu. He said you knew each other? Yaoyorozu nodded. If he didn't tell you, then it wasn't my place to say. Ugh, that's so noble. Mina teased the girl. Don't you know gossip is more important than that? Ashido. I'm kidding. I get it. Mina waved her hand in mock dismissal, ignoring the teasing grin Kiri was throwing at her. Still, it's pretty crazy, huh? He must be packing all sorts of power in that buff frame. You have no idea, Uraraka said quietly. I wonder if he could get me an autograph. Tsuyu put her finger to her chin. Why not ask? Tsunatori questioned. I will. Oh hey, Uraraka. Jairu got her attention. What happened next? In the exam, did he destroy the robot too? Was he your knight in shining armor? Jairu teased. No, Uraraka said something else, but so quietly that only Jairu could hear her. Oh. Jairu looked shocked, then she smirked. Come on, speak up and say that again. Uraraka sighed. I destroyed it. Mina's mouth dropped open. By yourself? Uraraka nodded. Damn girl. I knew that body wasn't just for looks, you kick-ass. Uraraka blushed harder. Ashido. Mine playfully stuck her tongue out at the girl. Hey, I have a great idea. Hagakure piped up, the others turned to look at her, or at least where they thought she was. We're all gonna be in the same class for the next 4 years, right? Let's follow Tsu's example. You can all call me Turu. I love it. Mina cheered. Call me Mina. Eiko, the woman said with a bright smile. I'm still gonna call you Kiri. Momo hesitated for a second before she spoke. You may call me Momo. Ochako is fine. Ochako smiled brightly. Mina cooed internally. Kyuka. She twirled one of her jacks. Pony. This easier. Pony sighed. In America, everyone says first names. Jairu's face twisted in confusion as she perked up from her relaxed position, quickly standing up as her expression shifted into one of shock and indignation. She quickly stepped over to the wall and jammed a jack into the stone to listen. The other girls were startled by her sudden outburst. Kyuka? What's going on? Yaoyorozu looked worried. Kyuka held up a hand for her to be quiet, and then lifted her other jack. Sound began to play from the jack. Mineta, do not look through that peephole, that is a gross violation of privacy. Ida's muffled voice could be heard. The girls shouted in surprise and looked frantically for the supposed hole. Kyuka found it first and moved towards it. Kiri crashed her fists together as she hardened them. On the first day of class? Don't be such a prude. If you don't want to see Ashido's rocking bod or Yaoyorozu's giant boobs, then don't look, but you won't stop me. Mineta was defiant. The girls all gasped in indignation hearing the shameless words of Mineta and made movements to cover themselves. Jairu prepared to jam one of her jacks into the hole to make the little pervert regret his choice, but before she could, a loud noise caused her to recoil, clutching at her ears. I will. A sound like a sledgehammer slamming into the concrete wall echoed through the locker room, causing Jairu to pull her jack out of the wall as fast as she could. The girls stood there for a few seconds in silence, reeling from what just happened. Eventually Mina spoke up. Was that Midoriya? It sounded like him. Kyuka hesitated, but at the same time it didn't. That was Deku. I know it. Ochako spoke firmly. What was that noise though? Tur asked, still worried. Kyuka put her jack back into the wall after calming herself down. She listened for a few seconds. It's really quiet in there. I think most of them left already. I'll go take a look, then. Turu slipped her clothes off. Turu. Mina sounded scandalized, but her expression betrayed how much she approved. It'll just be a second. Be right back. The invisible girl slipped out of their locker room and snuck towards the boys. It really was only a few seconds before she returned. There's like giant claw marks on the wall at about Mineta height. She picked up her water bottle to demonstrate. Momo gasped. Midoriya attacked him? I don't think so. There's no blood or anything. I think he only threatened him. Manly, Kiri whispered, shaking a fist, a single tear spilling from her eyes. Mina rolled her eyes at that with a smile. All that for us, Ochako quietly added. An idea formed in Mina's head. She stepped closer to Ochako and spoke softly. Speaking of Midoriya, I've seen the way he looks at you. He's totally hot for you, girl. Ochako blushed harder and waved her hands in dismissal. What? No, don't be crazy, there's no way someone like him dash. You are hot as hell, Ochako. Mina emphasized each syllable of her name, almost whispering in her ear. You saw him staring at you in the classroom. You should have seen how he looked at you when you tossed that softball into orbit. What are you saying, Mina? The combination of Mina's closeness and what she was saying had Ochako's face nearly neon. Mina wasn't ashamed to admit she liked the color on her. I'm saying that I'm thinking about asking him to come hang out after class today, as a thank you for defending us from that creep. She smiled wickedly. I'm asking if you want to join me. No pressure, just hanging out and talking. Ochako's eyes went wide. She clutched her chest and nodded once quickly. Good. Mina smiled. We can hang out in my room. I brought card games from home. The pink girl turned around to face the rest of her classmates. Hey girls, since we had a short day today, want to hang out in my room and play some card games? It'll be a great way to get to know each other better. That's a great idea, Mina. Toru was immediately into it. The rest of the girls thought it over, but quickly agreed. I'll bring some tea. My mother sent this new blend with me when I left that you all just have to try. Momo was sparkling. Oh, and I thought that I might invite Midoriya. The other girls paused. He seems like an interesting guy, you know? She gestured over at the wall between the locker rooms. I like that. I really want to ask him about his dad, Ribbit. The rest of the girls looked at each other and nodded. The girls all hastily finished getting back into their school uniforms at that point. They headed back upstairs and grabbed Aizawa's syllabus. There were only a few other students in the room by the time they left back to the dorms, including Mineta, who was as white as a sheet. Mina felt a little bad, but only a little. It was almost 1 o'clock when the girls walked back to the dorm as a group. Mina was less chatty than usual, as her brain was firing on all cylinders, planning out the rest of her day. She grinned. Mina had her own game to play. Izuku was panicking as he paced across the limited floor space of his dorm room. He was running his hands through his hair, eyes wide and glowing ever so slightly. The events of his first day of class weighed heavy on his mind, and he kept running through them in his head, hoping to find something. Izuku finished his repeated sidesteps with an above-average score. Draconic legs granted him extra strength and speed, but there were many other quirks more suited to the task. Katsuki had beaten him fairly easily, small explosions helping to cancel his momentum so he could change direction faster. He was curious about how Uraraka would perform, and if and how she would use her quirk to help her. With practiced precision, he whipped out his notebook and pen and flipped to her page. She started by touching herself on her arm, flashing the pink light. Pink light created by quirk activation was a note he already made. She began to jump from side to side, not as quickly as he expected. It appeared that she was not as weightless as she was during the 50-meter dash. Her quirk doesn't appear to be all or nothing. She must have a degree of control over how much weight she negates. Izuku hypothesized as he jotted down notes. After a few seconds, he noticed her looking a little queasy. She clapped her fingers together, releasing her quirk and slowing herself down significantly. Nausea? Perhaps a side effect of her quirk. Maybe weightlessness causes it, that would make sense. Strange, unnatural motion and sensations can cause that reaction. His attention drifted for a moment as he felt a pang of tension in the back of his mind. His eyes flashed behind Uraraka, where he saw the short, shameless Mineta ogling her. He felt a surge of indignation and anger. How dare you? He grabbed his head as his quirk flared involuntarily. He felt his already long canines sharpen in his mouth and his horns thicken. The painful impulse quickly subsided, but it left a sick pit in his stomach. He barely noticed Ishido turning around with a confused and slightly scared look. That incident was bad enough on its own, but that wasn't the end of it. The worst was yet to come. He thought back to the incident in the locker room. Why didn't you tell us? Now that they were free from Aizawa, Kaminari resumed his indignant accusations. Izuku stalled. I forgot. Izuku was joking, nobody was going to buy that excuse. I don't buy that. One of Shuji's mouth tentacles had peeked around the corner of one of the lockers. Yeah, fair enough. Izuku took his shirt off and tossed it into his locker. The real reason is that people treat me differently once they know who my dad is. They siege the son of Stormclaw and not me, you know? A sensible precaution, then. Tokoyami nodded his approval. Ah, come on man, you don't think we treat you special cause of that, do you? Sata leaned out from around his locker as he took his shirt off. Don't be stupid, Lips, of course you would. Katsuki spoke up in Izuku's defense. Everyone has, ever since we were kids. Could you get me an autograph? I've always wanted one. Kaminari was grinning wide-eyed. What did I just say? Bakugu reached over and slapped Kaminari upside the head. Don't treat him any different, dumbass. It's okay, Kakin. Izuku tried to calm his friend down. Kaminari, I'll see what I can do, but please, I'm just one of your classmates. I know for a fact I'm not the only one here from a hero family. We're at UA, after all, the most prestigious school in the country. Every hero would want their kid to go here. Hey guys, someone Shawshanked a hole in the wall between here and the girls' locker room. Mineta waved his hand to get people's attention. Izuku felt the pang of anger in the back of his mind again. No, calm down. Not again. He put a hand to his head, trying to calm the dull pain. Don't be a creep, dude, what the hell? Shiro looked stunned. Oh, just imagine it. Kirishima's toned abs, or Uraraka's sexy hips. He seemed to be almost salivating. Izuku's eyes burned bright. You will not defile them. Mineta, do not look through that peephole, that is a gross violation of privacy. Ida chopped his hand in warning. Don't be such a prude. If you don't want to see Ishido's rocking bod or Yaoyorozu's giant boobs, then don't look, but you won't stop me. This tipped Izuku over the edge. How dare you? The pain in his head peaked but disappeared when Izuku stopped resisting. His right arm quickly morphed into a large-scaled claw and his horns grew harshly. Scales crept over his shoulder and neck, and his voice deepened. He reared his claw back. I will. Izuku brought the claw down, right above Mineta's head, careful to miss his sticky hair. The concrete crumbled under his razor-sharp claws. As soon as he acted, the pressure went away and he was able to think clearly. Mineta was staring up at him in terror. Izuku looked down. Never do that again and I won't tell Aizawa. The boy nodded quickly and ran back to his locker. Damn, Midoriya, that was cool as hell. Way to defend the girls. Kaminari gave him a thumbs up. Izuku laughed. Don't get confused, Kaminari. The girls don't need me to defend them. He smiled sadly to himself. Doesn't mean that they don't deserve it though. Izuku had held his composure until he was back at the dorms. He walked calmly to his room and shut the door quietly. Then he began to freak out. It was so easy. It felt so right. I can't give in like that. What if I actually hurt him? Sure, he's a little creep, but I can't just attack my classmates. He continued to pace his room in panic. How was I supposed to turn that into something positive? How could I have turned that anger into something constructive? Maybe I could have lectured him? No, Ida tried that, it didn't work. It happened so fast I couldn't think. I need to be able to think. I won't always be able to though. What if I'm a hero and something happens on a mission and that happens? I can't afford to think during these situations. I have to get better, it has to become second nature to me. I can't hide from this. But what if I can't? What if I just keep lashing out? I have a 50% pass/fail rate right now. Maybe that first time was a fluke? What if Uncle Hatsuo is right about me? What if Dash? His thoughts were interrupted by a knock at the door. He stopped pacing and turned to look dumbly as if asking the door itself to tell him who was knocking. Midoriya. Open up. Ishido? Midoriya's door opened after a few moments. Mina was waiting patiently, grinning ear to ear. Hey Midoriya. She tilted her head to the side, looking around him and into his room. The pink woman quickly scrambled past him, nimbly slipping past his bulky frame, although she had to get pretty friendly to do it. Midoriya's room was lined wall-to-wall, ceiling-to-floor with hero merchandise. Shelves occupied every single available inch of wall space, and several new display cases and cabinets had been moved in. There was barely enough space for someone to walk between the door, bed, bathroom, and desk. I knew you were a hero fan, Midoriya, but this is nuts. She wheeled back around with bright eyes, but the smile on her face fell quickly. Midoriya was staring at her, a look of strained intensity on his face. He was clutching his head with one hand and his eyes were glowing slightly. Midoriya, are you okay? He seemed to be struggling to find words. The look on his face, combined with his height, stature, and eyes made Mina feel truly intimidated. She resisted the desire to take a step back. After what felt like ages, he spoke. Ishido, friends, right? His tone almost seemed pleading. Mina raised an eyebrow, half in confusion and half in concern. Of course we are, Midoriya. We're horn buddies. She pointed at her horns, other hand on her cocked hip. Yes, but are we good friends? Can we be good friends? Mina was confused even more by his line of questioning, but grew a wide smile. Didn't take you for someone so forward, Midoriya. But sure. You seem like a good dude and I think we've meshed well. I like you a lot. She put her finger to her chin in thought, and then snapped. Tell you what, if you want to make it more official, can I call you Midori? Ochako's got a cute nickname for you. I want one too. He smiled through what Mina guessed was a headache of sorts. Yeah, alright. I'd like that. Thanks, Ishido. He sighed, his headache seeming to fall away as his strained expression was replaced by his normal smile and his eyes stopped glowing. He shook his head slightly and returned to normal. Sorry about that, Ishido. And, yeah, I'm a huge hero fan. This isn't even all of my collection. I couldn't fit the rest in here. The woman shook her hand dismissively. Yeah, no problem, but what was that? I'm not letting you off the hook that easily. Mina was not afraid to ask questions. Midori seemed to have hoped that she was, rubbing the back of his head in embarrassment. Well, let's just say I'm, very protective of what's mine. I'm not comfortable with people who I'm not good friends with in my room or near my stuff. Oh, so when I just barged in here, it upset you? She felt upset herself. I didn't mean to, Midori. I was just so impressed with what you had in here. He looked incredulous at her, but his grin had returned in earnest. The look in his eyes was, that's the same look he gives Ochako. Interesting, does that mean? Oh, I can use this. Yeah, this is like some sort of hero museum. But that's not why I came here. Oh, what can I help you with? He immediately stood at the ready, eager to lend a hand. So earnest. She teased him, finally getting a little bit of green in his face. I'm having a little get-together with the other girls in class. Hanging out, playing cards, getting to know each other, right? Okay? What do you dash? Some of us want to get to know our savior a little better. Her eyes narrowed as she grinned. Mina knew that this would bug him. Savior? Oh, you heard that. In the locker room. He seemed very distressed, beyond the embarrassment she predicted. Strange. Even if we didn't have Kyuka listening in, you were loud, Midori. And then you kinda smashed concrete with your bare hand? Yeah, we heard that. He bowed his head. Well, it wasn't with my bare hand. Hey, chin up, buddy. We're glad that there's someone looking out for us. I'll return the favor if one of us tries to peep on you, yeah? She grinned wider. Unless there's a girl or two you wouldn't mind looking at you. That got him to turn green. Ishido Aya dash? Broccoli achieved. She began to laugh hard. Brock, how do you know all of Kaken's nicknames for me? There was a hint of accusation in his sputtering. Mina kept laughing for a few moments, before collecting herself. He calls you that too? Easy to see why, dark green hair, your face turns green when you're blushing? Midori, you look like an actual piece broccoli right now. He grumbled a bit, still shifting awkwardly in the door frame as she kept laughing. But hey, you didn't answer my question. Do you want to come hang out with us? It'll be fun, you can get to know us, we can get to know you, it'll be great. Midori thought for a few seconds as his hand went to his chin and he stared at the floor. Yo, I'd like to get to know you all better, anyway. Great. Mina moved towards him, put her hands on his firm shoulders and spun him around. She started pushing him like she had on Saturday, taking another opportunity to take a look at his butt. She smiled behind his back as she pushed him towards the elevator, his doors shutting and locking behind them. UA is getting more and more interesting every day. Never would have thought he would have looked at me like that. Izuku was impressed. He had been manipulating and influencing people since he could remember, and he considered himself quite good at it. He wasn't blind enough to assume that there weren't people better than him, of course, but he had quite a few victories under his belt. But Ishido was something else. She had caught him off guard, adapted to the circumstances, never given him an opportunity to take control, and even hit him with a compliment aimed directly at his pride in his collection. And in the end, she got him to do what she wanted, and he felt good about it. She even got him to agree to a new nickname. Izuku had met people who could stand toe-to-toe with him in the game, but it had been quite a while since he had lost. He couldn't help but grin as Ishido pushed him forward. He was excited. Losing never felt so good. His grin wasn't dumb, but confident. He was determined not to lose again. Ishido pushed the button for the 4th floor and the elevator doors dinged closed. She let him move of his own volition once the doors opened up again, her walking just slightly ahead of him. They walked towards the girls' side of the dorm, passing by room 405. That's Ochako's room. I'm just down the hall in 408. Momo is in 406. Ishido explained cheerfully. The 3rd floor has Kyuka in 305 and Toru in 308, and the 5th floor is Pony in 505, Kiri in 506 and Tsu in 508. Izuku made a vague noise of acknowledgement. He was barely listening, instead mentally preparing himself for the task ahead. He was going to be in a relatively small room with 8 women. Between Ishido and Hagakure, there was a degree of unpredictability, and Ishido especially seemed to like to tease him. He had to be focused and ready. Dude, we're hanging out, not taking a test. Relax. Ishido evidently noticed his distracted state as they arrived outside her room. She gave him an appraising look as he took a deep breath and then smiled and nodded. Ishido flashed her cheerful smile back and swung the door open. I found him. Izuku gathered his confidence and took a bold step inside. Hi, everyone, thanks for inviting me. Of course, Midoriya, please come in. Yaoyorozu was always so proper. Izuku glanced around the room, taking stock of his surroundings. Ishido's room was very wow. Nearly everything inside was pink and black and styled with polka dots, hearts, leopard print, tiger stripes, or some other boisterous design. Ishido was clearly not ashamed to be exciting. He noted a coat rack with scarves and hats on it that were just as vibrant and fluffy as the rest of the room. Her walls had a few posters on it and her balcony door was covered in a massive drape, just as pink as everything else. Perbedded. Is that a weighted blanket? Izuku put his observations of the room aside for now and took stock of the other guests. 6 women sat in a circle in the middle of the floor, each staring up at him with a smile. He immediately noticed something missing. Ishido seemed to notice his confused expression and preempted his question. Kyuka has a headache and took a rain check? A headache, but wait, you said she was listening in when I acted out? He pointed a finger towards Ishido. Did I dash? Wow, okay Ochako, I owe you lunch. You called it? Ishido looked past him towards the brunette sitting on the floor. What did she call? Izuku was caught off guard again and noted that he was already losing control of the situation. She told us that you would immediately feel guilty when you found out about Kyuka? Ishido crossed her arms but looked slightly impressed. Look, Midori, nobody blames you, especially not her. You didn't know that she was plugged into that wall. It's still my fault. I should apologize. So manly, Kirishima put a fist to her chest proudly. If you insist, you chivalrous oaf. Ishido threw her arms up in defeat. But do it later. For now, sit. She pointed demandingly at the spot on the floor right next to Uraraka. He obliged and sat down. Uraraka and him exchanged friendly smiles. Their time together over the past few days had finally started to make them more comfortable around each other, at least to the point that they didn't go stupid around each other as much. Hi, Dad. Thanks for stopping my netta. He looked down. I shouldn't have reacted like that. I'm glad that I stopped him, but my actions were inexcusable. Midoriya, you dork? Hagakure sounded like she was rolling her eyes. How are you feeling bad about that? No apology, Tsunotori said in her broken Japanese. Back home, no tolerance for creeps. I'm glad for you, Midoriya. Please, Midoriya. We heard Ida try to rationalize with him. If you hadn't acted, well, it was probably a kindness to Mineta. In all honesty, Yaoyorozu added, causing Izuku to look up in confusion. Yeah, Yamamoto is right. Ashido had plopped down on the other side of Izuku. If you hadn't stopped him, he was going to catch an eyeful of Kyuka's jack. Yamamoto? Yaoyorozu seemed more caught off guard than Izuku. Hagakure squealed and flailed the sleeves of her shirt. That's an adorable nickname. Can we call you that, please? Yaoyorozu thought for a moment, then smiled and nodded. That sounds lovely. Izuku smiled knowingly. It's good to see her making friends. She's probably been more worried about it than I've been. They all settled in and Mina pulled out the card games. They played for several hours, talking and laughing all the while. Pony left early to video chat with her parents back in the United States, so there were only 7 of them left in the room when Tsu brought up the question almost all of them had been thinking about. Midoriya, why didn't you tell us your dad was Stormclaw? Kirishima interrupted Tsu, even more fired up than usual. I can't believe you're Stormclaw's son. Are you related to Gallant? Sure, he was my great-grandfather. Izuku was being polite. He was used to the interrogation that inevitably happened whenever people found out about his family. That's so cool. Gallant was Crimson Riot's inspiration, so he's like my inspirational grandfather or something. Then maybe you're my horn sister instead of my horn buddy? Izuku flashed his fanged mouth in a genuine smile, which Kirishima returned with her own sharp grin. Midoriya, don't change the subject, Tsu said flatly. Why didn't you tell us? Deku sighed as he leaned back, cards in his hand. Kaminari asked me that too. Would you believe if I told you that I forgot? No, Tsu didn't blink. Yeah, they didn't either. He chuckled a bit. To tell you the truth, people treat me differently once they know. I like you all, and I didn't want to change anything. Treat you differently? How? Toru asked, playing one of her cards. Take that, Mina? Well, like I told the guys, sometimes people just see who my dad is and not who I am. He's my idol, and I hope to be half the hero is someday, but I'm also my own person. Ochako saw Yamamoto and him exchanging knowing looks, smiling a small, sad smile at each other. Ah man, I kinda already did that, didn't I? Kirishima rubbed the back of her head awkwardly. Don't worry about it, Kirishima. Really, I know you're not one of those people. Izuku dismissed her concern with a kinda smile, which made her smile return. You certainly proved to me that you're more than just your father's son, Deku. Ochako smiled at him, hoping to cheer him up. Yeah. Ochako told us all about you rushing in and saving her. Mina pumped her arm in celebration. Deku turned a little green. Well, I couldn't have just stood by and let that thing crush her. Mina grew her signature teasing grin. Oh, you're so heroic, Midori. You can't help but save a damsel in distress, can you? Instead of blushing, Deku grew a little indignant. Ichie. I don't think that. You're students at UA, just like me. I know you're all just as tough if not tougher than anyone else, and you all have great quirks. Only an idiot would think that you're weak. Ochako gasped slightly. Now you're just being flattering, Midoriya. Momo was blushing slightly. No, come on, it's totally true. He threw his arms wide and then pointed at Momo. Yaoyorozu, the way you used your quirk this morning was totally smart at hell. You blew us all away and you looked like you were barely trying. What was that slip of the tongue? Ochako noticed him turn a little greener. And Ashido, your quirk is great too. I wouldn't have thought to use it as a lubricant for greater mobility, and your control seems great. Deku seemed to be trying to shift attention. Kirishima, there's so much you can do with your quirk, it's so well suited for offense and defense. You're gonna make a great hero one day, and in more than one way. Izuku gave his horned sister another big smile. She quickly returned the gesture. Hagakure, I'm sure I don't have to tell you how absurdly useful your quirk is. And Tsu, I was honestly surprised how much power you pack in your legs. All the girls were smiling as he complimented them. Well, Ochako assumed Toru was smiling. But that just left. And you, Uraraka? She started blushing a bit, seeing the intensity of his stare. Wait, I remember that look from the entrance exam. Uraraka, your quirk scares the hell out of me. It's absolutely terrifying. I can't think of one in our class that frightens me more. What, you scared of me? She was hurt. I thought we were becoming good friends. It's not the first time I've scared a guy off. Stupid height. No. Not at all. Deku shook his head eagerly, causing her eyes to widen. Uraraka, I've only known you for a bit but I already know that you're a great person. I have no doubts that you'll only use your quirk for great things, but imagine if a villain had it. He shuddered. Her blush returned. It's not that great. I can just shift weight around and stuff. Uraraka, are you kidding me? You functionally have control over one of the fundamental forces of our reality. If that's not a superpower, then I don't know what is. Piss it, yeah, girl. Don't be so hard on yourself. Mina tossed a pencil at her. You kick ass. We all do. Ochako couldn't help but smile at the praise. Deku doesn't treat us differently 'cause we're girls, and he thinks that I've got one of the best quirks in class. I think the same thing about him, too. She dared to look at Deku, who was flashing a warm, genuine smile and gazing at her with admiration. She couldn't help but blush a bit more at his honesty. Well, maybe my height isn't that big of a deal to him. Dinner was provided by Ishido's rather impressive collection of snacks she had stashed in her room. Midoriya would have preferred something a little more hearty, but he wasn't about to leave early to go make a proper meal. Eventually the sun set and Hagakure, Kirishima, and Azui left as well. Yaoyorozu opted to stay a little longer, seeing as her room was just down the hall. The four of them had put the cards away and were instead just talking as the evening wound down. Or, rather, that's what they were doing until Ishido decided to introduce Yaoyorozu and Uraraka to her new favorite game. Hey, you girls want to see something neat? Yaoyorozu and Uraraka looked at her and then each other. The smug smirk on Ishido's face had them worried. Midoriya looked scared. If you make Midori blush hard enough, he looks just like a piece of broccoli. Ishido, please don't. Midoriya's voice trembled with fear. Oh, it's so easy. Watch this. Ishido hopped up and walked over to the sitting man. She stood a little too close, looking down on him. He stared up at her black and gold eyes, already blushing slightly. Midori, the boy's eyes went wide at her mock-seductive whisper. How about you just call me Mina instead? Midoriya squeaked as he lit up like a traffic light and quickly covered his face. The pink girl collapsed back onto the ground, rolling with laughter. Look at him. Yaoyorozu couldn't help but giggle slightly, holding her hand in front of her face. Uraraka could only stare. Why do I like that look so much? It's making my stomach feel all weird. Midoriya quickly stood up, chuckling awkwardly while still doing his vegetable impression. Oh wow, would you look at the time? We have our first hero basic training class tomorrow. Gotta make sure we're well rested for that. Thanks for inviting me, it was nice to get to know all of you. Bye. He was out the door in a flash. You chased him off, Mina? Uraraka tried to hide her disappointment with an accusation. I really don't like seeing him leave. Ishido finally stopped laughing, wiping her eyes. Oh man, totally worth it, though. Yaoyorozu stood up as well. He spoke the truth, we should all get to bed soon. Tomorrow will be even tougher than today. She gave them a small bow. Thank you for organizing this, Mina. Good night, y'all. With a smile and a small wave she left the room as well. Then it was just the two of them. Uraraka sighed, holding her knees to her chest and staring off into space. You're thinking about him, aren't you? Ishido's voice was calm and kind. Instead of teasing the girl, she seemed truly concerned. Uraraka blushed a bit. Yeah, me too. Ishido scooted over closer to Uraraka, hoping to comfort her. But it's the worst. She pouted into her legs. He's distracting me so much. Ishido chuckled gently. A strong, cute boy with a heart of gold and a good head on his shoulders? Yeah, he distracts me too. You're not helping either, Mina. You keep making him blush and get all flustered and that makes it worse. I was hoping I was distracting you in some other way. Ashido batted her eyelashes playfully. Uraraka didn't say anything, but her blush deepened a bit as she averted her eyes. Ashido's eyes went wide as her lilac blush started showing. Oh, I need to get to bed too, Mina. I had a lot of fun today. She stood up and began to walk out. She turned back. Ashido's eyes quickly darted up to her face from where she was staring at her, but Uraraka's blush deepened a bit further as she gave Ashido a small wave. See you tomorrow, yeah? A half-hour later, Ashido, Midoriya and Uraraka were all lying in bed, unaware that the others were also staring at their ceilings. A collective sigh was released, signaling the end of their first day of classes at UA as they drifted off to sleep. The next day of school was rather boring, all things considered, at least for a hero school. Present Mike was the English teacher, and tried to make it much more exciting than it was. Izuku found it a little surreal that someone as cool as a pro hero was doing something this mundane. Not that the class wasn't important. English was the lingua franca, ironically, of much of the world, including heroes. When two heroes from different countries and cultures had to work together, it was expected that they both knew how to speak English. Izuku did pretty well in the first class, which was unsurprising, considering he had been tutored in the language for years for that very reason. He did notice, with no surprise, that Tsunatori was excellent at the class. It was her native language, after all. She made a point to not answer every question, but Izuku guessed she could probably have taught the course herself. Maybe even better, considering the lack of accent. After class, he made a point to speak with her. He approached her desk at the front while others were talking. Good morning, Tsunatori. He crouched down, smiling at her at eye level. Good morning, Izuku Midoriya. Sorry. She looked embarrassed by her slip. Izuku was taken aback by her boldness, momentarily thrown for a loop. Tsunatori Sorry. At America, everyone use first name. I still learning. She held her face in her hands. Izuku thought for a moment, and realized that this was an opportunity. Oh, of course. I knew that. America is a different culture after all. I find it a little strange how personal that seems, but I won't judge you. If it makes you more comfortable, you can call me Izuku. Tsunatori slowly moved her hands down. You sure? Izuku smiled widely at her. Yes, of course. If it makes things easier for you, then I'm happy. Thank you, Izuku. She returned his smile with gratitude. I have to say you were great in class today. I'm not surprised, but I was wondering, would you tutor me sometime? I struggle with some aspects of your language. Tsunatori's American eyes went wider. Really? You want help? Izuku nodded eagerly. I want to do the best I can, and I can't think of anyone better to teach me. Please? Tell you what, help me out and I'll tutor you with Japanese. Sound good? You would help me? She looked touched. Sure, what are friends for? Friends? She thought for a moment and then smiled wide. That sounds very, very good. I help you, you help me. Very good. Thanks, Tsunatori. I really appreciate it. He gave her one last smile and headed back to his desk. Katsuki gave him a knowing look and rolled his eyes. During lunch, Ochako, Deku, Pony, Bakugu, Mina and Eiko all sat together. Lunch rush came by each table, greeting the new students and asking how they were liking the food. Unlike all the other tables he visited, however, Deku was sitting at theirs. The pro hero had introduced himself and inquired about the food just like all his other stops, but before anybody could answer, Deku had whipped out his notebook and darted out of his seat. He started asking the hero 100 questions, it seemed, all about his quirk and the work he did. It was halfway endearing but also a little embarrassing, as half of the cafeteria was staring at their table at that point. You would think he was talking to All Might Jin from how excited he is. Ochako smiled affectionately at his passion. Eventually, Lunch Rush managed to escape Deku, but not before giving him his autograph. The student sat back down, still shaking slightly from his excitement. He was beaming ear to ear and staring at the autograph he had added to his collection. Are you always like that when you meet a hero? Mina was snickering behind her hand. Oh yeah, Bakugo answered, you should see him when he meets one of his favorite heroes. We met Edge Shot last year when he worked with Izuku's dad on a mission last year. The idiot was babbling for about an hour afterwards. Ochako and the rest of the table laughed at the imagery, while Deku only smiled sheepishly. He's number 5, Kaken. How could I not be excited? Speaking of heroes, who do you think is teaching the next class? Eiko scratched her chin. It doesn't say on the schedule. Oh yeah, hero basic training, right? Ochako was a little nervous, she had to admit. Maybe ectoplasm, Deku suggested. His clones would be a great tool for teaching all of us one-on-one. Nah dude, ectoplasm teaches math, Mina pointed out. But now that you mention it, it seems lame to have a quirk like his wasted on math. As if the teachers only do one thing around here. Maybe he does both, Pink? Bakugu scoffed at her. My name is Mina Ishido. Mina looked slightly offended by Bakugu's disrespect, which Ochako understood. She would have gotten a less than flattering nickname if Deku hadn't helped her out. Bakugu didn't acknowledge her and got up to go get a second serving. Mina huffed. Don't think too much of it, Ishido. Kaken is an abrasive person until you get to know him better. Deku smiled awkwardly as he defended his friend. You may find this hard to believe, but if you have a nickname, it means he already thinks you're okay. Most people he doesn't even bother to remember. Eiko didn't look convinced. You sure, dude? Some of his nicknames are pretty harsh. Oh. Deku looked intrigued, strangely enough. He calls you Weird Hair, right? Eiko nodded, rubbing the back of her head awkwardly. Deku laughed a bit and grew a grin. If the nickname he gives you is insulting, it means he likes you. He thinks you're tough and that you can take it? Eiko's slightly downcast look brightened immediately as Deku gave her a thumbs up. Honestly, Kirishima, I'm impressed. You might have the record of fastest person to ever get this honor of an insulting nickname from Kaken. Deku laughed at the absurdity of his statement. The rest of lunch carried on mostly uneventfully from there, but then Ochako noticed Pony leaning over and asking Deku a question. They were speaking English, so she couldn't understand it, especially with how fast they were talking. She did catch a few words, most notably Ochako and Mina. Ochako herself tried to not look like she was eavesdropping as she ate her lunch. After a few more sentences back and forth, Deku laughed a bit and spoke a single word in Japanese, as if he was explaining something. Adorable. Ochako looked up and saw Pony with a look of confusion on her face, but when he said the word her expression changed to one of comprehension. What are they talking about, I wonder? Ochako watched them speak energetically, and she couldn't help but smile herself. She hadn't realized how reserved and uncomfortable Pony has been until she saw her now. It made sense, of course, and Ochako felt bad for not noticing it. The American was in a foreign land, unfamiliar with the culture and language. Of course she was confused and probably a little scared. Their conversation seemed to come to a close as Pony said, "Thank you, Izuku." The rest of the table sputtered and Bakugu nearly choked on his food right after he had sat back down. Deku saw the reactions and surprised looks on everyone's faces and smiled sheepishly again. It's a cultural thing, I swear. Americans always use first names with everybody they talk to? Really? Mina raised her eyebrow. Bakugu simply shrugged and went back to his food. Pony herself was blushing from the situation she had caused. Ochako couldn't help but feel a little bad for her, but she was still smiling softly. It seemed like Deku had really helped her come out of her shell and feel more comfortable. She looks so cute when she's happy, Ochako thought before she could stop herself, her eyes gazing up the girl's long, pointed horns. She froze. Oh crap, do I have a thing for horns? Toshinori had come to UA for 2 reasons. He was one of the most experienced heroes in the world, and he agreed with Nizu that he had a duty to use his expertise to train the next generation of heroes. His second reason was more personal, but no less important. Toshinori had come to UA to find a successor for his quirk. He was going to be able to keep working for years to come, but considering he was still a hero, he felt like starting now would be for the best. The longer he looked and the longer he taught, he would be able to pass on more experience and see a wider field of potential successors, so he wasn't in a huge rush. If he met 5 or 10 classes here at UA, surely he could find someone worthy. And if he didn't? Well, he had time. However, he was now doubting his decision. Toshinori was standing in the UA teacher's lounge, staring at the door. He was due to get to Class 1A to begin hero basic training, but instead he was frozen, deep in thought. Come on, Toshi. You've faced enders, psychopaths, and dragons, not to mention him. You can face a bunch of teenagers. He slapped his trembling legs. Stop shaking, damn it. He took a deep breath and opened the door. He had waited a few minutes after the beginning of class so he could actually move through the halls without being accosted every few minutes. What I wouldn't give for a good disguise. I can't exactly hide when I'm this big. He sighed. He quickly made it to the door of 1A's homeroom and he took a deep breath as he stopped and prepared himself. All right, Toshi. You got this? I am here. Toshinori threw the door open and took a triumphant step inside. Coming through the door like a hero. The class collectively gasped as he entered. Several students cheered while others only stared. He flashed his practiced, triumphant grin as he strutted to the front of the room. He took a look around, studying his new students. As he looked to his right, he saw familiar faces. Young Bakugo and young Midoriya. It is good to see they made it after all. I should have looked at the class roster beforehand. Young Midoriya in particular was wide-eyed and manic. He looked like he was trying to say something, but no sounds were coming from him besides a few excited squeaks. Toshi felt a little proud that he could still elicit that reaction from him, despite them having met previously. Finally, his mouth started working again as he stood up and pointed a finger at the Cure. So that's why you were here last year. Wait, have you met All Might before? A tall black-haired student to young Midoriya's right asked him with an excited, toothy smile. Yeah. He saved me last year when a villain attacked me. This caused further gasps and murmurings from around the room. Whoa, All Might's the best. A student with red, spiked hair was grinning widely. I know, right? Toshinori cleared his throat. Young Midoriya paled as he realized what he was doing. He bowed deeply and apologized. Sorry, All Might. He sat down quickly as young Bakugo hit his own face with his hand. No sweat, young Midoriya. Toshinori gave him a thumbs up. He turned to the rest of the class, who were mostly quiet now except for a few girls giggling at the green-haired boy's antics. He recalled the speech he prepared. Welcome to the most important class at UA. He proclaimed. Think of it as Hero and U101. Here you will learn the basics of being a pro, and what it means to fight in the name of good. Let's get into it. Toshinori bent back, then threw his fist forward, holding a card that proudly declared battle. Today's lesson, will pull no punches. The class reacted with excitement and shouts once again. Toshinori had this in the bag. But one of the keys of being a hero is, he pointed a remote at the far wall. Looking good. 4 compartments slid out of the wall, each holding 5 boxes marked with a number. The excitement in the room boiled over at this point, several of the students standing up. Get yourself suited up, and then meet me at Training Ground Beta. Yes, sir. The class responded in unison. I was worried over nothing. Toshinori thumbed his nose. Izuku was almost vibrating as he walked down to the locker room holding his costume case. Sure, he had gotten accepted into UA, and he had already done some impressive stuff, if he said so himself, but this was the first time it felt real. He was going to put on a hero costume and get instruction from All Might himself. He stripped off his school uniform and unboxed the suit with impressive speed. It was a specially designed suit, months in production. The curse with transformation quirks, especially ones as drastic as his, is that they are very hard to make costumes for. Any normal costume would be torn to shreds by even a basic transformation, not to mention a full draconic transformation like his father's. Fortunately, his family had long ago found a solution. The costume was made out of Izuku's own scales, woven together into a smooth, scale mail-like appearance. Because it was made from his DNA, it responded when he activated his quirk, and he was safe to do whatever he needed without the fear of transforming back without pants. The process was time-consuming, painful, and expensive, even for pro heroes. So Izuku compromised. Only the pants were made at the time, leaving the rest of his body bare. It worked for him, as a simple scale-only transformation provided him with moderate protection, and it looked pretty cool in his opinion. The pants were mostly green, obviously, but had accenting black lines down the sides. The pattern was in obvious homage to his father, but that only made him like it more. He put on the pants and shifted his right leg. The scales changed with him, and shifted right back to normal once he let his quirk go. He grinned widely. Izuku was one of the first ones changed, due to how simple his costume was. He gave Katsuki a hand getting one of his grenade-shaped gauntlets on and walked towards the exit, eagerly theorizing what All Might's training would be while his best friend just smirked and listened. Japan was a very confusing place for Pony. UA was an internationally renowned institution and she was honored to be attending, but she wished that everything wasn't so different. Her own culture was so different than Japan's, and it was proving frustrating on nearly an hourly basis. A lot of things had been brought into question and been confused since she had come to Japan. Then Hero Basic Training happened, and Pony was more confused than ever. Her own costume was fairly modest. It was tight, but functional. She wore a skirt and pants, a headband and some stirrups over her hooves. The other girls were less modest. Ochako wore a black and white skin-tight suit, Mina wore a turquoise and purple skin-tight suit that was also really low-cut, and then Momo was wearing a red skin-tight suit with a giant hole in the front and bare legs. This isn't fair. She opted to stand in the back of the group, and once the girls had all made their way out to the meeting area, she quickly disappeared into the fringes. Her position gave her a good angle on what happened next. Izuku, that nice man who had been nothing but friendly to her, came walking out of the tunnel, wearing only pants. Shirtless, incredibly cut, tall, horns, nice, speaks English. Pony's mind did inappropriate things before she could stop it. I think coming to Japan was a mistake. After Izuku exited the tunnel, Ochako and Mina seemed to take notice of the man as well. They both stopped talking and stared at Izuku, but before he saw them, Eiko ran up to him, flashing her sharp smile. "Nice outfit, man." Eiko smirked as she gave him a thumbs up. Her own costume was quite similar to Izuku's, mostly just pants. Eiko had boots compared to Izuku's bare feet, weird shoulder guards and a black shirt that stopped just underneath her chest, showing off her impressive abdominals, but the similarities were there. Izuku was doing his best broccoli impression, the one Mina had gone on and on about that morning. "Why you two, you have great taste." Izuku returned her thumbs up while he covered his face with his other arm. Eiko didn't seem to notice how hard Izuku was blushing and walked off with Bakugu, talking about something Pony didn't understand. It was at this point that Izuku caught sight of Ochako and Mina, who had come up to greet him. Just as he was calming himself down too. She watched the three continue to stare at each other for what felt like an hour. All three of them had a blush growing slowly on their faces, be it red, purple or green. Three very attractive people, in very tight and revealing clothing, staring at each other like their brains had stopped functioning altogether. Pony began to blush as well. Coming to Japan was definitely a mistake. Izuku finally got his legs to move and peeled himself away from the very curvy women stuffed into skin-tight costumes without saying a word. He was pretty sure he was doing Mina's favorite broccoli impression, but the woman wasn't saying anything about it. Crap, they probably think I'm a creep for staring at them like that. I'm as bad as Mineta. He decided to take a look around, hoping to clear his mind by studying the other students' costumes. Many of them appear to be favoring form over function. I suppose style is important, and there's always time to add or change things once we learn more. I don't really have to worry about that, I guess. Sada's is pretty simple. Kaminari is just wearing a jacket over his shirt. What the hell is Todoroki wearing? He continued to look over the rest of his classmates, taking short mental notes about them all. He was nearly done when he spotted Yaoyorozu. Holy crap. That's her costume. He had only just barely begun to push the blood from his face when it came rushing back. What is wrong with everyone here at UA? Oh no, she's looking at me. She sees me staring. Look away, Deku. Stop being a... They invited you to hang out yesterday and you pay them back by leering at them. You see that blush? You're making her uncomfortable. Quit it. He stabbed himself in the palm of his hand to get himself to look away from the black-haired girl. Izuku had never been happier to hear All Might begin to talk, which was saying something. They say that clothes make the pros, young ladies and gentlemen," All Might declared, "and behold, you are the proof." The man paused to look over his class. "Take this to heart. From now on, you are all heroes in training." Izuku's heart swelled with pride. He was a hero in training. He was doing it. All Might began to lecture the class. "Now that you're ready, it's time for combat training." He cleared his throat. "Consider this. Most of the villain fights you see on the news take place outside. However, statistically speaking, run-ins with the most dastardly evildoers take place indoors. Think about it. Backroom deals, home invasions, secret underground lairs. Truly intelligent criminals stay hidden in the shadows. For this training exercise, you'll be split into teams of good guys and bad guys and fight 2-on-2 indoor battles. It's time to show what you can do, but remember, you can't just punch a robot this time. You're dealing with actual people now." All Might brandished a small packet of papers. "Listen up. A script? The situation is this. The villains have hidden a nuclear missile somewhere in their hideout. The heroes must try to foil their plans. To do that, the good guys either have to catch the evildoers or recover the weapon within the time limit. Likewise, the bad guys win if they protect their payload until time expires or capture the heroes." All Might held a device. "Time's limited, so teams will be selected randomly. Isn't there a better way?" Ida questioned as he raised his hand. "Think about it." Izuku explained for his teacher. "Pros often have to team up with heroes from other agencies on the spot, so maybe that's the reason we're seeing that here." "Yes, I see," Ida conceded. "Life is a random series of events." He bowed low to his teacher. "Excuse my rudeness." "No sweat. Let's draw." All Might gave Ida a thumbs up and clicked the device in his left hand. A projection appeared with all 20 students' names on it and quickly started scrambling them up. In the end, 10 teams were displayed. Team A, Izuku Midoriya and Ochako Uraraka. Team B, Mezu Shuji and Shuto Todoroki. Team C, Pony Tsunatori and Momo Yaoyorozu. Team D, Minoru Mineta and Tenya Ida. Team E, Yuga Aoyama and Mina Ishido. Team F, Kuji Kuda and Rikadu Sato. Team G, Denki Kaminari and Kyukajar. Team H, Fumikage Tokoyami and Tsuyu Ajui. Team I, Katsuki Bakugu and Toru Hagakure. Team J, Eiko Kirishima and Hantasiro. Izuku's eyes went wide as Uraraka quickly made her way over to him. Neither looked at the other. And now the matchups. Heroes versus villains. All Might pressed another button on the device. Team D versus Team A. Team B versus Team I. Team G versus Team C. Team E versus Team F. Team J versus Team H. Izuku's eyes widened further as he began to sweat. "I'm a villain." First match is Team D as the heroes versus Team A as the villains. Both teams, come with me, the rest of you, head back down the tunnel to the observation room. I'll join you there shortly. All Might turned and walked off as the other 16 students left as well. Izuku's feet didn't move for a moment, but Uraraka prodded him on. "Come on, Deku, we got this, right?" Alright. "Yeah, we got this." He was trying to convince himself more than her. The 4 students followed All Might to a 5-story building deeper into the city. All Might gave Izuku and Uraraka some encouragement as he sent them inside, giving them 5 minutes to prepare the building. They made their way up to a room on the 5th floor where the bomb was located and Izuku set to work planning. He took a deep breath and flexed his quirk, letting the familiar feeling of his battle transformation flow through him. His eyes glowed slightly as his horns grew. Scales flowed out from his limbs, covering his entire body save for his chest and stomach. Instead, those were covered by armored tan plates. He felt his power coursing through him, making him more confident and focused. He turned to Uraraka, who had a similar determined look on her face. "It's good to know that we can focus around each other when we need to." "You look like you're thinking something, Deku." Uraraka smirked at him. "We have the upper hand here. We know the location of the bomb and the time limit is on our side." Izuku transformed one of his arms as he reached up and smashed one of the lights on the ceiling. "Let's use our home field advantage as best we can. Ida and Mineta have formidable quirks. By limiting the battlefield and sightlines, Ida will be less effective, and by blinding them, Mineta won't know where to throw his quirk. But then we can't see their Deku? She protested as he continued to break the lights. What do you mean? He turned around to face her, eyes glowing slightly. I can see just fine. Uraraka's eyes widened slightly, but quickly flashed with confidence. I trust you, You do what you need to here, I'll go make some obstacles for them. Slow them down. Good thinking, Uraraka. He pulled down the shutters on the windows to further darken the room as he finished destroying all of the lights in the room. He went out into the hallway and broke those lights as well, ensuring that the room was plunged into near total darkness. All Might won't be able to see what's happening, but that's okay. This is the best plan I can think of. As Izuku continued to work, he kept hearing strange noises from down below, like walls and floors collapsing. Time was nearly up when Uraraka returned to the room. She wandered into the room hesitantly. Deku? I can't see anything where Izuku had come around one of the pillars as she entered the room. In her blind state, she crashed right into him, knocking him back as she fell on top of him at an angle, her chest on his abs. Oh crap, sorry Deku. She was panicking, flailing her hands around as the two were tangled up together. She brushed her hand against his chest a few times in her confusion. Her left hand searched for purchase to help push her off of him. What it found was something else. Izuku made a sound like a squeaky toy being bitten by a dog. His quirk involuntarily released as he lost focus. Uraraka screamed in embarrassment as she quickly slapped herself and floated off of him. Izuku was very glad that it was too dark for the camera to see anything. The two of them waited for a few seconds in complete silence, him laying on the ground and her floating near the ceiling. All Might's declaration of 1 minute until we begin brought them both out of their furious blush. Uraraka let herself back down and straightened herself out. All set down below. They'll have a hard time getting up here now. She smiled shakily at the darkness where she thought he was. Great. He took a deep breath and refocused on his quirk, bringing his scales back out. Deku? Are you sure this will work? She quickly regained her composure. No plan survives contact with the enemy, but I think we have a good shot. I'll explain the rest of the plan in a second, but if all else fails, we'll just follow our instincts. He smiled nervously to himself. Time begins now. Team D, enter the building. All Might's voice blared through the speakers in and around the building. The next few minutes passed in eerie quiet. Finally, Izuku got impatient and spoke up. Uraraka, what did you do? What's taking them so long? I collapsed all the stairs. They're gonna have to get creative to get up here. He saw her smile through the darkness. Izuku smiled back, even though she couldn't see it. Amazing! Over 12 minutes had passed by the time Ida and Mineta made it up to their floor. Izuku let his quirk flow stronger as they approached. His head elongated as his jaw began to curve slightly. His horns flared back over his eyes and teeth grew sharp. He leapt up and clawed himself into the ceiling, hanging out of sight. Ready, Uraraka? She nodded. Oh, could you see that? Yeah, I'm ready. You weren't kidding about your voice, huh? She cleared her throat and deepened her voice to jokingly mimic his voice. We'll defeat those stupid heroes in the name of evil. Uraraka giggled. Team D made their way to the room as All Might declared 2 minutes remaining. Izuku saw them hesitantly stop outside the room. Izuku's draconic mouth smiled. He holds too much pride in his brother. I can use that. You finally arrived, heroes. I expected you to be faster. Pathetic. And Midoriya? Ida instinctually took a step backwards from the deep, unsettling voice. Why are you here, Ida? Is it to make your brother proud? What does that have to do with anything? Think how ashamed Ingenium would be to see his little brother failing so spectacularly at something as simple as this. Maybe after this, I'll go pay him a visit. Don't worry, I'll make sure he knows how much of a disappointment you are before I end him. Time is ticking, heroes. All you have to do is touch the weapon and you win. All you have to do to fail your brother is to keep standing there like a coward. Izuku knew how the sound of his voice could unnerve people, especially the first time they hear it. Ida acted just how Izuku hoped he would. With a frustrated roar, Ida kicked his engines into gear and he dashed into the room, but Uraraka sprung into action from her position hidden next to the door. The blue-haired man couldn't react in time to the surprise attack and quickly had his weight stolen away from him. With nothing holding him down, he soared forward, into the air and out of control. Foolish hero. You will never thwart our master plan. Ochako laughed as ominously as she could, which wasn't very. Izuku pushed off from the ceiling, grabbing one of Ida's legs with his enlarged claw as the man sailed beneath him, wrapping the capture tape around it with his other hand. Ida blinked in the darkness and hung his head in defeat, feeling the tape wrapped around himself. Izuku gently tossed him back towards the door, allowing him to slowly float back out of the room. Now for the wastrel. 1 down, 1 to go. Mineta, what will you do? The purple man had been standing there silent ever since Izuku had started talking. He started blabbering something incoherently as Ida floated past him and dropped back on the ground as Uraraka released her quirk. You've lost. We know you've lost. You know you've lost. The man continued to tremble at the sound of Izuku's draconic voice, unaware that the dragon was creeping closer to him in the darkness. Once he was close enough, Izuku slowly pulled more of his quirk out of his arm until it was over 2 meters long. It didn't have the strength of the transformation he used at the entrance exam, but it had the length. Checkmate. Izuku quickly reached his arm through and grabbed Mineta's chest in his hand like a softball, yanking him into the room as he screamed. Izuku pushed him into the ground, pinning him under his palm as he dug his claws into the floor. Izuku suddenly felt his quirk surge with power against his will. He clutched his head with his left hand, keeping Mineta pinned under his right. He is worthless. Izuku felt himself slowly moving his head closer to the boy, the fangs in his mouth beginning to drip with venom. Whoa, it's over. I won. Calm down. His headache only grew in intensity as he tried to resist. I will make him regret his actions. No. Positive outlets. Bend this into something heroic. Okay, I've beaten him. I can use this as leverage to help him change his ways. His death will make them fear me. Time's up. The villain team wins. All Might's voice pierced through the silence. In the 15 minutes she had been lurking in the room, Ochako's eyes had adjusted a bit to the darkness, allowing her to see some of what was going on. Deku's enlarged arm was pinning Mineta down, ensuring their victory while his head was bent down close to the student's body. Deku! We did it! Ochako cheered as she walked up to him. She could just make out the outline of his draconic head, his long, curved jaw and ridged horns painting an intimidating silhouette. As he heard her, his eyes snapped to hers, causing her to stop in her tracks. His reptilian eyes were glowing with intensity she had only seen once before, but this time they were filled with pure terror. Midoriya, see, could you get off me? Mineta asked the horned boy, fear prominent in his voice. Deku stumbled backwards, his quirk snapping off as his head returned to its normal shape. He collapsed onto his knees and clutched his head with both hands, squeezing his eyes shut while he let out a low, pained groan. Scales formed and faded along the lengths of his arms as he seemed to struggle with controlling his quirk. Deku? Are you okay? Ochako was getting worried. Intense, green eyes snapped open towards her as she said his name. His horns had grown larger still as his eyes burned brighter. He stared at her for a few moments before scrambling to his feet and staggering away towards the far wall. His legs trembled, but he stayed standing this time. He reached his arm back, growing it large and muscular, then threw it forward, blowing a large hole in the concrete wall and letting light pour into the room. Ochako squinted as she saw Deku seemingly fighting with himself. He lurched forward, but at the same time he was trying to turn and walk back towards her and Mineta. Deku! What are you doing? Panic clawed at Ochako's heart. This wasn't normal. He looked up at her again, seeming to gain temporary clarity from whatever he was suffering from. Just as quickly, he clutched his head with both of his hands as he let out a deep, guttural roar and pitched himself backwards. Right out of the hole he had punched in the wall of their 5th-story room. Ochako couldn't exactly tell anyone why she did what she did next. Her body seemed to move on its own as she ran forward. She touched her arm and threw her weight out of herself, ignoring the nauseating repercussions, and with a small hop she leapt up to the top of the opening in the wall and looked down. Deku was falling, his wings nowhere in sight as he continued to clutch his head. She put her legs above her and kicked off of the wall, shooting herself downwards. She rocketed towards him at high speeds, completely ignoring the rapidly approaching ground as she managed to reach out and grab his arm, stealing the weight from him. The effort caused her to cry out as she passed both his weight and momentum through and out of her, slowing his descent. As the air pressure caught him, she released her quirk, allowing her own weight to snap back to normal, slowing her velocity. She gradually returned Deku's weight to him, allowing him to impact the ground firmly but gently. Both students collapsed as they landed, the strain of using her quirk so intensely causing Ochako to grow severely queasy. Deku groaned and stumbled to his feet, still clutching his head. "Hey, stay down. It's gonna be okay," she managed to gasp through her nausea. "No. Stay away from me. I don't want to hurt you," he roared as he held his head, his voice breaking as his quirk continued to freak out. His wings unfurled from his back as he kicked off from the ground, soaring high into the sky and further into the fake city. Ochako pulled herself to her own feet, but then doubled over as she lost her battle with her nausea. After wiping her face and gasping for air, she looked towards where Deku had flown. "I should wait for All Might, but he looks like might hurt himself. I can't take that chance." She took a deep breath to steady herself and dashed after him. She jogged as fast as she dared while still recovering from her episode of sickness, trying to follow the path Deku had taken. She found a trail of claw marks and cracked walls that led her deeper into the city, and eventually, her ears picked up what sounded like a beast roaring, causing her to immediately take off in a sprint. Nausea threatened to overtake her again as she passed through a faint, green cloud. He must have hit some sort of pipeline or tank. That was just the traces left, but what if he got it full on? "Oh, Deku, I really hope you're okay." The young heroine turned around a corner and finally found the man. He was standing next to one of the smaller buildings in the city, both arms transformed into giant, scaled dragon arms. He was clawing and punching at the side of the building, and looked like he had been for a while. The building itself had a hole in it up to the second floor where the wall had collapsed from Deku's assault. Her breath caught as she watched Deku throw his fist forward again, cracking the wall he was beating and spattering the ground with green drops of blood. "He ran away from me last time. Something is wrong, this ain't him. I should hold him down and wait for him to calm down, before he hurts himself worse." She reached down and pulled as much additional weight from the ground as she thought she could while still moving easily. Deku threw another building-shaking punch as he let out a terrifying roar that caused the woman to flinch and nearly stumble, but her determination would not let her falter. Keeping low, Ochako slowly crept up behind the rampaging student. As soon as she was within striking range, she lunged forward with her foot, catching him on the back of his thigh and driving him to the ground as his knee buckled. He roared in surprise as she touched her arm, driving the weight from her body and throwing it all down her right leg and into Deku. With his leg taken out from under him and the additional weight in his body, he collapsed. "Stay down, Deku. Calm down and talk to me." Ochako pleaded desperately with him. To her surprise, his quirk flared harder and he started to push himself off of the ground, straining from all the extra weight in his body. "Get away from me. I can't afford to hurt anyone, especially not you." His voice was hoarse, raw from screaming and breaking with emotion. "Damn your muscles, Deku." She placed her left knee on his back and reached down to the ground, gradually letting weight flow through her and into the man. He continued to struggle, his arms and legs bulging larger as his quirk flared. She kept weighing him down until his arms gave out. "I've got you. You're not going to hurt anyone." His eyes were locked onto hers as he panted, the glow starting to fade slightly. As he calmed down, she finally got a good look at his face. It looked like he had been crying. "I trust you, Deku." His eyes went wide and then fell from her face, filled with grief and guilt. It was true. She had only known him for a few days, but she felt like she really could trust him. There was something about his kindness and passion that made him attractive to her beyond just his appearance. She wouldn't pretend like the way he'd goaded Ida and Mineta wasn't unsettling, especially with his altered voice, but he had told her beforehand that he hated to do it, even if it was the best plan he could think of. But this freak out of his had her seriously worried. As his quirk faded, he struggled less and his breathing became more labored from the added weight. Ochako leaned down closer to him. "Are you okay now? Can we talk?" He managed to nod his head slightly. She breathed a sigh of relief and pressed her fingers together, slowly releasing her quirk. He gasped as the excess weight left him and he was able to breathe easily again. He gingerly pushed himself up on all fours and rolled over into a sitting position, wincing at the various lacerations on his arms. Ochako herself took a few deep breaths to steady her queasiness and then kneeled down in front of him. As her adrenaline ebbed away, her worry quickly overwhelmed her. Deku gasped as Ochako threw her arms around him in a tight hug. "You had me so worried. Are you really okay? What was that?" He didn't return the hug, but she felt his chest shake slightly. She pulled back and saw that a few tears were falling from his face again. He still didn't dare to meet her eyes. He looked down and spoke in a raspy voice. "Uraraka Idesh?" He winced in pain. "I think some of my ribs are bruised." That wasn't what he was about to say. Ochako stared at him in concern. Let's get you to recovery, girl, then." Before she could help him, a sound like a jet engine roared behind them. They both looked at the noise in fright, before seeing the imposing figure of their teacher standing a little bit away from them. "Young Midoriya, young Uraraka, are you all right?" He looked around, seeing the carnage. "I'm okay, All Might, but Deku, something happened?" All Might grew a look of concern and understanding. He crouched down next to Deku and whispered something in his ear that Ochako couldn't hear. Deku looked up, confused. "My dad knew you were going to be a teacher?" "Young Midoriya." Right, sorry. "Sir, I understand. But I think I should see the nurse first." "Young Uraraka." All Might turned to her. "Can I entrust you to take young Midoriya to recovery, girl?" "Yes, sir." She reached down and made Deku weightless, then lifted him up and gently started pulling him along with her. Their trip to the nurse's office was a silent one. Deku seemed to have slipped in and out of consciousness as his wounds finally caught up to him. Recovery girl had Ochako place him in one of the beds in her office and quickly checked him over. A quick kiss and an IV drip were all it took for her to declare him healed, much to Ochako's relief. The school nurse stepped out for a moment, leaving the two students together. They sat in silence for a little longer before Deku spoke up, unable to take the awkwardness any longer. "You don't have to stay if you don't want to." He still hadn't looked at her, but she could see how exhausted he was. After Recovery Girl's treatment, combined with his incident earlier, she was impressed he was still conscious. "I want to, Deku. I'm worried about you." She spoke quietly. "I'm fine, see?" He held up his healed hands and laughed weakly. "That's not what I mean and you know it. I'm concerned about what happened in class." "What was that, Deku?" "It's like you were possessed." She finally got the words she had been dying to say out of her throat. "Oh." He stared down at his sheets. Uraraka, see, can I ask you something first?" Sure. You said you trusted me earlier." He paused. "But we haven't even known each other for a week." She blinked. "Why do I trust him?" The question echoed in her mind for a moment as she rubbed her hands together. "Well, you kinda saved my life, right? That earns some trust right there." She laughed weakly, just as he had done. "And besides, you're a really passionate guy. I've seen that look in your eye when you talk about heroes and about quirks. I can't help but feel comfortable around you." She began to blush slightly as she spoke. Deku sat there for a few moments. "I trust you too. Especially after you caught me. I thought I was going to die. I can't help but feel comfortable around you as well." He smiled weakly. "I guess I can tell you. I should tell you. I really hope you'll still want to be friends after I tell you, though. I wouldn't blame you if you didn't." Ochako drew back slightly. "I find that hard to believe." The green-haired man hesitated, not meeting her eyes. "Uraraka, do you know what quirk adaptation is?" "You mean how our bodies grow into our quirks?" "Yeah. For example, without the extra elastin and other stuff in his body, Kaken's explosion would have destroyed his body years ago. It makes sense to me, Deku. That's why I'm so tall." She figured if they were having a heart-to-heart, She might as well get it off her chest. Maybe her confession would help him feel better as well. He stopped and looked at her in surprise before averting his gaze once again. Really? I guess I've never really explained how my quirk works. She held up her hand. You see these pads on my fingers? Deku seemed hesitant to look at her, like she was going to attack him or something. Yes? I figured they had to do with your quirk. Yep. I call my quirk gravity shift, but it's a little misleading. What I do is I effectively remove the mass of things I touch. That part seems pretty obvious, yeah? Deku nodded weakly. What is less obvious is what I do with it. You see, the mass has to go somewhere. It either flows out through my feet to whatever I'm standing on, or I keep it in my body. The taller I am, the more evenly distributed the weight is, and the easier it is to move while I'm holding mass. That's well. Deku was wide-eyed. You took physics, you know the basic formula of momentum, right? The momentum of an object is based on its mass and its velocity. That's the mechanic behind my quirk. If I throw something that I've made lighter and then return its weight to it, it slows down normally. The energy doesn't change, so as its mass increases, its velocity decreases. But the entrance exam. That block you threw impacted like a meteor. He smiled weakly but fondly at the memory. That's something I learned how to do recently, honestly. I found out how to mess with the energy of an object. It takes a lot out of me, but I can take or give energy when I add or remove weight. It feels sort of like I'm blowing out a candle or something, or taking a really deep breath. Deku laughed for some reason. Does that all make sense? When I threw that block at that robot, I had to put all of my quirk's energy behind it to keep it moving at speed. And when you were falling, if I just took your weight, you would have just sped up, even with the air pushing back on you. I took the energy and your mass and threw it out of my body. But what did you throw it into? Deku was clearly curious, but his tone was still completely flat. Air isn't just a void, Deku. It has mass, it exists. I pushed it into the air around my feet. Doing that is really hard, 'cause it's so airy, you know? She laughed awkwardly. But using my quirk like that makes me really sick, and I probably won't be able to use my quirk at all tomorrow from overusing it today. Won't be able to use it? Ochako nodded firmly. If I use my quirk too much, it sort of stops working for a while. I have to rest or I simply can't make anything float. If you hadn't handled most of the battle trial yourself, I probably wouldn't have been able to save you. And that's why you're tall? Deku looked like he was flagging, his voice was almost monotone. Yeah. Quirk adaptation, and I guess my dad was pretty tall, and you know how astronauts get taller in space? I guess messing with gravity combined with my growth spurt growing up did this. They sat in silence for a few seconds before Deku finally responded. That sounds made up. They both chuckled, him weaker than her. Most people are put off by tall women, so it's made my life hard sometimes. Nothing I can do about it, though. She shrugged, casting her eyes away. Izuku didn't respond for another good while. You know that's bullshit, right? Her eyes snapped back at the man on the bed. Tall women are hot, Uraraka. His eyes slowly moved to catch her gaze, and she noticed how hazy they were. You are really hot. His voice was completely flat, even with what he was saying. What? It's part of why I get so dumb around you. That and your eyes are really pretty. Am I overstepping? I might be overstepping. He blinked and looked away. Sorry, I might be a little sleep drunk. I don't think my filter is working. Her brain, however, was working just fine, and it was panicking. It was good that Deku wasn't looking at her or he would have seen her blush. He thinks I'm pretty. He thinks I'm really hot. Damn it, and I was just starting to get less flustered around him. Wait, filter? Does that mean that's how he normally thinks about me? Oh right, we were talking about me. Sorry for distracting you. She just stared silently at him, mind racing. So, quirk adaptation. Because my quirk is a transformation class quirk, I don't have much in the way of physical adaptations. It'd be redundant, seeing as how I just change my body. I just have the basic adaptations that most everyone has, slightly enhanced durability and such. Ochako was managing to calm down. His droning voice reminded her of some of her old teachers and was threatening to put her to sleep if she wasn't so wrapped up in his every word. My changes are mostly mental. Sort of like how Tsu is a bit different because of her quirk. Although, mine are much more severe than that. Really? You don't seem any different. Ochako finally managed to speak, slightly proud of herself for how much she was keeping herself together. Deku continued to stare forward, almost unblinkingly. My family's quirks have something we call instincts. It's basically like they have a mind of their own. You remember Tokoyami's quirk from the test yesterday? It's sort of like that, but in my mind. He sighed heavily before continuing. My father's quirk, my cousin's quirk, my grandfather's quirk, their instincts were all mostly heroic. My dad talks about his yelling at him to push through pain when fighting a villain, or telling him where a trapped civilian might be. Our instincts are a part of our quirk, and if we work with them and listen to them, our quirks work with our bodies better. Ochako nearly forgot all about his compliments as she gasped. Oh. So, what? You have a voice in your head? Your quirk talks to you? He bowed his head. Yeah. You probably think I'm crazy or something. There's a reason that outside of my family, only Kaken and his parents know. Hey, quirks are weird, right? I don't think Tokoyami is crazy. Ochako smiled to try and comfort him, even though he was refusing to look at her. She smiled weakly. The worst part is what my quirk says to me. I'm sure you've heard about villains like Terrorflame or Frostheart, right? Ochako's breath caught. Of course she had, but surely it was a bit taboo to bring that up with him, right? Well, he was the one who said it. Yeah. They're your relatives, right? Yeah. And my quirk is like theirs. Deku's hands gripped his sheets, knuckles turning white. My quirk is evil, Uraraka. I'm defying my nature by even trying to be a hero. Ochako gasped. Evil? Deku looked like he wanted to cry, but he was too tired. It's not just a voice in my head. If it was just a voice, I could ignore it. It's so much more than that. It's not just a voice, it's my voice. It speaks in every part of my brain, drowning out everything else. If I don't calm it or appease it, it just gets louder. It gets worse until I can't think about anything else than doing what it wants. He let out a single, bitter laugh. My dad's quirk tells him how to be a hero, my quirk tells me how to lie and hurt people. I've tried since the day my quirk fully manifested to become a hero, despite everything. But after today, I think I should give up. No, you can't. She jumped to her feet, eyes wide at what she was hearing. I've never seen someone more suited to be a hero than you. Think about the entrance exam. Have you forgotten what you saw today? He retaliated, face twisting with anguish. After time expired, all of that. That was me, trying desperately to fight my quirk. What if you weren't there to save me from myself? What if I actually had hurt my Neta like it wanted me to? Ochako's mind was reeling from what the boy was telling her. You looked like you had a headache, a really bad one. Is that what you were doing? Fighting the voice in your head? He nodded. You saved me in more ways than one today. Now I can leave UA just as a dropout and not as a criminal. He smiled sadly. A long silence passed between the two. Finally, with a deep breath, Ochako walked over to his bed and towered over him. Deku, look at me. He hesitated, before finally shifting his guilt-filled eyes up at her. She poked him in the chest. You are not leaving UA. Do you understand me? What? Do. Understand? Me? How can you trust me after this? How can you care about me? I'm a monster. She slapped him. Don't you dare say that. She was crying now, her emotions having overwhelmed her. Nobody but you thinks that. Do that again. His eyes and tone finally had some life in it, but those eyes widened as what he just said echoed in the room. His hand quickly clamped down over his mouth. Sorry. No filter, he mumbled out as his energy dropped again. She blinked and felt her face grow warm. Damn it, Deku, I'm serious. She shook her head to dispel the blush and took a steadying breath. She glared down at him with a determined look. Deku, I saw you in that battle trial. You had a brilliant plan. You had a plan for Aizawa's test. Everything you do has thought behind it. Don't think I haven't noticed. You said you've been like this since you got your quirk, but you've handled it before, right? You've had a plan. Are you telling me you came to UA without a plan on how to handle your quirk? He slumped back into his bed, hand falling to his side. I had one. My dad taught me for years to turn my quirk's instincts to my own goals. To sort of twist it or trick it. The first time it happened, it was an accident. The entrance exam. When you saved me? Deku once again smiled weakly, but fondly. Yeah. My instincts yelled at me there, and I worked with them. That's how I was able to push myself to stop that zero-pointer. He let out an airy laugh. I couldn't use my quirk the next day after that, I guess like you? I couldn't use mine for a week after that, Deku. She sat back down as he looked at her in shock, or as much shock as his depleted body could muster. But what were your instincts telling you? They told me to protect you. I had to save you. It wasn't an option. That doesn't sound very evil, Deku. Maybe he was overreacting. Deku nodded his head. That's because that was the twist. I turned its desire to want you for itself into a desire to keep you safe. Ochako froze again. Do you want me for itself? She could feel her blush creeping back onto her face. I said that out loud? Crap. Deku sighed. Yeah, that's what happened. I turned that selfishness into heroism, I guess. I was actually proud of myself. I believed I could actually do this. But now, I know better. Look, Deku, I want to hurt my Neta a bit too. He's a creep, don't feel guilty about that. He threw his eyes to the ceiling in frustration. You don't get it. It didn't want to just hurt him. My instincts wanted to end him. Who knows what would have happened if you hadn't stopped me? Ochako was not expecting to hear that. K-kill? Yeah. Deku's voice shook slightly. See why I said you won't want to be friends with me anymore? My quirk is evil. If I can't control it, then you'll learn how. That's why we're here, right? You can't just overlook more. Did you end him? Did you hurt him outside of the exercise? No, bish. Then it's okay. She put a comforting hand on his, but he recoiled from her touch. You're dealing with something none of us can really understand. You can't control what you think, especially when you have something yelling in your ear about it. She paused for a second. What did you mean when you said that I stopped you? Deku paused for a moment, thinking. When you spoke, my quirk seemed to listen. When I was fighting it, all that existed to me was myself and a black void. But when you said Deku, it was like a ray of light through the darkness and I could think again. It only lasted for a moment at a time, but that's how I pulled away from my Neta and punched that hole in the wall. Ochako tried to ignore the rather romantic imagery and prompted him to continue. And you jumping out of the building? Deku nodded weakly, his eyes struggling to remain open. I had to do whatever it took to make sure I didn't hurt my Neta. If it meant dying, then so be it. His voice attempted to sound determined, but he was too tired to sell it. And you think you're not fit to be a hero? She crossed her arms smugly. You would rather die than end. His eyes widened and he stared at his sheets for a moment. Then he finally cracked a real smile. I didn't think of that. He hung his head in relief as well as exhaustion. Maybe I can do this. You will do this. You're not leaving UA and that's final. If your quirk wants me so bad, tell it that ending is off limits. She screamed internally for being so bold. That might actually work. He rubbed his chin in thought. He turned up to look at her, his emerald eyes staring into her brown. They were clear and filled with determination, just how she thought they should always be. Uraraka. If I do stay here at you, then I have to ask something of you. A favor. Anything, Deku. If I ever lose control again, you have to stop me. I would rather be broken or dead than have this happen again. You have my full permission to do whatever it takes to stop me. His voice was no longer monotone, but full of deadly seriousness. The intensity in his voice took her by surprise. Please promise that you'll stop me. She couldn't ignore the pleading look on his face. She clutched her hand to her chest and looked down for a moment, before steeling herself, turning back and looking him dead in the eyes. I promise. Thank you. Really. He finally began to lose his battle with his exhaustion. It seemed now that he had gotten all those things off of his chest, his willpower faltered. His eyes closed as he fell asleep. Thank you. Ochako began to blush again. Was he about to dash? She jumped in her chair as Recovery Girl walked back in. Wait, was she waiting for us to finish talking? She decided to not look a gift horse in the mouth and just accepted her good fortune. She let a smile grow across her face, but all the emotions she had just experienced welled up inside of her. Joy, embarrassment, sadness, anger, fear. It was overwhelming. Even through her grin, she couldn't stop a few small tears from falling. Izuku slept through most of the rest of day, waking up once again in the nurse's office once the sun had already set. He managed to open his eyes with a degree of effort and looked to see not Uraraka, but Katsuki sleeping on the chair next to his bed. Kaken. Izuku's dry throat woke his friend up from his light sleep. The blonde boy opened his eyes and glared at him. Deja vu, huh? He laughed weakly. Katsuki tossed a water bottle to him, which he caught with both hands. Izuku. What the F happened? Izuku took a gasping breath after downing the water in one go. I lost control of my quirk. I had a bad instinct flare up. Was it cause of the creepy kid? Katsuki spoke flatly. My netta? Sure, whatever. Katsuki merely shrugged. Answer the question. Yeah. It wanted to end him, Kaken? Shit. Katsuki rubbed his hand through his hair. You didn't though. What happened? Uraraka happened? Izuku noticed his friend's eyebrow raise. She talked to me and it helped me focus. I pulled myself away and sort of punched a hole in the landjumpa. And you flew away? No, not exactly. Izuku looked away awkwardly. I wasn't exactly in control of my quirk. Uraraka jumped after me and saved me from hitting the ground. Katsuki glared at him. I leave you alone for 15 minutes and you manage to almost end yourself. Amazing. Katsuki leaned back in his chair. I couldn't see a damn thing in the observation room, but All Might dashed out of there as soon as the match ended. We couldn't even see the wall you apparently jumped out of cause of the camera angle. I'm guessing All Might heard Uraraka panicking over that communicator. Makes sense, Izuku sighed, thankful his classmates hadn't seen his episode. He found Uraraka and me once she, calmed me down. She carried me here. Katsuki stared at him hard for several moments. You told her, didn't you? Izuku flinched. Katsuki knew him too well. Yeah. Did the fall make you stupid? Katsuki rubbed his forehead in frustration. Well, my quirk was asleep after Recovery Girl healed me, so kind of, yeah. Izuku shrugged. Just why? Why let her know about all this? Katsuki looked as exhausted as Izuku had been before his nap. I don't know. But I trust her. He smiled sheepishly. Especially since she's saved my life twice. His shoulders slumped. To tell you the truth, Kaken? I was considering dropping out of UA. Katsuki immediately sat back up. What? I almost ended a student and I had lost control of my quirk, Izuku explained quickly. I was ready to give up, but Uraraka convinced me to stay. I would have kicked your ass if you tried to quit, Katsuki sneered. You need this stupid school as much as I do. Shame you missed the rest of class. I'm sure you would have wanted to take notes. Oh right. Izuku sat up quickly. The other matches. How did they go? Katsuki reached into Izuku's backpack that he had brought with him and tossed him his notebook and a pencil. Izuku quickly flipped it open and prepared to write. All right, Team B and Team I, follow me. All Might had returned to the observation room and quickly resumed class. I would like to review the work from the first match, but we're behind schedule. Katsuki walked up to All Might along with the other two students. Katsuki looked at the two taller men and glared. Which one of you is with me? I am. A cheerful voice next to him took him by surprise. He jumped back but didn't see anybody next to him. What the? He looked all around until his eyes caught a pair of floating gloves. Oh, you're that invisible chick, right? Hagakure, yes. Her voice sounded like she was rolling her eyes. Yeah, whatever. He turned away from her and followed All Might. He glared at the ground, deep in thought. The five of them made their way to a different building than the previous group, and once they arrived, All Might sent Katsuki and Casper inside to prepare. Their weapon was on the third floor, near the far side of the building. So, what can you do besides be invisible? Katsuki asked dryly. What can you do besides make explosions? she retorted. He turned and glared at her. It would be stupid to try and hold them off. We need to take them out. If it was anyone but Kyuka or Shuji, I would have a serious advantage. There's 2 people in this class that can detect me and I get put up against one of them. Casper sounded frustrated. 3, but that's not important. Katsuki crouched down as he thought, stretching his legs. So Arms can hear you? Yep. I tried to sneak up on him after dinner yesterday just to test. He heard me right away. I can fix that. He popped off a few explosions in his hand. I'm good at loud and distracting. That could work. She tossed her gloves off and closed her hand over the capture tape, making it disappear from view. You distract them, I'll sneak around and capture one of them. Then it's a 2-on-1 fight. Take out Arms if you can. He stood up, stretching his arms. I think Todoroki is the bigger threat. Didn't you see him at the test yesterday? Casper's tone was not appreciated. Katsuki huffed. Fine, whatever. She began to take her shoes off, but Katsuki had a thought. Keep them on. A pair of shoes is pretty conspicuous, Bakugo. Where did she get off being this sassy? Katsuki checked one of his gauntlets while he explained. You were the one who was warning me about half and half. Remember how he used that big ice attack on the softball throw? You might want to keep your feet warm until we find them. You think so? Casper hesitantly put her shoes back on. I wouldn't normally care what you do, but my grade is riding on this. If you take them off, do it later. Better safe than dead. I don't think that's how it go dash. Time begins now. Team B, enter the building. All Might's voice cut her off. No point standing around. He stepped out into the hallway and began to pop of small, but loud explosions every few seconds. Katsuki's warning seemed prophetic as suddenly a wave of ice rounded the corner and froze the entire hallway, including the 2 students' ankles. Wow, you called it. Thanks for that. Casper carefully slipped out of her shoes and onto the icy ground. Wasn't me. Izuku thought he might have that kind of power. I don't think even he imagined half and half could pull something like this off. Katsuki quickly blew his feet free with a few small explosions. I'm counting on you, Bakugo. The girl softly made her way down one of the side hallways, leaving footprints in the ice. Katsuki smirked and continued to make noise. It wasn't long before the glowing red eye of Half and Half's hero costume appeared in the dim light of the hallway. You look stupid, Katsuki snarled between explosions. The heterochromatic student looked behind him. Your partner is frozen, you should give up. Fighting will only make it harder for you. I didn't come to UA to take it easy. What are you weak? Katsuki roared, intending to further help his teammate. Half and Half's eyebrow twitched at Katsuki's furious yell. You remind me of someone I hate. He shifted his right foot slightly, sending a wave of ice at the blonde. The blonde raised both his hands, blowing the wave of ice away with a large explosion. He ran towards the boy with an anger-fueled yell and Half and Half let another blast of ice go. Katsuki jumped, his right arm behind him to give him extra height, his left extended to blow a hole in the top of the ice. What was that? Katsuki landed about 20 feet away from the other student. That was even weaker than the first one. Shut up. Anger burned in Half and Half's eyes. I saw the sheet you pulled yesterday. You're holding back on me. Katsuki raised a gauntlet towards the boy and sneered. I won't hold back against you, so you best come at me like you mean it. You want me to stop holding back? Half and Half's cool composure was cracking fast. He raised his right foot slightly. I'll give you everyth dash. No you won't. Casper yelled triumphantly as capture tape was wrapped around the student's arm. Half and Half stared wide-eyed at the tape as his anger drained out of him, replaced with shock. But how? I froze you. You froze my shoes, Todoroki, not me. Those were just a Deku. Her teeth were chattering. I'm still really CC cold though. The captured student looked back to see the trail of footprints in the ice, then hung his head in defeat. Katsuki huffed as he walked past him. 1 down, 1 to go. You're welcome, Casper said sarcastically, some of the bite in her tone lost as she shivered. Where's Shuji? Katsuki made a non-committal noise and began to walk towards the stairs Half and Half came up. Time to find him. Wait, Bakugo. What if Todoroki T told him to sneak around while he distracted us? We should wait at the bomb, she argued. Also, could you Gigi get my shoes for me? Katsuki thought for a moment. Fine. We'll wait. He walked over to her shoes and carefully extracted them. The two of them headed back to the weapon to wait. Casper was shivering the whole time, and it sounded like she was rubbing her arms and legs trying to stay warm. Fortunately for her, they didn't have to wait long before the sound of someone walking on the ice outside echoed through the hallway. An eyeball poked around the corner of the room. Katsuki smirked. Come in, Arms. You're boring me. Arms' impressive height and bulk rounded the corner, blocking the doorway. Two of his arms had eyes on them, locking onto Casper as he spotted her. Katsuki raised his right gauntlet again, pulling the handle back. Listen up. My gauntlets have been storing my explosive sweat since I put them on. They're charged up for a massive explosion. Katsuki enjoyed the look of surprise on Arms' face. Surrender and I won't use it. Take another step, and I'll blow you away. The tall student glared at Katsuki over his mask. You wouldn't? Why not? The blonde grew a crazed smile. I'm a villain, aren't I? He placed his hand on the pin. Bakugo, stop. You are forbidden from using that gauntlet. All Might's voice blared over the speakers. Katsuki lowered the gauntlet slowly. Fine. He threw his arms behind him. We'll fight hand to hand. He rocketed towards Arms, ready to attack. The giant of a student threw one of his sets of arms forward, ready to intercept, but Katsuki was ready. He set off a small explosion in front of him, stunning Arms and sending him flying overhead. He used another blast to stop his momentum as he soared over Arms' head, ready to blast him in the back. Katsuki had never fought someone like Arms, however. The taller student's other set of arms had tracked his flight, and he reached up as Katsuki flew overhead and grabbed his foot. With two of the hands on his other arm, he quickly wrapped the capture tape around Katsuki's leg. However, this made him take his attention off of Casper, who dashed underneath the action and wrapped one of Arms' legs in capture tape as well. Katsuki and Arms were both stunned silent, staring at the floating tape below them. Score T2 for T2, the invisible girl bubbled. You were right about UBB being a good distraction, Bakugo. Both heroes have been captured. The villain team wins. All Might declared the end of the match. Where did you get that tape? Katsuki asked as Arms set him down. I still had mine. I pickpocketed T Todoroki for it. I kept it hidden in my hand so Shuji wouldn't see that I had the tape, she explained. I was hoping that it would encourage him to take his eyes off of me. Katsuki smirked. Were you really going to use your gauntlets? Izuku asked, half surprised. Nah, Katsuki leaned back in his chair. I got enough lectures from your dad about collateral damage to use it indoors, and especially not on someone who wasn't an actual villain. I was just hoping to intimidate him. I probably could have done it too, if All Might hadn't stepped in. Figured. Izuku smiled as he continued to write. By the way you described it, it sounds like you really got under Todoroki's skin. Very clever to use that to your advantage to get him to lose his composure. Katsuki shrugged his shoulders. I wonder who I reminded him of. You might want to be careful you don't make an actual enemy, Kaken, Izuku lectured. Yeah. Izuku took another minute or so to finish scribbling in his notebook. Fascinating. You're right, I had no idea Todoroki could be so precise with his quirk, freezing you both by the ankles even though he couldn't see you. Yeah, and get this, Katsuki continued, after we finished. He melted all the ice. He's got fire powers from his left side. Izuku's eyes went wide as he flipped back to Todoroki's page. That makes sense, given who his father is. It also potentially explains why his hair color is split down the middle, as well as his heterochromia. There must be a reason he hadn't used his fire before. It wouldn't have been very useful in the quirk assessment test, and I suppose he didn't want to burn you or Hagakure when he didn't have to, but still it's a little strange the dash. Motormouth, shut up. Katsuki let off a small explosion to get his attention. We should get back to the dorm if you're feeling good enough to mumble. I'm always feeling good enough to mumble, Kaken. Izuku laughed as he got out of the hospital bed. I should ask our classmates how their battle trials dash. He stopped suddenly. Oh crap. Our classmates? His eyes went wide. What am I going to tell them about my test? What's my excuse? What did Uraraka tell them? He began to furiously think about solutions. I caught Uraraka on my way here. Katsuki sharply tore him out of his thoughts. I told her not to say anything about it to anyone, and just tell anybody who asked to wait for you, Katsuki sighed. I swear, what would you do without me, dumbass? Izuku smiled as he picked up his backpack and the two of them walked out of the nurse's office. The two boys made their ways back to the dorm in the darkness of the early evening. They opened the doors and walked inside, Katsuki giving Izuku a fist bump as he made his way to the stairs, intent on getting a good night's sleep. Izuku would have normally followed him, but he had something else he wanted to do first. Hey, Midoriya's back. Kirishima was sitting on a couch near Ishido and Tsunatori and was waving at him. Several other students were hanging around the kitchen area or sitting at one of the tables, and very quickly, Izuku was swarmed by them. Hey man, are you alright? Kaminari asked worriedly. We heard you fell out of the building. Yeah, Ida said you were acting strange, Sata followed. Oh, why I'm fine. Izuku took a step back from the large group of concerned students. I had some bad cramps from being dehydrated, you see. My quirk can be volatile if I'm not careful. Rookie mistake, I know, but I sort of forgot because I was so excited about training. He rubbed the back of his head, hoping the students would buy it. Oh, that makes sense, Siro said, rubbing his chin. I'm glad you're okay, dude. Izuku couldn't believe his excuse had worked and just stared for a few seconds. Thank you all for your concern. I appreciate it. Hey, Midoriya, come sit with us. Kirishima pointed her thumb to the couch she had been sitting at as the students dispersed. Izuku followed her and sat down on one of the comfy chairs, forming a small circle with the three women. Izuku noted the suspicious look from Ishido, but opted to ignore it, hoping it would pass. He flashed a smile at the group. I was actually hoping to talk to you guys. Tsunatori raised an eyebrow at him as he pulled out his notebook and pencil. Can you tell me how your matches went? I can't believe I missed them. Not before you tell us what happened in your match, Midori. Ishido squinted at him. So much for hoping it would pass. There's not much to tell. He rubbed the back of his head. Uraraka collapsed the stairs, I destroyed the lights. When Ida and Mineta showed up, I goaded Ida into running inside, where Uraraka was waiting. She made him weightless, I wrapped him up, then snuck forward and grabbed Mineta. Pretty open and shut. And after the end? Ishido wasn't letting up. I told you I got some cramps. He smiled and quickly turned to Tsunatori before she could respond. Tsunatori, how did your match go? Please, don't spare any detail. Is it okay if I speak English? She asked hesitantly. Sure. Izuku smiled. Just go a little slow and try to avoid the big words, okay? Pony and Momo found their weapon on the 4th floor of the building. Momo immediately went to work setting up defenses. She made them both rubber boots to wear and set up a large amplifier next to the weapon. Momo then produced a large stack of steel plates that she fit along the door frame, effectively creating a steel barrier. Pony spent most of the time being ordered around, moving the weapon to a different location, positioning the amplifier, helping to put the steel plates on the door and more. She was happy to be of assistance and grateful that she was partnered with someone who spoke English. Once time began, Pony didn't do much. Both women waited in the back of the room for the heroes to find them. It didn't take long, thanks to Kyuka's quirk, and soon her and Kaminari were standing outside. They tried to open the door, but found it quite impossible. The two gave up quickly, but after a few seconds of silence, pulsing waves of force started shaking the room. She's plugged in, Momo said in English. Pony, cover your ears. Pony put on the headphones Momo made for her as the tall woman turned on the amplifier, blasting sound towards the entrance. The pulsating waves quickly stopped as they heard a pained scream from the other side of the wall. Sorry, Kyuka, but you can thank Midoriya for the idea. Momo shouted as she shut the amplifier off. You're welcome to keep trying, but I would rather you didn't. I don't want to damage your hearing. In the end, the heroes just didn't have the firepower to break down Momo's barricade without Kyuka's quirk. Pony was happy she won, but a little disappointed that she didn't get to do anything. Yaoyorozu really is impressive, Izuku muttered as he finished writing. But why was Tsunotori blushing the whole time? If you give her preparation time, she might be the most dangerous student in class. He nodded as he rubbed his chin. Thank you, Tsunotori. It's a shame she dominated the exercise so much. I would have liked to learn more about your quirk and the others. I suppose there will be time for that later. Izuku shrugged. Ashido, how did your test go? Well, mine wasn't as simple as ponies. She eagerly began to recount, apparently temporarily forgetting her suspicion. Mina and Aoyama were given the go-ahead by All Might and entered the building. They didn't have any detection abilities like Shuji or Kyuka, so they had to do it the old-fashioned way. Aoyama strutted through the hallways, looking more interested in himself than the exercise. Mina, on the other hand, skated along easily thanks to the special boots she wore. She slid down the hallways, quickly covering ground as she looked in the rooms she passed. It took her about 5 minutes to find the bomb on the 4th floor, Kuda and Satu standing guard around it. The look on their faces as she skated by and waved at them with a smile was truly priceless. Surf's up, Mina shouted as she skated up behind her partner once she found him patrolling down on the 2nd floor. She accidentally splattered a bit of acid on his cloak, burning some holes in it, much to his annoyance. Oops. My bad. She smiled sheepishly as she clapped her hands together in apology. They quickly made their way up to the 4th floor and got into position around the door. Do you have a plan? Mina asked. The same plan that I always have, Sherry, Aoyama winked. I will dazzle them. Wait, what? Mina watched the blonde boy step boldly into the open door. Adieu, gentlemen. His bright blue laser shot forward, causing Satu and Kuda to dodge out of the way. A giant hole was blown through the back wall as the laser sheared through the concrete. Mina used the opportunity to leap to her feet and skate past Aoyama into the room. She quickly moved past Kuda before he could pick himself up, so all that was left between her and victory was Satu. She moved hard to the left to throw him off, then cut quickly back to the right. Satu stumbled as she jumped at one of the pillars to the right of the bomb, quickly secreting potent acid. Her feet dug into the pillar slightly and gave her good leverage to push herself off. Mina lunged towards the bomb as Satu jumped towards her. She managed to stretch out and put her right hand on the weapon right as the muscular man grabbed her by the ankle and flung her backwards. She flew across the room and landed hard on her back, but it was too late. All Might's voice echoed through the room, declaring her team the winners. Izuku scribbled as fast as his hand would let him, determined to record everything he could. You got thrown across a room? Are you okay? I'm fine, Midori. I'm not the one who fell out of a bill dash. Kirishima? Izuku interrupted her hastily. How did your fight go? Well, you see, Kirishima began. Shiro and Eiko noted that the weapons had been on the upper floors for each of the previous fights, so they decided to start at the top. Fortunately, their building had a fire escape on the side of it and they quickly ascended to the top floor. From the fact that half of the lights were destroyed, it seemed like their assumption about the bomb location was correct. It also seemed like they weren't the only ones who picked up a thing or two from the previous matches. The upper level was one large room, filled with pillars at regular intervals. Eiko could spot the weapon in the middle of the room, but between her and her win was Tokoyami and Tsu. All right, Shiro. Eiko hardened her fists and smashed them together. We've got nearly the entire time limit to touch that weapon. We got this. As soon as they started to move forward, a great shadowy monster emerged from under Tokoyami's cloak and rushed towards them. The two dodged out of the way as dark shadows slammed down between them, separating the heroes. I'll take Tsu. Shiro yelled back as he ran off behind a pillar. That means it's you and me, Tokoyami. Eiko ran towards her opponent, arms crossed in front of her. Fight well, Tokoyami responded stoically as his quirk reared back and dove down on Eiko. The redhead hardened her arms and took the blow, grinding backwards across the ground. Before she could recover, Dark Shadow was on her again, driving her further away. Realizing that brute force was not an option, Eiko dropped her guard and dove out of the way of the next attack, rolling behind one of the room's many pillars. She continued to dash from pillar to pillar, barely dodging Dark Shadow along the way. She was kept at distance, never being allowed any closer to the weapon. On the other side of the room, she could see Shiro engaged with Tsu. Her powerful legs allowed her to hop around at unpredictable angles, dodging every stream of tape shot at her. Eiko saw him in a similar situation of hopelessness and made the call. "Shiro, trade me." The black-haired boy nodded and taped a pillar, pulling himself towards Eiko. The two heroes in training high-fived as they crossed paths. She squared up with Tsu, hardening her arms again as he ran towards her. Tsu jumped up and stuck on a pillar near the ceiling, out of her reach, and shot her tongue at her. She swung her arm forward like a sword, striking her tongue and causing it to recoil. She took the opportunity to run towards the weapon, aiming to touch it and win. The other woman saw Eiko run past and jumped towards her, feet aimed towards her back. She looked back just in time to brace for impact, hardening her back to taking the kick, using the force of Tsuyu's kick to roll forward onto her arms and back onto her feet, never breaking pace. Tsuyu bounced off of her and onto another pillar, shooting her tongue at Eiko again, this time catching her around the waist and arms, wrapping her up. "Sorry, Tsu," she yelled as she hardened her arms and chest and struggled, rubbing her sharp skin against the tongue. Tsuyu yelped in pain and released her, allowing her to continue running towards the goal. Eiko's victory was nearly within her grasp when suddenly Tsu sailed overhead, grabbing the apparently hollow weapon with her tongue and pulling it away from Eiko as she outstretched her hand. "Damn." She took the time to turn and take a look at Shiro. Tokoyami had been taped to one of the pillars, but that did nothing to prevent Dark Shadow from moving freely. Eiko turned to run and assist her teammate when Tokoyami scored a direct hit on the taller student. Shiro was tossed backwards, hitting a pillar with a resounding thud and slumping down to the ground. Before he could stumble to his feet, Dark Shadow swooped down on him and wrapped the white capture tape around one of his arms. Eiko barely had time to harden her arms before Dark Shadow turned onto her once more. She was struck full on, just like Shiro. As Tsu protected the weapon, Tokoyami continued his assault. Repeated blows to Eiko drove her backwards. She dug her feet in, but the bone-crunching blows were grinding her up against one of the room's many pillars. Without time to plan, she did the only thing she could think of and hardened her back against the assault. Dark Shadow continued to crash into her, each attack driving her further into the pillar as the stone began to crack. After a dozen attacks, the pillar began to crumble as Eiko was pushed deeper into it. She shook with exhaustion, each feral blow becoming harder and harder to resist. After nearly 30 powerful strikes, her hardening began to fail, and after 10 more, she broke, collapsing onto one knee. Before she could catch her breath, Dark Shadow came at her from above, flattening her against the ground. In her exhausted state, Eiko couldn't push herself back up, and Tsu slowly approached her and wrapped tape around her arm. "You fought valiantly, Kirishima," Tokoyami said as his quirk released her. "Feel no shame for your defeat." Eiko could only try and catch her breath as All Might's voice rang out, announcing her loss. Izuku scratched his with his left hand as he finished the last of his notes. "Tokoyami is much more powerful than I thought. I wonder why they broke the lights. Perhaps his quirk performs better in the darkness? That would make sense, judging from its name, or perhaps he was simply attempting to obscure the battlefield. Tsu being able to carry the weapon with her tongue indicates a level of strin dash. Midori? You okay?" Ashido's half-worried, half-amused voice brought an end to his mumbling. "Oh, they are fine. Thanks, Ashido." He laughed awkwardly as he closed his notebook. He sat back in his chair, analyzing what he had learned. It seems like the villains were at a major advantage during the exercise. Ashido's team was the only one of 5 to actually win as the heroes. "I said that during your match." Ashido pointed a finger at him. "All Might said that heroes are at a disadvantage all the time, and we have to learn to overcome it or something." "Yeah, it was inspiring as hell." Kirishima smirked. "Even though I lost, I don't have any regrets. I tried my hardest and did my best. That's all I can ask of myself." Izuku smiled as he stood up. "As much as I would love to talk to you all, I need to speak with Ida before I go to bed." He let out a huge yawn. "Recovery Girl's quirk takes a lot out of you." "Ida?" Pony grew a look of confusion. But, I just need to talk to him." "Sorry. He hastily waved goodbye and headed for the stairs. Izuku took a deep breath and knocked on the door of room 303. After a few seconds, the door opened as Ida stood in front of him in his sleepwear. Midoriya? He looked slightly surprised to see him. Izuku threw himself down into a deep bow. I would like to apologize for what I said during class today. I have nothing but respect for you, Ingenium, and the Ida family. Please accept my apology. Your apology is accepted, but unnecessary, Ida responded flatly, causing Izuku to slowly stand up. I do appreciate it, however. Not mad? Izuku was surprised how easily things were working out. Of course not. You were merely acting the part of the villain. If anything, I commend you for being so dedicated to your schoolwork. Ida chopped his hand emphatically. Are really? Yes. Even All Might said as much. He threw his arms wide. In fact, you received the MVP from our match for fully embracing the spirit of the exercise and facilitating the capture of both Mineta and myself. I didn't know that. I'm impressed that you're so level-headed about this, Ida. Izuku let out a large sigh. It's a weight off my shoulders. Furthermore, Ida paused for a moment, considering his next words carefully. I actually want to thank you for exposing a weakness of mine. A weakness? How so? Izuku had foreseen this meeting going much differently. Your personal attacks against my brother clouded my judgment. After the match concluded and I was assured that you were unharmed, I couldn't stop thinking about what you said to me and how I reacted. Ida crossed his arms and closed his eyes. I thought to myself, what if a real villain used that against me? I realized I could be provoked into acting rashly during a truly dangerous situation. Wow, Ida. Izuku grew an impressed smile. Experience is one of the most important tools in a hero's arsenal, Midoriya, and today, you gave me incredibly valuable experience. He smiled at the shorter student. Tenya Ida will be that much better of a hero thanks to your actions. Izuku stared at him for a few moments before beginning to laugh heartily. You are something else. I have a lot to learn from you, Ida, even more than I thought. He paused and took a deep breath. I made a promise to you at the entrance exam, and I'd like to see it through. Friends? Ida nodded emphatically. I'd like that. Thank you. His thanks was interrupted by another large yawn. Oh man. You should get to bed post-haste, Midoriya, Ida lectured him. Agreed. Izuku turned away from him with a wave. Good night, Ida. Good night, Midoriya. Cramps. That's the best you could come up with? Katsuki hissed through his teeth as Izuku walked out of the dorm the next morning. Uraraka and Ida were walking just ahead of them, talking happily to each other. You know I'm not good at making stuff up when I'm tired, Kaken. I was exhausted. Izuku whispered back as the two other students noticed them and turned around. Ida waved at them, beckoning them over. Good morning, Bakugo Midoriya. Ida's boisterous greeting interrupted any further arguments between the two as they walked up to the two taller students. Izuku smiled back and greeted Ida, then turned towards the woman. Good morning, Uraraka. Good morning. She didn't make eye contact with him, and quickly grew a slight blush. Izuku didn't react outwardly, but couldn't help but shake the feeling that she was acting weirdly. He also couldn't shake the feeling that it was his fault. Is she scared of me now that I told her about my quirk? No, she wouldn't be blushing then. The four quickly made their way to the main building, the three men discussing their first class with All Might and the results of their training with him. Izuku made a note of Uraraka's distracted silence, but was too involved in his discussion to give it much thought. Once they reached their classroom, their group split, each moving to their own seat. Izuku sat down and began to brainstorm why Uraraka was acting so strangely around him compared to the previous days of class. Before he could get far into his mental investigation, a shadow was cast on his desk, causing him to look up. Oh, good morning, Ishido. He smiled cheerily at her, but his expression faltered when he saw the serious look on her face. She stared at him for a few moments, eyes both suspicious and concerned. You're going to tell him dash. All students should be in their seats when class begins, Ishido. Aizawa threw the door open and reprimanded the pink girl in the same beat. She scurried back to her seat, apologizing softly as she quickly sat down. Izawa took his place behind the lectern and slowly moved his tired gaze over the class. I reviewed all of your performances yesterday. There were no glaring issues that weren't expected. His eyes met Izuku's as he spoke, causing the student to swallow nervously. So overall good work? He walked out from behind the lectern with a stack of papers, handing one to each student. These are your performance reviews. Read them over after class and speak to me if you have any questions. Izawa returned to the front of the class and looked to make sure he still had everyone's attention. Next, you will make a decision that will change your future. All of the students sat upright with a sharp intake of breath. They all stared at their professor expectantly. It's time to pick your class representatives, Izawa droned emotionlessly. The collective breath was released. Students all around the room began to boldly declare their candidacy, standing and shouting at their desks, while Izuku took a moment to assess the situation and the other students. He had, of course, planned for this. The class representative was an important position, especially in a hero course when it was a way to show leadership and get yourself noticed. Izuku smiled to himself. He already had it in the bag. This wasn't the objective of his game, but it was a convenient benefit that he had already set up the board in his favor. He stood up, raising his arm into the air as the other students argued. We should hold an election. The other students stopped to look at him. A democratic vote will show who already has the trust of their classmates. It is the only way to be fair. His classmates turned to look at each other, slightly stunned by his sudden proposal. Murmurs of assent ran around the room. Izuku continued his explanation with confidence. Whoever gets the most votes will be the class representative, and second place will be vice representative. In the case of a tie, we'll have a runoff election between those students. Everyone write their vote on a piece of paper, fold it up and put it on the table in the front of the class. Does that sound good? He looked around the room and nobody raised any objections. He smiled wide and sat back down, pulling out his own piece of paper to write a name down. A stack of votes quickly appeared at the front of the room and Izuku asked Izawa to count them out, for the sake of impartiality. Izawa glared at him for only allowing him a short nap but obliged. The results left little room for debate. Most students sat at 0 or 1 vote, presumably themselves, while 2 students stood out from the crowd. Yaoyorozu had 3 votes, while Izuku had 5. Alright, Midoriya is your class rep, and Yaoyorozu is your vice rep. Congratulations to you both. Izawa half-heartedly gestured towards the 2 students standing at the front of the room. Izuku himself turned and looked up at the woman and gave her a wide grin. I look forward to working with you, Yaoyorozu. She smiled softly back at him. Likewise, Midoriya. He turned and looked at the class, scanning over the students looking up at him, although he carefully avoided looking at Mineta. He had a good idea of who voted for him, and he was glad that his gamble paid off. He felt his quirk flare slightly, causing his eyes to glow almost imperceptibly. They are all mine. And for the first time in a long time, Izuku didn't try and resist. He simply smiled wider. His eyes caught Uraraka's, who was looking proudly at him. As her eyes met his, she began to blush again and averted her gaze. Izuku furrowed his brow slightly, finally having the time to think about her. He moved back to his seat, rubbing his chin as he ran through the events of the previous day. Ever since walking to class, Izuku hadn't been able to shake the feeling like he had been forgetting something. With all the action of the battle trial and the aftermath, the whole day seemed like a blur. Hey Midoriya, you really grabbed that by the horn dash. Kaminari yelped in pain as one of Jiru's jacks caught him mid-pun, causing much of the class to start laughing. Instead of laughing, Izuku was frozen in his seat. Grabbed by the... Suddenly, all the memories of the previous day came crashing back. His eyes went wide as he remembered everything. The accident before the battle trial started, the confession about his quirk, what he had told Uraraka when he was delirious. Tall women are hot, Uraraka, you are really hot. Izuku thought his face might catch on fire as he turned green and buried his head in his arms. Midori had successfully avoided Mina for the rest of morning classes, but she wasn't ready to give up yet. Lunch gave her a great opportunity to talk to him without something interrupting her. She waited in line for her food and sat down across the table from him, waiting for her opportunity. But before Mina could find it, something else distracted her. Midori and Ochako had been awkward around each other since they both arrived on Saturday, but today was something different. They had been getting better each day, but now they couldn't even look in the other's general direction without blushing. Mina couldn't help but smile as they awkwardly avoided each other. Even though they weren't trying to be, they were adorable. Midori was so flustered that he didn't even notice Mina staring at him almost the entire time. Eventually, she grew tired of being coy and decided to take matters into her own hands. Midori wouldn't want to talk in public, so she would just have to ask him to speak in private. She promised herself that this wasn't just an excuse to get some alone time with him. She noticed how distracted he was, so she reacted over and tapped him on the head with one of her chopsticks. He blinked and looked at her with a slightly worried look on her face, tilting his head slightly. He has no right to be that adorable. She smiled at him, but then remembered what she was doing. Can I speak to you in pure dash? Suddenly, an alarm began to blare through the lunchroom, followed by a recorded voice. Warning, Level 3 security breach. All students, please evacuate the building in an orderly fashion and return to your dormitories. The orderly part did not happen, as the lunchroom immediately devolved into chaos. A stampede of students began pushing and shoving out of the cafeteria, creating a human traffic jam. People were shouting in panic and fear, elbows were flying, and the crowd was only getting denser as time went on. Her friends had managed to stay close for the most part, but as the other students pressed in, they had to really get close. Mina found herself and Ochako shoved into Midori, arms forced to their sides as they were crushed together. The pink girl found her head squeezed between the two taller students' chests, firm on one side, soft on the other. She sighed softly. I could get used to this. What's a level 3 security breach? Midori shouted as they were all crushed together. It means an intruder broke onto campus grounds. Ida replied. Mina couldn't help but laugh. Of course Ida had read up on all of UA's protocols. An intruder? Who would be stupid enough to break into UA of all places? It was probably the damn press. Bakugu was apparently on the other side of Midori, judging from how near his voice sounded. The press? Ochako replied. Ow. Someone jammed their elbow into her side as they shoved past. They've been swarming the gates since they found out All Might's teaching here. Hey huff. Bakugu yelled back as someone crashed into him as well. Did you not see them this morning? They were all over the damn place. It is the press. Ida shouted from a little ways away, sounding like he was pressed up against something. Look out the window. People need to calm down before someone gets hurt. Ochako shouted as she got squeezed even closer to Mina and Midori. However, despite Mina's desires, eventually there was such a thing as too close. The pressure from the crowd caused her to get squeezed out from between her friends. It was at this point that Mina got torn away from the rest of the group. Several students behind her started pushing harder and took her along for the ride. She saw Ochako reach her hand out, but Mina was already too far away from her. Midori was staring at her with wide eyes, panic setting in. The surge that Mina was caught in was not a gentle one, and as it crashed into another group of similarly panicked students, things took a turn for the worse. Somebody tripped someone else and it created a domino effect, students falling on top of each other and people continued to shove from behind. Mina couldn't stay upright in the human tidal wave and was pushed off of her feet. She tried to claw her way up, but nobody was paying attention to her. She caught an elbow in the back of the head, knocking her down further. Her legs started getting stepped on as she cried out. I'm being trampled. She looked around desperately for something to pull herself up with, but the students were moving too quickly and forcefully for her to gain her balance. She looked back, hoping to see her friends were nearby. She could barely make out Midori, who was staring straight at her. He was clutching his head slightly as his horns slowly stretched longer, while his eyes were wide and burning bright. They looked almost angry. She lost sight of him as she was dragged away by the undertow of people, but then a loud crash rang out, causing the students around her to finally stop. What are you doing? She flinched and looked up, spotting Midori hanging from the wall, high above everyone else. His right arm was transformed, its claws dug deep into the stone. His pants were shredded below his thigh as scaled, digitigrade legs burst from them, the right foot dug into the wall as well. She guessed that he had to have jumped at least 15 feet high. Mina could make out high green scales covering his neck as he shouted, "You are UA students, not animals. Act like it." There was something deeply unsettling with his voice, as if it caused the ancient, primal part of her brain to cower in fear. The students around her felt it too, all staring at the man hanging from the stone, staring down at them with intense, glowing eyes and his mouth turned up into a snarl, exposing his elongated teeth. Several of the students around her even took a hesitant step back from the man. Mina could only stare as he scanned the crowd, eyes moving quickly in a decidedly inhuman fashion. His fierce gaze snapped to hers as he finally found her, still sitting on the ground. Midori's eyes were nearly as disconcerting as his voice. They were the eyes of a hunter and he wasn't moving them off of her. The other students began to move again, but in a much calmer way. Mina picked herself up, still staring back at the green-haired man. He never took his eyes off of her, staring her down with an intensity that caused that animal part of her brain to scream, "Predator!" Even though Mina was in the middle of what should have been one of the most intimidating experiences of her life, she couldn't help but smile and feel exhilarated. It took about 10 minutes, but eventually the lunchroom cleared out. Midori hopped down as soon as Mina was able to stand up and walk over to her friends safely. As soon as he landed, the intimidating aura was broken and the man returned to normal. Ochako quickly moved up to him and crouched down slightly next to him, speaking softly to him. Unfortunately for her, Mina hadn't become the gossip fiend she was today without carefully cultivating her eavesdropping skills. "Deku, was that your dash?" "Yes, but I was in control this time." "It's okay." He smiled shakily at her, and then spotted Mina standing nearby. His eyes went wide as he swiftly moved over to her. "Ishido, are you okay? You hurt?" Midori fussed, worry in his voice. "I'm fine, thanks." She smiled up at him to assuage his concerns. He let out a huge sigh and then tensed up as he realized the situation he was in. "Oh crap, I clawed a hole in the wall. Nizu is going to end me." "Not true." A small, squeaky voice from behind Midori caused them all to jump. "President Nizu." Poor Midori looked like he was about to pass out at the sight of the small, white rodent dog thing or whatever the president of UA was. "You won't be punished for your actions here, Midoriya," Nizu assured him. "In fact, I would like to thank you for taking charge of the situation and calming your fellow students down before anyone got seriously injured." Thank you, sir," Midori stammered, "but what about the wall?" "I damaged school property and dash. Cementos can smooth over the damage in no time. No permanent damage has been done." Nizu cut him off succinctly, then turned to the rest of the students gathered around him. "Classes for the rest of the day have been cancelled. Please return to your dorms and await further instructions from your homeroom teacher." "Yes, sir." The others responded immediately. Midori let out another great sigh, his shoulders slumping in relief. Mina's eyes drifted down his body to his shredded pants. His transformation had mostly destroyed them, leaving everything below his upper thigh exposed to the air. Mina wanted to think something inappropriate, but her brain wasn't working that well. She only stared and let her mouth hang slightly agape as she stared at his muscular legs. The man followed her eyes and then realized what she was staring at. He yelped and covered his legs with his backpack. Sorry, Ishido." Her trance was broken as he covered himself up. She blinked a couple times and closed her mouth, staring slightly dumbly at him. I know you wanted to talk to me, but I need to go get new pants." "Sorry." The man took off down the hallway, earning a reprimand from Ida for running in the halls. Bakugo and Kiri started walking behind Ida as they all headed back to the dorms, Bakugo laughing the whole time. As they walked off, Mina and Ochako were the only ones left in the hallway. Ochako sighed. "Oh, Mina found her voice this time. "I know, right? Did you see his legs?" Ochako jumped, apparently having forgotten Mina was there. She looked down at Mina and began to blush slightly. "Yeah," she spoke so softly Mina could barely hear her. Mina smiled at her blush and grew a small lilac dusting as well. "Why are you both so damn attractive?" Their walk back to Heights Alliance was silent, both of them evidently in deep thought. Mina was staring at the ground, thinking through the events of the week so far. The way he looked at me, and whatever Ochako and him were talking about afterwards, it has to do with what happened yesterday, right? I have to get to the bottom of this. She sighed audibly. It would have been so much simpler if I was just in 1B. The rest of the afternoon passed mostly uneventfully. Midori had come back downstairs after changing into casual clothes, including a t-shirt that boldly declared t-shirt. Mina rolled her eyes but couldn't help smiling at the strange, endearing garment. The man refused to make eye contact with her for the next few hours, which made her both annoyed and a little flattered. But Mina could tell that Midori was acting out of character. She had known him for 5 days, and she had never really seen him relax like this. He was always doing something, be it training with Bakugo, reading the textbook, making food, or writing in that notebook of his. Right now, however, he wasn't doing much of anything. He was simply sitting on the couches, hanging out with her, Ochako, Sue, Kiri, and Bakugo. If she didn't know any better, she would have thought that he was waiting for something. Dinner came, and Midori went out of his way to cook for everyone again. Sada didn't let him do it alone this time, and even Sue helped. Mina didn't know if she had ever had better ramen. She could definitely get used to this, and judging from the noises of satisfaction coming from the other girls she was sitting with, they could too. Mina noted a small, almost nostalgic look that Yamamo and Midori exchanged when he served her. She made a mental note to question her about it later. After dinner, when the sun was setting, Mina was sitting on the couch again with Midori. The other 4 had dispersed to do homework, workout, or otherwise head to their rooms. This made Mina even more suspicious as she sat near him, watching him talk to Kaminari, who was sitting with them. Bakugo and Kiri had left with Satu to go work out, and Midori had declined to go with them, even after the rather calm day of school. Mina was glad for the opportunity to get him on his own and finally grill him about what had happened the previous day. She couldn't help but feel concerned for him, especially with how Ochako seemed to fuss over him at lunch. Something was going on, and she felt like it was her duty to find out what. Midori wouldn't want to talk about it publicly, she had figured out that much, so she just needed a way to get rid of Kaminari. Fortunately for her, as she was formulating a plan, there was a loud knock at the front door of the dorm. Kaminari leapt up from his seat with an emphatic "I'll get it." He began to quickly move over to the door, and Mina took the opportunity to lean over to Midori to make her move. She noticed that he was watching the door expectantly, but continued anyway. "Midori, I really dash." Kaminari opened the door and promptly screamed, causing everyone in the room to look at him. He turned and ran back towards the group, panic on his face. "Why is the number 9 hero at our dorm?" "A hero? Wait, number 9. That means..." With this, Midori also leapt from his seat, vaulting over the couch and sprinting towards the door. The other students saw his reaction and, already on edge from Kaminari's reaction, began to freak out as well. "Keep the hero nerd away from the pro," Kyoko warned loudly. Several of the other students realized what she was saying. If Midori had freaked out so much over lunch rush, what would he do around a top 10 hero? Stepping through the front door was a beautiful woman just a bit shorter than Mina, wearing her elegant, copper hair over her right eye. She wore a long, black cheongsam that exposed her dense, refined musculature of her arms and shoulders. Mina stared with her mouth agape. Her favorite hero in the whole world was standing just a few meters away. Ryukyu. But why? Ida had moved to intercept Midori, hoping to stop him before he harassed Ryukyu. The green-haired simply ducked under Ida's extended arms, deftly avoiding him without missing a beat. Midori was on the pro hero in seconds, and rapidly threw his arms around her, crushing the much smaller woman into his chest. Mina contained the pang of envy she felt in her stomach as she and the rest of the room screamed. "Midoriya! Unhand her at once, that is entirely inappropriate." Ida chopped the air sternly. Then everyone stopped. Ryukyu was hugging him back, eagerly returning his crushing strength. Mina took a mental step back. "All right, dragon. Midori, Stormclaw, Ryukyu. How did I not realize that yet?" She hit herself on the head. "I've been really distracted this week." The rest of the room seemed to make this connection themselves, and quickly relaxed. Midori let go of the woman and turned back to the classroom. Everyone please meet. Ryuko Tatsuma, my cousin. The woman bowed slightly. It's a pleasure to meet all of you. Izuku has told me much about you. Her smile was kind and genuine. Now it was Mina's turn to feel indignant. She ran forward to join the crowd of her classmates that were surrounding the hero. Much to Ryukyu's credit, she didn't seem put off by the pressure. She was certainly used to crowds as a top 10 hero. Mina pointed an accusatory finger at Midori, just as Kaminari had done on Monday. Why didn't you tell me you were related to Ryukyu? I mean, I should have figured that out, but still. Midori looked sort of sheepish and took a step back from Mina's intensity, but it wasn't him that responded to her. You must be Ashido, right? Ryukyu tipped a knowing finger in her direction. This caused Mina to begin turn lilac. Midori told her about me? She bowed slightly, more to hide her blush than anything. I'm Mina Ashido. It's truly an honor to meet you. I was surprised to hear about someone with an acid quirk. My time is limited, so please excuse me. She turned to the door, beckoning Izuku to follow her. Perhaps next time I visit I could give you some pointers? She waved to the class. It was nice to meet you all, sorry I can't stay longer. And with that, the door shut and Ryukyu and Midori were gone. The class around her was talking about the event that had just transpired, but Mina wasn't listening. She was standing stock still, mind racing. Pointers. Personal advice from one of the greatest and most beautiful heroes in Japan. She frantically tried to calm herself down. Then she realized something else. Interrupted again. Her frustration overpowered her fangirling. For the third time that day, she had been stopped from confronting Midori and she was getting tired of it. She was ready to try something a little more drastic. Izuku returned to the dorm nearly an hour later, after saying goodbye to Ryuko. He normally went to his father for advice, but it was always good to get a different perspective on things. After all, none of his family's quirks worked exactly the same. And besides, his father was still out of town for a couple more days. He always found himself feeling better after spending time with his cousin. She was humble, kind, and gregarious, a great friend and a great mentor. The incidents of the past few days had been weighing heavily on his mind, and while he couldn't say that all of his doubts had been assuaged, he felt a lot better. He wiped the final tears from his eyes as he walked back inside the dorm, hoping his eyes weren't too red. None of the other students were still in the common room, much to his relief. He made his way quickly up to his room on the second floor, ready to be done with the day. But sometimes things don't work out the way you planned. He put his key in the lock and turned the handle, slowly opening his door. What happened next seemed to be both a blur and in slow motion. His room came into view and he immediately noticed that there was someone in his room. A mistake. Intruder. His quirk flared with such intensity that he had no hope of controlling it. In an instant, he had dashed forward and tackled the interloper. His forearms shifted as his eyes glowed and his horns grew. The intruder was pinned to the ground as Izuku held their arms down with his clawed hand and held their legs down with his own. His teeth grew and he growled in the trespasser's face, venom barely contained. His face was contorted into pure rage and indignation as his deadly fangs hung inches from the face of the person on the ground. Midori? Just like that, Izuku could think again. The surging fury of his quirk disappeared as quickly as it had arisen once he heard the nickname. The scales and claws on his hands swiftly receded, and his fangs shrunk back to their normal size. His eyes went wide with horror as he saw Ashido looking back up at him. He tried to sputter some sort of apology, but he was so ashamed and appalled with himself that he couldn't make his throat work. Ashido, on the other hand, had no such issues. Her eyes weren't filled with fear like Izuku expected, but with confusion and a degree of mischief. Her mouth curled into a cruel smirk as Izuku stared at her. This is pretty forward, Midori. He was utterly frozen, no longer holding her down as much as paralyzed on top of her. She shrugged his hands off of her arms and reached up. Not that I mind, Izuku. She wrapped her arms around his neck, her hand accidentally stroking his green ridge. Izuku instinctually leaned into the contact as a low groan escaped his throat. Ashido's eyes went wide as Izuku's body finally snapped back into action. He flung himself backward, off of her and onto the floor, covering his face with his arms. Izuku was half expecting his face to actually catch fire with how hot it was feeling. The woman's smile grew wider as she sat up to face him. What was that? Izuku's throat was working, but his brain still was frozen. I was hoping to just make you broccoli for me again. Her eyes narrowed again as she regained her smirk. But that was... Izuku noticed a small dusting of lilac on her cheeks as he peeked out from under his arms. At long last, Izuku managed to find his voice. Why aren't you afraid of me? She looked even more confused than before. Should I be? Yes, he answered immediately. Or, no. He sighed and put his head in his hands. Ashido, how can you not be afraid of me after that? She smiled at him, not even thinking about her answer. I knew you wouldn't hurt me, Midori. She giggled lightly. I trust you. For the second time in 2 days, Izuku heard those words echo in his mind. He looked up from the floor, small tears of guilt forming in the corners of his eyes as he repeated the same question he asked to the other woman to say that to him. Why? Ashido put a finger to her chin and thought for a moment. I guess I just do? That's not really an answer, is it? She giggled a bit and kept thinking. You saved me earlier today, that counts for a lot, and you've made friends with most of the other students in our class, so you're clearly a good dude. Oh. She pointed her finger at him. And you have horns. Izuku stared at her for a few seconds, blinking. She threw her arms up in exasperation. That last one was a joke. Come on, Midori. Thank you, Ashido. But Izuku turned his gaze away from her, clearly wanting to say something, but looked back up after deciding against it, at least for now. Why are you in my room? How are you in my room? Ashido narrowed her eyes slightly at his pause and pulled out a small leather pouch from her pocket. Lockpicking kit? You have a lockpicking kit? Izuku raised his eyebrow at her. She looked at the kit in her hand and back to him. No. He blinked and sputtered a bit, causing the intruder to giggle. You know how to use a lockpicking kit? Why? Ashido shrugged and put the kit away. It's a useful skill to have. I could teach you if you want. It's much more subtle than kicking a door down, you know? Her eyes drifted down from his face. Although with those legs of yours, I'm sure you don't have a problem with that. Izuku felt his face begin to green again and tried to quickly change the subject. Yes, sure, maybe later. But you didn't tell me why you're in my room. She got up into a kneeling position and crossed her arms. I'm tired of being interrupted. You are going to tell me the truth about what happened yesterday, and you're going to do it now. More excuses, no more interruptions. You could have just waited for me to come back and knocked on my door. Izuku threw his arms wide in protest. That way I wouldn't have dashed. That's exactly why I broke in, she interrupted him swiftly. I figured that since you got so uptight about me pushing past you, being in here without you knowing would be even worse. She rubbed the back of her head and grinned sheepishly. I didn't expect a reaction like that though. She blushed a little harder. Izuku's eyes went wide with surprise. He stared at her for a few seconds more as his mind processed what she had said. Then, realization dawned on him. Izuku couldn't help it. A huge smile broke across his face and he looked at her with a mixture of adoration and awe. You played me. Ashido put her hands on her hips and puffed her chest out proudly. Sure did. She leapt to her feet and pointed a finger down at him. And since you attacked me, you owe me an explanation. You have to tell me what's been going on. It's only fair because I was a victim. She smirked down at Izuku, his smile faltering. Izuku felt his quirk flare slightly, a small pressure growing in his head, pushing him to comfort her. He hung his head. He sighed heavily. You're right, you deserve to know. Ashido smiled wide. Good. She stepped over and took a seat on the floor, leaning up against his bed and patting the spot on the ground next to her. Come here and tell me. He crawled over and sat next to her, their shoulders only a few inches from each other. Izuku looked at the ground between his legs for a few moments, gathering his thoughts and figuring out where he wanted to start. To her credit, Ashido was waiting patiently. After almost a minute of silence, he leaned back, resting his head on the bed while he stared at the ceiling. Ashido, are you familiar with quirk adaptation? Course I am. The process by which our bodies become better able to use our quirks or something, right? She mockingly repeated a line from an old textbook. Right? For example, I assume your body has become increasingly resistant to acid over the years. Yep. Izuku sighed again as he braced himself. Well, my adaptations are mostly mental. I've got what amounts to a voice in my head. He waited for her to say something, but she just sat there, listening intently. He looked away from her. My whole family has it. At least the ones with the dragon quirk. So my dad, my cousin, me, etc. We call the voice instincts, and honestly, calling it a voice is a little dishonest. Ashido was still just listening, making Izuku feel a little better that she wasn't judging him outwardly, at least not yet. It's not a separate entity, per se, it's my own thoughts, but different. It's really hard to explain. My instincts are me, but they're not my thoughts, but at the same time, they are. It doesn't make a lot of sense, I know, but that's the best way I can explain it. But what does this have to do with quirk adaptation? Ashido finally spoke up, not a trace of judgment or derision in her voice, just curiosity. Our instincts are necessary for us to use our quirk to its fullest potential. He stared at the posters of his father across from his bed. For us to use our greatest powers and our maximum strength, we have to work together with our instincts. Here, you've seen how Stormclaw and Ryukyu fight, right? Ashido nodded firmly. Sure have. They fight a lot like you do, transforming limbs and stuff as they need it. They only go full dragon sometimes. She sighed dreamily. I wish they did it more often though. It's super cool. Izuku laughed once. Yeah, exactly. A full draconic transformation takes a lot of stamina and it requires for the person to be fully in sync with their quirk. But our instincts go further than that, they're a constant in our lives. We have to learn to live with them and work with them. Izuku closed his eyes as he leaned his head back onto the bed. That's really cool. She had some awe in her voice. Izuku's eyes snapped open and he turned to look at her. So what kind of stuff does it tell you to do? She gasped slightly, her face filled not with fear, but with wonder. Did it tell you to tackle me? Sort of, Izuku began. He sighed again. But it doesn't exactly just tell me stuff. If it was just a voice telling me what to do, then I could probably ignore it. But like I said, it's not something separate from me. It is me. I can fight it, but if I ignore it, it grows stronger, and if something sets it off really hard, it flares too hard for me to control. He gripped his head with both hands, remembering the pain of his quirk. When it gets too strong, it drowns out the rest of me, leaving me mostly at its mercy. It's honestly really scary sometimes. Ashido's eyes went wide as he held his head. All those times you looked like you were having a headache, when you were holding your head, those were just your quirk yelling at you and what, you trying to resist it? Izuku smiled sadly and nodded. Ashido paused for a moment, staring at the ground. What sort of things does it say to you? Izuku looked away again and the two sat in silence for several seconds. He transformed his hand and stared down at the claw, flexing it a few times. Ashido, why do you want to become a hero? The woman was seemingly mesmerized by his quirk, staring intently at his hand as he flexed it with a slight smile on her face. But at his question, Ashido's expression turned to confusion. Why do I hey? Don't think you can distract me. She pointed a finger at him accusingly. He sat up a little straighter at her sudden accusation. No, I'm not. I promise I'm going somewhere with this. She eyed him suspiciously for a moment, then relaxed. If you say so, Ashido straightened herself out and puffed her chest slightly. I don't like bullies. People who abuse or hurt others because they're different or just because they're weak are the lowest of the low. Izuku couldn't help but smile at the conviction in her voice. I want to help people. I want to protect those who can't defend themselves. I want to protect those who are attacked just because of what they look like or what their quirk is or whatever else outside of their control. Izuku smiled wider. I would have liked to have been your friend for my entire life, Ashido. The woman looked surprised for a split second before she gave him a big smile, their eyes meeting for the first time. He noticed a small dusting of her purple blush on her cheeks as she grinned. Izuku stared at her, not to admire her, but to analyze her. She evidently noticed his appraising stare as her grin faltered slightly under his intense gaze. Ashido, Izuku said, still staring at her. You were one of those kids, weren't you? She flinched and shrunk away. It was her turn to avoid his eyes. The woman ran a hand through her messy pink hair as she nodded slowly. I've always stuck out, you know? Weird, pink girl with black eyes and horns? I look like an alien. Izuku moved himself a little closer to the woman next to him, hoping to comfort her by pushing his shoulder against hers. I really like how you look, Ashido. I love your shade of pink. Her eyes widened slightly and lilac danced over her cheeks as she seemed to melt into the contact. She recovered before Izuku realized what he had said and smiled widely at him. Oh, I'm not bothered by it anymore. Her eyes got a teasing gleam to them, but it's good to know that you think I'm pretty, Midori. She stuck her tongue at him, causing him to begin to sputter and backtrack. She laughed before quickly regaining her composure. But when I was younger, I got picked on a lot. I learned to ignore the jerks and I always had a lot of friends, but their words still hurt. She held up her hand, staring at her own palm. But my quirk, there was a bunch of kids who called my quirk a bad guy's quirk. Acid isn't exactly nice, you know? I can mess someone up really easily. Izuku nodded, staring off into space in thought. You want to prove to yourself that your quirk isn't evil, don't you? Ashido started again, her eyes going wide. Was it that obvious? The green-haired man looked down to the floor again, his shoulders slumping as he sighed. I could tell because I'm here for the same reason. Don't worry, Ashido. Your quirk isn't evil. I'm the one here with the villain's quirk. Ashido giggled. Now you're just trying to make me feel better. Don't worry about me, Midori. You don't have to lie. I'm serious, Izuku pleaded. Think about it. Why do you think I'm always resisting my instincts? Ashido froze. It's depressingly deterministic, even. Have you ever noticed that there are a relatively large number of villains in my family? She hesitated and rubbed the back of her head. I guess. Our family quirk is divided into two broad categories, metallic and chromatic. Metallic dragons have noble instincts, for the most part, while chromatic, less so. There are 5 types in each category that we've seen so far. There could be more, but we haven't seen anyone manifest something outside of those 10. He held up his hand and began to count on his fingers. Metallics are brass, like Gallant, bronze, like Stormclaw and Thunderwing, copper, like Ryukyu, gold, like Purifier, or silver, like Silverlight. He held up one finger as he numbered each one, then brought his other fist up. On the other hand, no pun intended, on the other hand, for chromatics, there is red, like Terrorflame, blue, like Fulgurite, white like Frostheart, black like that villain that attacked Mizudafu 10 years ago. Do you remember that? Ashido was sitting completely still, taking in the information he was spouting. She nodded shakily. He looked at the 4 raised fingers on his hand and hesitated. And green. Like me. He raised his final finger as he transformed his hand, showing off his green scales. He felt tears forming in his eyes again. I'm born to be a villain, Ashido. It was chosen for me before I could even talk. He threw his hands onto his head again, clutching his skull as he revealed his secret. I fight these instincts because they tell me to do terrible things. They took control when I saw you in here, that's why I tackled you. After Monday, they wanted Mineta. He struggled to spit the word out. He shuddered at the memory. So no, Ashido. I'm not trying to make you feel better, I really do have a villain's quirk. Ashido paused for a moment, thinking. I thought I told you that you couldn't distract me, Midori. Izuku turned to look at her in surprise, raising an eyebrow in confusion. What does that have to do with what happened yesterday? You said they told you to hurt Mineta, but I can't help but notice that you didn't. Izuku let his hands fall from his head and back onto his knees. It's all thanks to Uraraka, really. She snapped me out of it and calmed my instincts. Really? How? By saying my name or, my nickname? She said Deku, and my instincts calmed, if just for a moment. He waved his hands in front of him, then paused and looked at Ashido again. Just like what happened earlier with you. Ashido's eyes went wide. You're saying, she paused as she thought. That's right. You opened the door and it was like you were possessed. You threw me down like I weighed nothing and pinned my arms with those big hands of yours, and your eyes were wild and glowing. She fidgeted next to him, rubbing her hands up and down her arms, and those horns of yours were growing and those big, sharp teeth of yours were snarling so close to me. She trailed off, rubbing her thighs together as she sighed, her blush growing more and more vibrant. Izuku blinked a few times as she quickly regained her composure. Then I called you Midori and it's like you snapped out of it. That's what Ochako did to you too? He nodded slowly, still a little confused. Okay, well I have a question for you now, Mr. Evil Dragon Boy. Her tone was so sarcastic that he didn't even flinch. Why do you want to be a hero? This was a question Izuku could answer very easily. It's all I've ever wanted to be. I want to save people and I want them to feel safe when they see me. I want to be the world's greatest hero and save everyone, just like All Might. I want to make villains think twice, just like my dad. His voice was full of determination and drive. The woman smiled at him. That doesn't sound like someone who's born to be a villain. Izuku smiled. You and Uraraka both have been? I don't get it. You both listened to me tell you all this terrible stuff and you both just took it in stride and encouraged me. I don't think I dash. He was cut off as the pink woman put her finger in front of his mouth. She didn't touch him, but she was very close. He resisted the desire to move his mouth forward as she spoke. You stop that. We both are encouraging you because we can tell that you're a great guy, Midori. You're a great guy who's got the cards stacked against him. What I'm hearing is that you need some friends in your corner. Who knows about this besides Ochako, and I'm guessing Bakugu? Here at UA? Outside of you three, just All Might, President Nizu, and Recovery Girl. The latter two were here when my dad, uncle, and cousin all went here. My dad told them all about my issues. Professor Aizawa knows a little too, but not the whole story. And you're telling me that Ochako and I seem to have the ability to calm you down if your issues get out of hand? Izuku nodded hesitantly as his eyes caught her mischievous smirk returning. So you're just a big, mean dragon in need of a couple of dragon wranglers, huh? She was grinning ear to ear, her face filled with cruelty, but her eyes filled with kindness. He felt his blush returning, but also felt his quirk flare. Izuku's face grew hotter as he saw Ashido notice his eyes glowing slightly. Oh, did your quirk like that? Her eyes narrowed as she teased him, but Izuku noticed the small blush on her face grow slightly. Oh, hush, I'm just teasing you. Ashido giggled. They both smiled and looked away from each other for a few seconds as the air in the room grew more serious. She leaned further into the shoulder contact. Midori, thanks for telling me all that. It means a lot to me that you trust me that much. She blinked and looked up as if she had just realized something. Wait, why do you trust me that much? Izuku stopped. This is some serious déjà vu. He rubbed his head awkwardly. Uraraka and I had this same conversation yesterday, and I'll tell you what I told her. She looked at him with anticipation. I don't know. Her expression fell in exasperation. I already used that line, Midori. He tried to recover the best he could, waving his hands in front of him. I guess you've just been really nice to me. I feel like we've been friends since you first saw me on Saturday. That's 'cause we have. Ashido didn't leave room for argument. Izuku laughed awkwardly. Why? You've been so honest with me that I felt like I had to be honest with you. He hesitated again but decided if he was in for a penny, he was in for a pound. Besides, my instincts have taken a liking to you. Remember lunch? Ashido's eyes lost focus and a dopey grin grew across her face. Yeah. That was my instincts and I working together. They wanted to protect you, to not let anything happen to you. I agreed. It's much easier to think when your mind isn't split against itself. He rolled his quirk over his fingers, transforming them one after the other. So you're saying I have a ferocious green dragon looking out for me now? She emphasized the word ferocious in a way that made Izuku feel weird. He couldn't exactly put his finger on it, but it wasn't exactly a bad feeling. Like she was implying something else. Before he could put more thought into it, she snapped her fingers. Wait a second. You told me on Monday that you get very protective of what's mine. The thing in the locker room, the thing at lunch today, What you're telling me about Mineta? She leveled her accusing finger at him once more. You're very protective of Ochako, and me. Izuku blinked, his blush faltering behind his burgeoning pride. You're really brilliant, Ashido. Flatterer. It wasn't that hard. She crossed her arms but was still smiling at the compliment. He looked down again. My instincts have taken a liking to you, as I said. They can be very possessive and very protective. I'm sorry if that comes off as creepy, but there's no point lying to you now. Ashido eyed him suspiciously. If you think for a second you're going to control me, Midori, then we're going to have a problem. Izuku's eyes went wide with shock. No. Never. He stopped and thought for a moment, then remembered his conversation from yesterday. If anything, it gives you some power over me, not the other way around. Uraraka figured that out. The pink woman looked at him suspiciously once more, but for an entirely different reason. We already talked about it. In fact, my quirk listens to you. Since it likes you, I guess it wants to make sure you want to stay around me. Uraraka said that if my instincts want to keep her around, then they can't kill anyone. He laughed awkwardly at how dark that sounded. And that worked. Izuku nodded. I didn't have a single incident this morning with Mineta. You can't imagine how big of a relief it is. They sat in silence for at least a minute. Izuku saw Ashido deep in thought and opted not to interrupt her. Eventually, she looked like she reached a decision and stood up, seeming to regret breaking their shoulder contact. He rose to his feet as well, Ashido looking up at him. I'll be looking out for you now, Midori, just like you're looking out for me. I think you deserve to be a hero, and if I can help you get there, I'll do whatever I can. Izuku smiled and felt some tears form in the corners of his eyes again. Thank you, Ashido. I don't know if I can do it without you and Uraraka. I really do need your help. Her eyes were filled with enough kindness and determination that Izuku's restraint temporarily failed. He reached forward and threw his arms around the pink girl, bringing her into a tight hug. She seemed startled and even pulled back at first, almost instinctively. After only a moment, she seemed to come back to her senses and melted into his embrace, throwing her own arms around him and pushing herself into him as much as she could. Izuku's nose was filled with the sweet smell of her hair, and he adored how her arms and body felt pressed up against him. The woman was firm and fit, but soft in all the right places. Without thinking, Izuku ran one of his hands up her spine, feeling her defined muscles, while the other combed through her pink locks, holding her head close. She seemed to be enjoying herself too. Izuku couldn't help but blush deeper as Ashido buried her face into his chest and squeezed him with all of her might. A soft, high-pitched mewling rumbled up from the woman as his hand moved up and down her spine. Izuku nearly stopped breathing as he felt the woman push one of her thighs against his and lean in, putting more of her weight on him. They stood there for almost half a minute, greatly enjoying each other's company, before Izuku slowly let her go, his face doing its full-blown broccoli impression. Sorry, I couldn't help myself. You don't know how much this means to me. Ashido seemed hesitant to release him as she squeezed even harder for a few seconds, but eventually loosened her grip and stepped back. She was blushing more furiously than he had ever seen her before as she looked up into his green eyes. The two students stood in silence, staring into each other's eyes with their faces nearly glowing with their unusual blushes. After what felt like nearly an eternity, Ashido finally broke the silence. It's fine, Midori. I'm glad that I could help. I should let you get some rest, though. She turned and wasted no time making her way to the door, as if she suddenly had to be someplace very important. Good night. She waved and quickly but quietly closed his door behind her. Good night. He barely was able to return her farewell before the door closed, and he was alone again. Izuku rubbed his hand through his hair and let out a great sigh, releasing tension in his body. He took off his shirt, finally getting ready for his much-needed sleep. I know Dad said that I hoard people, but those two, they feel different than the others. Why? He flopped down into his bed and kept thinking until he finally drifted off to sleep. Mina rubbed her arms as she walked down the hallway outside of Midori's room. Her mind was reeling from everything she had just learned. She had expected something when she broke in, but nothing like this. Honestly, it made a lot of sense. It explained how weird he'd been acting. She still had a million questions to ask him, but those would come in time. For now, she had something else she needed to do. As Mina walked up the steps to her floor, she couldn't help but think back to the hug they had just shared. I can't believe how much I needed that. I feel so much happier. She pushed the thoughts out of her mind as she stopped in front of a door on the 4th floor. Not her room, but room 405. She knocked firmly on the door, hoping the woman inside wasn't asleep. Mina's night wasn't over yet. Ochako and her needed to talk. A few seconds later, Uraraka's door opened. The brunette stood there, head cocked to the side in confusion as she looked down at the pink woman. Mina? You need something? Can we talk? Ashido smiled, but less brightly than normal. Her thoughts were weighing her down too much for her to put full effort into her grin. Uraraka seemed to realize that something was amiss and stepped aside, letting Ashido into her rather simple room. The taller woman closed the door behind her before speaking again, her face full of concern and worry. Are you all right, Mina? What's this about? Ashido turned around in the middle of the room and rubbed her arm awkwardly, not meeting her friend's gaze. It's about Midori. Oh crap. Uraraka blanched. I should have expected this. Deku trusted me, I can't just tell her about his quirk. Come on, Ochako, think of an excuse. Ashido waited awkwardly for Uraraka to finally form words. What about him? Ashido looked down, letting her pink hair cover her face as she smirked. It wasn't her fault that it was just too fun to tease her friends. Well, I'm worried. About him. She hid her smirk and put on a look of confused worry again as she looked back up at Uraraka. He was acting all weird after class yesterday, and I think something might be wrong. Uraraka began racking her brain for an excuse, but found nothing she didn't think Ashido would immediately shoot down. She instead opted to buy more time for herself. Wrong? What do you mean? Don't tell me you haven't noticed. Ashido said, scandalized, hamming up her part. That weird thing in the locker room, that thing at lunch today. He's so aggressive. She looked down for a second. It's almost like he's acting villainous. Uraraka's brain stopped trying to find an excuse and was instead filled with anger as Ashido's words caused her to feel indignant and protective of Midoriya. How dare you say that about Deku? He's trying harder than any dash. She stopped suddenly as Ashido began laughing. Uraraka was really confused now. The pink girl smiled up at her, deciding to finally end her ruse. It's good to see you feel that way about him too. I'm just kidding, Ochako. Uraraka crossed her arms in annoyance. Did you just come here to tease me about Deku? If so, you can just leave. I need to get some sleep. Ashido's smile faltered slightly. That wasn't the plan at first, but it was too good of an opportunity to pass up. Sorry. She winked at Uraraka, causing the brunette to roll her eyes. But seriously, I did come here to talk about Midori. I actually just finished a nice, long chat with our local dragon boy. He told me a lot. I'm guessing most of the same stuff he told you yesterday. Uraraka let her arms go slack as she took a half step back. You mean? Ashido narrowed her eyes. Does the word instincts mean anything to you? The brunette's eyes went wide as she covered her mouth. Ichi told you about that? Ashido nodded emphatically. Yep. He told me a bunch, but I don't think he told me everything. That's why I wanted to come talk to you. I want to compare notes. She turned and sat herself on Uraraka's bed, crossing her legs and patting the spot in front of her. And maybe some other stuff too. Uraraka walked over to the bed and sat down across from Ashido. What did he tell you? I don't want to tell you anything he didn't tell you. It's not my place. You're such a good friend, Ochako, Ashido said with an honest smile. We're both lucky to have you. Ashido mercifully decided not to comment on the blush her friend grew at those words and instead pretended not to notice. But I think if we're both going to help him, we need to be on the same page. Ashido straightened herself out on the bed and cleared her throat. He told me about his instincts, first of all, about how they're his own thoughts, but different or something. It didn't make a whole lot of sense at first, but I think I'm starting to understand. He told me that it was his form of quirk adaptation, a way to help his body and his quirk work at their best. She sighed heavily and continued. He told me that his instincts and quirk were something called chromatic, which meant that he was destined to be a villain, but he wanted nothing more than to be a hero. He said it reacted harshly to Mineta's perving and wanted to hurt him real bad. The pink woman looked up into her friend's eyes and smirked. He also told me that you seemingly have the power to get him to stop. Uraraka began to blush again, and this time, Ashido leaned in a little closer. Guess what we found out? She leaned in even closer, propping herself up on her arms to not fall over. I do too. Uraraka was getting a little tired of Ashido dropping bombs on her that made her freeze, but apparently her friend had a flair for the dramatic. Really? Oh yeah, you should have seen it, Ochako. Ashido shivered slightly at the memory. He was all riled up. He tackled me to the ground and pinned me down, then he snarled and growled in my face, and that look in his eyes was so intense. Her cheeks had turned a bright purple as she reminisced. And then I just called him Midori, and it seemed to snap him out of it. He said it was just like what you did to him yesterday in class. Uraraka blushed furiously as Ashido fondly recalled her experience, her own mind going places she really wished it wouldn't. She pulled her legs up and tried to hide her face behind her knees. Oh, and he told me one last thing. Ashido's smile grew as she leaned in even closer. The pink girl was only a few inches away from her friend's face, and both of them could feel the heat coming off each other's blush. His instincts are really protective of us, Ochako. They've taken a liking to us. But I think you already know that. He said you already told him that he can't end anyone if he wants to keep you around. Uraraka squeaked slightly as she fully hid behind her legs. He told her that? Why? She breathed deep and sighed. Well, I guess Mina is right. We're both in this together now. She peeked over her legs and spoke so softly that she was almost whispering. He said that his quirks wanted me. That's how he saved me at the entrance exam. His quirk wanted the same thing he did, so he was able to really work with it and stop the zero-pointer. Ashido squealed a little. Wanted you, huh? Girl, I told you that he was crazy about you. Uraraka looked away, blushing harder. And I know you're crazy about him too. I saw how stupid the two of you were around each other today. Stop trying to hide and stop trying to deny it. Uraraka squeaked again and slowly came out from behind her legs, crossing them beneath her again instead. Maybe I do like him, she admitted. Ashido cupped her face. I knew it. What do you like most about him? Tell me everything. Are we talking about boys now? We're talking about a boy. Don't dodge the question, Ochako, Ashido scolded. Uraraka took a deep breath and nodded. Well, he's so earnest and passionate about being a hero, and he's so friendly, and I just sort of feel comfortable around him. I feel the same way. There's just something about him, isn't there? Ashido added. You just sort of feel safe around him, don't you? Uraraka nodded again. And I also feel like I want to keep him safe, too. Ashido leaned back onto her hands. Big, strong dragon who could snap me in half like a twig if he wanted to, and he needs us to protect him. Hey, we kick ass, remember? Uraraka smiled playfully. Damn straight we do. I never said he wasn't in good hands. Ashido leaned back up and looked into Uraraka's eyes. But come on, it's gotta be more than that. You think he's hot, don't you? Seeing her friend's blush return, she smirked and probed deeper. What about him? Do we really ha-dash? Yes. Uraraka sighed. He's obviously jacked. He's muscular all over, but he's still adorable. I know. Ashido interjected. It's so not fair. The brunette laughed softly. Yeah, she lost herself in her memories for a moment before continuing. Like his big eyes and that big, goofy smile he puts on, and she looked down, debating if she was ready to confront her feelings or not. Ashido sensed blood in the water and leaned in closer. Come on, Ochako, spill it. What? Uraraka took another deep breath, bolstering her resolve. I really like Ishorn's theory super attractive. Ashido sputtered. That doesn't count. Enunciate your words, girl. Uraraka let out another great sigh as she admitted defeat. I really like his horns, they're super attractive to me for some reason. I just want to look at them and touch them and stuff. She blushed as she looked down. Ashido grew a truly wicked smile. Oh, is it just his horns? She fluttered her eyelashes playfully at the brunette, who began to blush even harder and hid behind her legs again. No, It was Ishido's turn to freeze. She felt her heart begin to race faster as blood rushed to her face, causing her to turn a particularly vibrant shade of purple. Is this really happening? Ishido leaned forward. Did you just dash? So, Uraraka quickly tried to change the subject, and for once, Ishido didn't resist. Why did he tackle you? Oh, Ishido weaseled around for a bit, letting the blush fade slowly from her face. I sort of broke into his room to confront him about the whole thing. She waved her hand as if gesturing to some unseen object. He reacted aggressively. I knew he would. He seemed very protective of his stuff, but I didn't think it would be that aggressive. She put a finger to her chin, although, I guess we're sort of his stuff too, yeah? His quirk has taken a liking to us and everything. Don't say it like that, Uraraka exclaimed. Ishido waved her hand dismissively but grew a mischievous grin. Oh, you know what I meant. Uraraka let her shoulders drop. That's the kind of stuff he's worried about, though. Aggressiveness he can't control, impulses that he doesn't want. It's the reason he needs me. It's the reason he wanted to quit you. He what? Ishido yelled as she stood up on her knees, managing to actually look slightly down at Uraraka. Keep your voice down. We don't want to wake Momo. Uraraka hissed quickly. He what? Ishido repeated, quieter but no less intense. Did he tell you what happened yesterday in All Might's class? He told me that his instincts wanted Mineta dead, but you stopped him before he could. The pink girl raised her eyebrows in suspicious confusion. Uraraka laughed sadly. That's technically true, but honestly, it was a lot more complicated than that. She put her legs back down and rubbed her forehead. We won the battle, right? Deku knocked all the lights out so I couldn't see much, but I could barely make him out, standing over Mineta, his head low towards him. I don't think you've ever seen him with a transformed head, but it's a little unsettling. He had his mouth open, Mina. He was that close. Ishido sat back down on the bed slowly, listening intently with a look of worry spreading across her face. I was able to help him break through and fight against his instincts, although I didn't know it at the time. He staggered over to the wall and punched a hole in it. We saw the light pour into the room on the camera, but we didn't have an angle on Midori, Ishido said quietly. We could just see you looking terrified. Then you ran off camera? The taller woman swallowed nervously. He looked at me. He looked so scared. Then he roared and clutched his head and he jumped? Ishido gasped. I didn't know what happened to me. My body just kinda moved on its own, without me even thinking. I jumped after him and managed to slow him down right before he hit the ground. She held up her hand to stop her friend. But that wasn't the end of it. He got back up and flew off to another part of the city. I was able to find him by following the trail of destruction he left behind. When I finally caught up, he was beating his hands to a pulp against a building. I think he was trying to tire his quirk out. The pinkette resisted the urge to reach out and hug her friend. So that's what he's fighting against? Uraraka nodded slowly. And then I took him to Recovery Girl. Once he woke up, he told me about his quirk. The same things he told you. But he had given up. He was planning on quitting, giving up on his dream. He was so scared about hurting someone that he would have rather thrown his own life away, both literally and figuratively, just to avoid it. I can't believe that, Ishido said, doubt nevertheless in her voice. He told me about why he wants to become a hero. It's like it's the only thing he cares about. Uraraka nodded again. Exactly. But he thanked me for letting him leave UA just as a dropout, and not as a criminal. What did you do? I told him no. Determination suddenly burned in the brunette's eyes, causing Ishido to gasp slightly. A grin finally found its way back onto Ishido's face. You told him no? That he was what, not allowed to leave UA? Ochako, you are so badass I can hardly stand it. Ishido pumped her fist as she forgot to keep her voice down again. You saved his life, then you saved him again. I could just kiss you right now, and not just for the normal reasons. Ishido quickly clamped her hands over her mouth, but it was too late. Her lack of sleep and her excitement had caused her emotions to blow past her mental filter, exposing herself to her friend. Uraraka began to blush again, but quickly felt her embarrassment give way to frustration. She put her hands on her hips and glared down at the pink woman. Now you're just confusing me, Mina. I'm too tired to deal with this right now. Are you crushing on me or Deku? Ashido let her hands fall from her face as her blush crept in and her heart began to pound even faster. She breathed slightly heavier as she stared at the expectant gaze of Uraraka and debated how to respond. Well, if I'm already in this deep, Ashido tried to smile confidently, but instead her nerves caused her to tremble. Both. Uraraka wasn't expecting that. Her own blush grew until her entire face was bright red. What do you mean both? Ashido's heart felt like it was about to jump out of her chest. I'm not a schoolgirl anymore, why am I freaking out about this? I mean, I guess I'm technically still in school, but this is college. She fanned herself slightly, trying to chase the purple from her face. I mean that I'm crushing on both of you. And at the same time, and I was kinda hoping that you were crushing on me back? She rocked back and forth on the bed slowly. Finally getting this off her chest was making her feel a lot better and she could finally smile fully again. I know you have a thing for Midori, but isn't this a little fast, Mina? Uraraka was covering her face with both hands and floating off the bed a little bit as she pleaded. We haven't even known each other for a week. Ashido's looked away and pouted a little bit. Yeah, you're right. Sorry. Uraraka released herself, dropping back onto the bed softly. I meant what I said earlier though, Ochako. You're such a good friend to have. I can tell that already. Thanks, Mina. Uraraka desperately tried to chase the blush away from her face. I don't know what I'm feeling, but even if I do like her, this is just too quick. I haven't even sorted my feelings for Deku out yet. Ashido pulled her confidence back out from where it was hiding and smiled brightly at her blushing friend. I wouldn't want to risk that friendship for anything. Thanks for letting me get it out in the open, I feel a lot better. Uraraka felt inspired by Ashido's confidence and tried to straighten up. Of course, Mina. But I think we should really be focusing on school now. We're here to become heroes, right? Ashido nodded. Right. I came here to talk about Midori, not this. Sorry for getting distracted. She giggled, internally proud of herself for how quickly she had managed to regain her composure. We're a team now, Ochako. We're in charge of our very own dragon and it's our job to make sure he becomes the hero that he deserves to be. Uraraka nodded and clenched her fists, her eyes burning with determination. Deku is counting on us. With our help, he'll get a handle on his instincts and become a great hero one day. Until then, we gotta keep an eye on him. The pink woman giggled again. Besides, it seems like he's kinda being melodramatic about the whole villainous Quirk thing, you know? A big bad villain that has a weakness for a couple of hot babes. I mean, come on. You handled him at his worst yesterday just fine, and I'm sure we can handle whatever happens, especially if we're working together. Uraraka wished she could be as confident as Ashido, but the memory of the battle trial sat in the back of her mind. Regardless, she met her friend's gaze and nodded. For Midori. Uraraka and Ashido stared into each other's eyes for a few moments. And then a few moments longer. Eventually Ashido leaned in just a bit, arms moving unconsciously. She caught herself and quickly broke eye contact and stood up, making her way to the door. I'll let you get some sleep, thanks for staying up to talk to me. Ashido tried to keep her slight sadness out of her voice. Uraraka stood up slowly, slight concern growing on her face as she looked at the back of her friend's head. She looked like she was gonna, come on, live a little. The brunette took a couple quick steps forward and caught up with Ashido, putting a hand on her shoulder and spinning her around as she leaned down. The golden-eyed woman looked up at Uraraka in confusion for a moment before, for the second time that night, she felt arms wrap around her and bring her in for a hug. Ashido gasped and felt herself recoil slightly in shock before her brain realized what was happening. She wrapped her own arms around Uraraka and returned the warm embrace, hooking her chin over the taller woman's shoulder. She tried to burn the feeling of Uraraka's body heat into her memory, hoping to hold onto it for as long as she could. Uraraka took the opportunity to smell Ashido's hair, just as Midoriya had done earlier. She smiled softly at the sweet smell and savored the sensation of her soft skin. Maybe having her around more wouldn't be such a bad thing. They held on to each other for a few more precious moments before Uraraka brought herself back to her senses and slowly let go. Ishido reluctantly followed suit after holding on for another second or two. The two women stared at each other, blushes spreading across their respective faces. Ishido finally turned back around and opened the door quietly so as not to wake Momo next door. She gave a silent wave goodnight as she crept down the darkened hallway and back to her room. Uraraka closed the door behind her and held her breath for a few seconds before letting out a great sigh. She shook her head softly, brushing her face with her brown locks as she pulled the covers back on her bed and laid down to sleep. Mina rubbed her arms again as she crept back to room 408. I can't believe I got hugs from both of them today. She didn't think she could have removed the ear-to-ear grin from her face if she wanted to. Thanks to years of practice, she silently opened the lock to her room and slipped inside, closing the door behind her. She quickly changed out of her day clothes and slipped on something more comfortable as her sleepiness finally caught up to her. Mina yawned as she pulled back her polka-dotted sheets and got into her bed. She pulled her weighted blanket over herself and smiled fondly as she drifted off to sleep. It felt less necessary than before. Breaking into Midori's room was the best idea I ever had. The next day of class was surprisingly uneventful. They had their second hero basic training course with All Might, which went much smoother than the previous one, especially if you asked Uraraka or Midoriya. No alarms interrupted lunch and there were no threats of expulsion from their homeroom teacher. Midoriya cooked dinner again for the class, with the help of Satu this time. Uraraka was much less resistant to enjoying the delicious meal than she was on Sunday. All in all, it was a normal day at UA. Or, at least what the students felt like should be a normal day. It was the first one of its kind that they had experienced. They 20 students of Class 1A did their work, hung out together and went to sleep, hoping that Friday would be just as simple so they could get to the weekend quickly and easily. However, some things were just not meant to be. The next morning started as normal as any other. Izuku got up early to go on a quick jog with Katsuki and Kirishima, who had decided to come along that morning. They got back to the dorms and were able to grab a quick shower before eating a filling breakfast and heading to class. While Izuku considered all 20 students in class his friends, yes, even Mineta, you stupid Quirk, there was a group that he certainly felt closer to. Uraraka, Kirishima, Ishido, Ida and Katsuki were just easier for him to get along with. He still made a point to spend time socializing with Yaoyorozu, Tsunatori, Satu and all the other students, but when he didn't put effort into facilitating events, it was the group of 5 that he seemed to spend the most time with. Speaking of Yaoyorozu, Izuku noticed that she seemed to be avoiding him. Whenever he talked to her, she seemed happier. Izuku had a talent for making her laugh, one that he had developed years ago. He figured that she would have wanted to spend more time around him because of that, but Yaoyorozu seemed to always find a convenient excuse to excuse herself whenever he got her laughing. Izuku filed that thought away for later as they arrived at their homeroom a few minutes before class started. Katsuki and Izuku walked to the far side of the room while the other 4 continued to talk near the door as their seats were all close together. The greenette made a point to greet Toru and Yaoyorozu, who were chatting quietly near the front of the room, and took his seat. As the bell rang, the door flew open and Aizawa stepped inside. Izuku narrowed his eyes and racked his brain for the 100th time as he glared at his professor. "Who are you?" "I have a surprise for you today," Aizawa droned in his usual bored manner. "All of your classes are cancelled." A cheer erupted from around the room from nearly everyone. Izuku noted with amusement the look of betrayal on Ida's face. Aizawa's glare flashed around the room, somehow immediately quieting the celebrating students. "Your classes are cancelled because we're going on something of a field trip today." He pressed a button on a remote in his pocket and the 4 compartments on the far side of the room hissed open. "We're doing rescue training today. Change into your costumes if you wish, but you might want to just put on a gym uniform if you're not used to it yet. We won't be doing any combat today. Get dressed and head outside. We'll be taking a bus to our destination." Without even entertaining the idea of answering questions, the black-haired man turned and walked back out the door. The class jumped into action and about 10 minutes later, they were all gathered outside as a bus pulled up. Izuku took the moment to look around at his classmates, keeping his eyes off of the women in the class so as not to have a reason to stab himself again. "Kaken, why did you bring one of your gauntlets?" Izuku asked, hoping to distract his brain from its repeated attempts to get him to glance at Uraraka and Ishido. "The bulky thing isn't going to do you any favors. Didn't you hear what Aizawa said?" Katsuki rolled his eyes. "I gotta get used to them. I'm not gonna be able to take them off in a real fight if I gotta rescue some chump in the middle of a fight." Before Izuku could keep up his small talk, Ida blew a piercing whistle that made everyone flinch, but Jairu a little more than everyone else. Izuku jerked his head in her direction as he felt his quirk flare slightly in the back of his mind, but it calmed as quickly as it spiked once he saw that she was unharmed. Ida asked Izuku for permission to organize their classmates loading the bus in an orderly manner, but the open seating plan ruined his strategy, much to most of the class amusement. Izuku patted the taller man on the back to comfort him as he himself chuckled along with the rest of the students. The students began to pass the time with small talk as Aizawa napped at the front of the bus. Izuku could only marvel once again at the sheer scale of UA's campus as they traveled down the road. "Hey, Midoriya," Kirishima got his attention. "I gotta say, I'm impressed with your quirk." She held up her arm in front of her and hardened it. "It'll be hard for me to get noticed with just this hardening, but you've got such a versatile and flashy quirk. You basically have my quirk and then a bunch on top of it. You'll get scouted in no time." Izuku's quirk pulsed in the back of his head and put a little green glow in his eyes. "What are you talking about, Kirishima? Your quirk is super great for hero work. You can beat all sorts of bad guys with it, and you'll be able to stand up to nearly anybody. My quirk has basically nothing compared to yours in the toughness department." Kirishima raised a suspicious eyebrow. "What do you mean? I saw that hole you put in the wall of your building when I was on my way to my test. I've seen your scales, dude. You don't gotta lie for me, really. I'm happy with what I've got. I just wanted to say that you're a lucky guy." The redhead's self-deprecation was causing his quirk to flare harder for some reason. Izuku smirked and held up his right hand, forming scales along his fist and forearm and holding it up to the woman. "Here, I'll prove it to you. Fist bump me. Like you mean it to. Make Crimson Riot proud." Kirishima's eyes flashed with fire as she accepted the challenge. She brought her hardened fist up and threw it forward as Izuku did the same. Scale and hardened skin collided, a solid, resounding noise ringing out through the bus. Izuku hissed through his teeth as he pulled his hand back and clutched his wrist in pain. The scales slipped away and he held up his red fingers to the woman. "See? I may be tougher than most, but you're like a bulldozer." He stretched his fingers and smiled at Kirishima, who was looking worried that she hurt her friend. "Keep your chin up, Horn Sister. You're tougher than I'll ever be." Kirishima grew a wide, sharp smile and nodded. "Thanks, man. That means a lot to me. We're here." Aizawa shouted back from the front of the bus before their conversation could continue. The students stood up, piled out of the bus and promptly dropped their jaws at the gigantic dome before them. "Hello, everyone, I've been waiting for you." A hero in a puffy astronaut suit greeted them cheerfully as they stepped into the sun. "The space hero, 13. Izuku gushed. "The chivalrous pro who's rescued thousands of people around the world. In just the last year alone, 13. Izuku cried out in pain as Katsuki elbowed him in the side to prevent him from going on another hero tangent. Next to the two boys, Uraraka was also gushing as Ishido laughed and tried to get the woman to calm down so the hero could continue to speak. "Thank you for the flattering introduction, students. Welcome to the most advanced rescue training facility in Japan." 13 pointed back to the building. "This is the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, or USJ for short. Let's head inside and I'll show you what you'll be working with." The hero turned around and walked inside, with Class 1A following behind. Ochako could hardly contain herself. She was getting to train under 13 of all people, one of her favorite heroes in the whole world. The brunette was nearly vibrating as she walked through the heavy metal doors of the USJ and looked around. She noticed Deku writing in his notebook, but was too wrapped up in her fangirling to try and continue her investigation into where he kept it. The 20 students stopped as 13 turned around near the top of the steps to address them. "Welcome to the USJ. Here we have 6 different areas to help train you to rescue people in a variety of conditions. The hero pointed to the student's right. Starting and going counterclockwise, we have the storm zone, the flood zone, the conflagration zone, the mountain zone, the landslide zone, and the ruin zone. Once you get the go-ahead, you'll head down these steps behind me and head to one of these zones. Aizawa stepped forward and began to speak. We'll be splitting you up into groups for the day. All Might was supposed to be with us, but the Prime Minister personally requested him to assist with a hostage situation, so we'll make do. Instead of splitting you into groups of 7, 7 and 6, we'll be doing 10 and 10. If you sit in the 2 rows closest to the door, you're with 13, otherwise dash. Their teacher stopped and snapped his head around, staring at the central plaza of the facility. Ochako followed his gaze and saw a purple vortex forming near the fountain in the middle of the plaza. A strange man with messy, light blue hair and a hand covering his face appeared in the swirling mass, gazing up at the students with a crazed look in his blood-red eyes. Are we starting already? Kaminari asked hesitantly. The vortex widened as dozens of strange-looking people stepped out into the UI. Stay together. Aizawa yelled back. 13, protect the students. What is this? I thought we were rescuing people today? Sato asked nervously. Deku took a step forward. Stay back. This is real. Those are villains. Stick together and get back outside. Aizawa snapped as the students except for Deku recoiled and gasped. Ochako saw his eyes begin to glow brightly as his horns stretched back across his head. Deku took another step forward as scales began to form across his shoulders and back. Aizawa turned his head back and stared at the student, his eyes glowing red and his hair floating. Stand down, Midoriya. Deku suddenly let out a piercing scream and collapsed to the ground as his scales vanished, clutching at his head as if it were on fire. Ochako's eyes went wide and the world seemed to slow down around her as he writhed on the ground in tortured agony. She took a step forward but was knocked back as Bakugo dashed past her, crouching down next to Deku and helping him up. Ochako was hot on his heels and grabbed his other arm, and between the two of them, they pulled Deku up to his knees. Deku panted heavily for a few seconds as he slowly let go of his head, moving his head up and looking at the rest of the class, eyes completely devoid of any glow and wide with confusion and fear. Ochako felt the need to hold him close and tell him that everything was going to be okay, but before she could he spotted Bakugo to his right and clutched the blonde's arm. Kaken? He stuttered fearfully. WMI? Who are all these people? Bakugo's eyes went wide with shock as the rest of the class nearly screamed. The sudden noise startled the confused man, who would have fallen back onto the ground if he wasn't being held up. What's going on? Deku looked absolutely terrified and his voice was cracking like he was about to start crying. Ochako felt like nails were being driven into her heart as she watched helplessly, wishing she could do something. Deku finally noticed her holding onto him, and he turned to look into her brown eyes with his shaky grin. He stopped shaking as much as he seemed to calm down slightly, a small blush creeping into his face. Ochako started to smile, hoping to comfort him, but her expression turned fearful as she noticed the familiar glint of recognition in his eyes was completely absent. Do I know you? Deku asked, still staring at her. Ochako whipped around to glare at Aizawa. What did you do? She yelled, half terrified and half furious. Aizawa had been struck dumb by the series of events, staring along with the rest of the class. At Ochako's shout, he quickly refocused and blinked, his eyes returning to their normal black as his hair fell back down. As soon as he did so, Deku screamed and grabbed his head again, falling back out of her and Bakugo's grips. His screams subsided quicker than last time and he slowly stood up under his own power, catching his breath again. He rose to his full height and looked over his classmates as they stared back in confusion and horror. The look of intelligence and determination that Ochako liked so much had returned to his eyes, but it was also accompanied by confusion. What just happened? Bakugo made sure Deku could stand before he stepped back. Teach did something to your quirk. He looked at you and you collapsed. Deku's eyes lit up with understanding and he spun around, pointing a finger at their professor. Why your Eraserhead? That was one of 5 I narrowed it down to, but I should have seen it sooner. Eraserhead? Who's that? Kirishima muttered next to Mina, who could only shrug and shake her head. Why you can't fight all those villains on your own? Deku pleaded with Aizawa. You specialize in back alley brawls and one-on-one fights. Aizawa pulled a pair of strange slitted goggles from underneath his scarf and put them on. Midoriya, you should know better than almost anyone that no hero is a one-trick pony. Now follow my orders and stay with the rest of the class. Without another word, he turned and leapt down the long flight of stairs, his scarf unraveling behind him ominously. Ochako grabbed onto his shoulders and spun him around so she could look down into his eyes again. Deku, are you alright? What happened? The man's green eyes had begun to glow again and stared back into hers, taking her breath away with their intensity. I'm not sure, but it's not important at the moment. Right now, I mean we have to focus on getting everyone out of here safely. Ochako looked at him for a moment, then grew her own look of determination. She nodded once and released him, turning back to face the rest of the class. You heard the man. Bakugu yelled over the rest of them. Stick together and we just might survive this. He turned and smirked at Deku, who was reforming the scales along his body. And you thought I should have left my gauntlet back at school?